Spaceship.
Final LAN of Champs is underway. We arrive at Brentwood, and it's the last one on the way to Philadelphia to close out our Nerd Street Summer Champs journey here in Valorant. I'm Time to Light. That is Chad Lantis. And Chad, $1,500 for our 6 teams here in Brentwood. A lot of them, a few scrim stacks, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's a little bit more like a VIP, a little bit of like a speakeasy version of a LAN today, if you want to think of it that way. We're not a full bar today, but we have a nice little speakeasy. We have a nice little quality of it on the show today. And yeah, we're going to 2 groups of 3 to where the first seed of each group essentially gets a bye. And we see in 3 best of 1s, which 2 teams make it out of groups. Going on from there, 4 teams in the bracket, semifinals, grand finals, best of 3s from there on out. Single elimination, nice and sweet for a single day event today.
Yeah, originally planned for a 2-day event, but because of the teams that have come through and because of our placements with said teams, we've condensed it into one. So all the games you'll see are all the games you'll get. Everything happening here on Saturday. We have our teams for you, by the way. Let's take a look at our rosters for our first best of 1 on the day. Again, this is our first of 3 best of 1s until our 2 best of 3s between semifinals and grand finals. Chad, what do you think about our rosters as we come through this?
Yeah, I got some teams are basically trying to just get those last few points with a lot of teams dropping out of the scene right now. And it's like a little bit of a chaotic moment. It was like some spots have been opening up as far as which teams can make it to that grand final of the Nerd Street Champs season over in Philly. So these teams getting here, trying to get those last points. It's still, I mean, you have a 1 out of 6 shot to get $1,000, right? So we saw the rosters there. Some are like just typical for LAN. Some are pug teams for sure, but they still can be part of those runnings. And still, the event itself, I mean, I'm down to go for $1,000. That's pretty great. We look at the map pick bands there as we're jumping into the server right away. First thing starting off today is Fracture, and also another note for the future today is Split is out for this event. Pearl is in, so we'll see about that perhaps in the future. But for right now, we are on Fracture, which is no longer the new hotness. It's no longer the new map. And therefore, we understand that on Fracture, we will oftentimes see Neon, we will see Raze, and sometimes both.
I'm looking for both, honestly. Speed kills in the game of Valorant, especially with Neon's high kick. I'm looking for them to kick things into high gear. Now, Asteri, my apologies, starting things off on this attacking side. How do you feel about the attacking side for this as the defense? Because Fracture's gone through limbos in terms of metas since basically the map itself came out. Yeah. Not always favoring either side, but metas usually favor the defense here.
Yeah, I think that's pretty true, especially if there's like newer teams, pug teams, things like that. What takes a lot more time to figure out as a roster is proper site executes. Because defense, you pretty much go default, get some like reads based on just your general understanding of how to play the game and working spacing, call outs of just basic comms of saying, hey, they're coming here, this is where they're gonna be, and you can make rotations happen and hold the line, and just layer your utility with basic comms. So it does take a whole lot of synergy development for a team to figure out defense. Therefore, a lot of times it's a little bit harder for the offense to find success with their rosters. And the Stereo, I don't know exactly how long they've been together, but seeing the fact that 4 players have literally A7, like the team abbreviation in their names, I assume they've been working together for quite some time at this point. And on Fracture, it was originally a very offensive-sided map because of the fact that people didn't know how to properly defend such a unorthodox designed map. But over time, people have figured it out. So I don't think Asteria is going to have a massive advantage anymore on offense or anything like that. So it should be a pretty interesting tell of the tale going into this. KO being picked up as well for them. I see a lot of teams growing with a Neon Raze and dropping the KO instead. But they want to use a lot more utility for the roster. So it's going to be a little bit slower, but they still have a Neon on the roster. They still have a Stem Beacon with a Brimstone. They can make some magic happen.
This is more of a classic look from Asteria versus 4Funners. We see that Neon and KO versus the Sage and Raze combination on 4Funners. The Brim and the Chamber alongside that Breach, all unsurprising choices coming into Fracture. But Fracture starts things off. Our first map of the day, a possible 9 to start things off, and Cal just waiting in spawn, a full flank being established, the classic finding a dink, but needs to find more of it just behind these spawn boxes. It's already a start there for 4Funners. They find an opener, and the TP away as the rendezvous allows them to retreat to their team, and Flop dying inside of the smoke means it's already a spike plant. However, 4Funners have a 2-man advantage as the retake initiates.
The guys decide pretty easily, but been dropping on the waist on the way in. It's been a great retake so far from 4Fun. It's going even better. It's all down to just World Rise, the last one alive, but can't find that spray down, the strafe down of the Frenzy. It's going to be a flawless retake from 4Fun, and honestly, a lot of that came down to Stereo 7 going with the kind of hero plays very often.
You see the two splits of one walking through a smoke in towards spawn, the second trying to sit in towards their own spawn for a flank. Now, I understand the spawn waiting for that push to come through, but Chad, not always the play you see coming through with 4Funners sending 3 players on a T-side flank. That's odd, especially in pistol round.
Yeah, it's a really interesting trademark setup as well. They dropped the trip right on the open. They did it again this round as well from Mystery, and Cal was kind of trying to play off the trademark a little bit, but when it's out in the open like that, it's just going to get shot out, and then they're going to run through, and they're going to try to do this like bait sit up, but was really a gamble in the end of the day, and it was a gamble that simply didn't work out. So I imagine they're not going to try that again. So there's going to be some challenging for 4Fun with the superior weaponry, and keeping them in the corner. There's nowhere to go.
The Aftershock alongside the paint shells put through combinations of problems without many solutions there for Asteri 7. It wasn't a round they had all that much of a chance in, and instead of jumping around like a chicken with their head cut off, not to be confused with the Counter-Strike caster and host, will find the final kill required. And Asteri 7 dropped both of the first 2 rounds as it's 4Funners. That frag stack, the pug stack I was talking about, looking good early.
Yeah, I mean, as Stereo 7, they got their abbreviation in the names, everything like that. They were working together, but it was 4Fun that really worked together so well. They recognized the people stuck into that corner behind the boxes. The Aftershock on the left, and then, so if they stay in the corner, die to Aftershock, you leave, they die to the paint shell, and a spray down. Like, it was literally a checkmate situation. Great setup by 4Fun. Now aggression from Stereo 7 with the rifles in hand. Matt Z playing nice and safe, not taking the risks unnecessarily, and doing some chip damage on the way out.
One note, however, is that 4Funners, this is their bonus round, and they're looking to retake as a team up against Asteri 7's full site stack. Paint shells being thrown through. You can already see low players on the other side. Wow. Good fragment will get a trade. A 1-for-1, now 2-for-1 as Cal finds both. But it's still looking to be a retake here for 4Funners. Again, they find a kill, and they retrieve 2 rifles at that same right. 2 players sitting on site with Data Killer close right around the box. They're cleared out so quickly by their doppelganger. Matt Z finding the kill required and condensing the site players. A trade of fault lines, but an Aftershock to try and open things up as Jay is stuck behind this main site box. World Rise being swung on by 2 different players, but Jay with a double, that's all they will find, and without the Molotov on the spike itself, it'll be 4Funners with 3 in a row. No! Matt runs out of time! And Asteri 7 will finally pick up a round, however, a costly one at that.
Yeah, such an incredibly close round there. It was just a couple seconds made the difference, and the Aftershock from Jay bought just enough time, even though the kill was coming through for 4Funners. Aftershock, that literally was the difference maker at the very end there. So good job, Jay. Not pushing the Aftershock deep, allowing 4Funners to push past it. Did a little more of a safe Aftershock. That was at least a deterrent. And honestly, though, even though Stereo 7 won that round, it still is looking a little bit rough for them. They still lost so much to where they came in by up in this the following round. There's an Aftershock available, but you still see them going with some hero plays, very spread out, and 4Funners a little more stacked up, watching the angle for Arcade. Meanwhile, Jay watching their own flank, and things are just not working out for him. Stunna through tunnel, they work through. Flop not finding success either. These rifles in the hands of 4Funners. Right there. Coming on top.
Just because you deny the bonus doesn't mean you have all the advantages in the world, especially with the lack of rifles, or in this case, weapons whatsoever. Already looking to be a flawless round here for Four Funners on the return. Possibly a spike plant. I think that's a decent position for a Stary 7 to be in. A spike plant will give them a few extra credits into the following round, but certainly not an advantageous position by any means. The fault line will miss, but so will the share of shots. Four Funners make it a flawless round once more. 2 of 3 rounds they have come out on top of. They've also done so flawlessly.
It's a little unlucky that it was Jay getting the spike, right? He already had the Rolling Thunder, so they don't even get the bonus orb point for somebody else planting the spike there. We'll see if Jay can get some success off with that Rolling Thunder. A lot of times we see people set up for an arcade hit these days with that ultimate from Breach, but doesn't seem to be the plan for Stereo 7. They look like they want to go through A main again, and that's going to leave it up to Matt Z to be the one who try to hold them off. Potentially based on position. Oh, he's playing for Dish actually, which is where 2 members of Stereo 7 last second decided to rotate towards.
They're going straight here. However, the knife being thrown through the 0 point should give away the information there. It does. Matt Z makes it out just barely, and somehow Shakib does not get suppressed. Interesting. But it's a collapse onto the A site. A dual-pronged attack from both angles for this attacking side. Four Funners not in a comfortable position, holding down a crossfire from site and from spawn. But there's also a flank being established. I don't think there's a trip to deny this.
Serious Area is ready for this, but it's going to be a 2 versus 3 situation. Oh, the timing!
World, no! That's a sound cue as well. They turn around as they reload. Cal should not hear this, and they won't. That's an opener. Cal dead. In goes that Rolling Thunder. World Rise repositions, throws through the stuns, but stuns themselves and will fall because of it. Inconsequential to the round outcome, but a round nonetheless, as Four Funners with yet another. That one near flawlessly. Asteri 7 do not have an answer.
Man, that's such a bummer when you accidentally stun yourself as a Neon. I wonder if that's kind of like a first match of the day, right? Like first match of the day, a little bit of like LAN jitters, perhaps. You know, some players that are relatively unknown, haven't quite made a name for themselves, things like that. So I don't know how much experience they have in LAN environment, but it's definitely rough. If it's your first LAN, if you're not used to it, even if it's your first few LANs, it's always a really odd experience. But able to track Stunna that time around is World Rise. Meanwhile, though, it's an anti-eco, and we've been seeing how good For Fun is in all these rounds regardless. And anti-eco especially, they just dominate.
Yeah, they lose 2 players. I don't think they were expecting all 5 on the back side of B, but the Rolling Thunder, a good initiation tool by an initiator. You know, who would have thought that's what initiators do, right, Chad?
Yeah, turns out Riot's pretty good at naming jobs. Sentinel, you know, don't want to move. Trying to hold down locations, you know. Controllers controlling the field, indicating where cover would be. Line of sights. Duelists gotta go for frags. Stuff.
Right here.
Four Funners playing for fun and without any concern for the site itself. Not a single player on this A site, by the way, from either direction. We should see a rendezvous, possibly back towards spawn. Both Sentinels holding the long angle, both with rifles in hand, and both just awaiting this push to come through. Both teams think a flank is coming through, and both are incorrect in assuming so. Asteri 7 trying to initiate once more onto this A site. They drop the null command, not allowing that rendezvous away into spawn. Matt Z looking for this early kill, won't find it. It's Shakib to do so. World Rise with a double, a triple as a matter of fact, to deny any semblance of a defense. The site's down, the spike put down, and Four Funners, I don't think they have a retake here.
Probably not, but I was gonna say if LeMain got the kill on World Rise, they would have a chance. But now in the 4v1, World Rise is maybe now finally shaking off that like LAN jitters that woken up in the morning. Perhaps it's 1 p.m. for us though. You know, not so much of a morning for them. 1 p.m. for Eastern at least. So still first match of the day situation.
Are they gonna watch this? Please tell me they're gonna watch this.
100%.
Should have this. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, Chad. Sometimes that happens. You hop into your comp games, and everybody's going hunting, and it happens. Luckily for them, this is A, not a comp game, and B, they're much more due diligent than my Plat teammates. It is what it is, though. You were talking about LAN jitters. For all of you wondering where Brentwood is, it's in Missouri. Central Time is where they reside. It's 12 p.m. or 12:21 by the time hear what I'm saying. Four
Haha.
Funners, yeah, I'm factoring in stream delay as well.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah, it's
Quick maths.
big brain here. Our second real rifle round, maybe third, I think. But the first one convincingly going in the favor of Four Funners, the second now going the way of Asteri 7. There's no real team coming out on top of a lot of these engagements past just opening gunfights. Those are the ones that really decide these rounds, and if you see Asteri 7 win an opening duel or maybe a second, they're in a good position, but look at this, the tour de force popped for the first time thus far this game.
Here.
You're looking to go for some economical decisions now they lost in the round, but Matt Stu's going to have a big moment coming around here as the arcade hit is going to be the game of plan. The slow field is massive.
What?
And that's a double for Matt Z.
No way you're supposed to find a double there. Easily you're supposed to rendezvous away. That or you die as you're reloading and rechambering your tour de force. Apparently, that's not the case as Asteri 7 wait too long and the doppelganger is felled, as is the Neon, the main fragging power here on the attacking side, already gone and off the board. Asteri 7, I was talking about needing to win your opening engagements, Chad, that has been really anything, but they're looking to reinitiate as well. It is a third for Matt Z, finally. There's a refrag.
Yeah, the tour de force rechamber is so much faster than the Yop. Breaks that slow field, so you can't really swing a corner very well. And gotta say, there's a sin there for Asteri 7. Yet again, they have two agents who can flash. They have an agent who can hard swing, slide around a corner. They have smoke options. They have so much utility they can use to not be in a situation where they just dry swing around. And look at Jay having two flashes and the aftershock now back again. Used it earlier, but still, that's just so many opportunities of utility they can use to not allow Matt Z just to hold an angle like that. And on LAN, dude, look at their pings. They can hold angles just fine.
Yeah, it's not looking good whatsoever for Asteri 7. You were talking about LAN pings. I think that's an understatement as to their issues. Not only they're losing not based off of pings, they're losing based off of maybe lack of overall team play. Data Killer playing a Sentinel role. Usually you don't see the Sentinels frag out as much, but Chamber's anything but a default Sentinel. Usually should be fragging out. I like to call him a combination of a Duelist and a Sentinel, mainly favoring the Duelist side of that, considering the Rendezvous and the Tour de Force available. Nice flash and a good peek, but Flop shuts it down, looking for a second as well. A second flash, he avoids it, looking for that frag. It is a trade, 1 for 1, but 2 overall, now 3 favoring Asteri 7. They initiate onto the site from both sides. The dish favors World Rise. The stun in towards Matt Z, finally forcing him away. There's the utility play we've been looking for.
Data Killer finding Matt Z getting a little bit of payback there. It's all down at Shakib. And 1 versus 3 has a resurrection. Oh, they're gonna have availability to get that resurrection as well. I think this is doable, but they still don't have the best utility to make the retake happen.
The aftershock forces the avoidance of it. The wall dropped as Shakib actually finds the kill. They drop the wall right in the midfield of it. The swing, however, is unsuccessful. World Rise finds the first. Data finds the second. Apparently omniscient with that in-game data. And for Funners are having their lead continually cut down, bit by bit.
Definitely seems like Series 7 needs World Rise to be online, though. Every time they find success is World Rise getting 1-2 kills or more. That big pop-off moment with the 4K round over round number 7 was massive for that team. It completely stopped all that momentum Four Funners had developing. You saw them even being hyper-aggressive towards Clay. Shutting down that momentum was such a turning point.
Hello.
Let's see.
Oh no,
he's
there's
stuck.
no way Matt Z survives.
Oh,
No, he
that
gets
just
out!
pushed him out.
The Rolling Thunder pushes him outside. It's a doubled up ultimate that finds absolutely nothing other than maybe ground gained. Odd position for them to be in. They should get the spike down and will. 0 Point is shot just before it goes out. Nice reaction from low main, and there's a flank being established as well. 2 players across towards arcade with a third up towards tower, but Four Funners have an argument to try this retake and will do so at that. In goes the paint shells and that fault line, allowing the push forward. Oh no, the blast pack misses though, and the null command is popped. Overdrive utilized. They're overcommitting into this one, and it may cost them the round. Cal, with their third, still the no command available for them. The spray into the fake. It's Cal to find the kill. A Stary 7 to find 4. Just as Cal does on the round, they will retrieve the operator as well, dropping that towards their chamber. What a round.
Yeah, massive step up from Cal as well. Had a little bit of a rough start on that pistol. Has a little bit been low key ever since, but playing the time there, forcing Matt Z in an almost impossible situation of time rolling real low. Cal had all the room to work with for burning that time right down. Stary 7, this was looking like it might have been like a 13-1 kind of situation with how this game started, but Stary 7 really woke up. They're definitely working together a lot better. They're using utility, they're flashing the way in. Like, I love this. They're definitely playing the game of Valorant now.
Took them a little while to try to initiate and actually play the ever-loved tactical first-person shooter we all play day in and day out, but they finally picked it up. Maybe some LAN jitters that you were talking about earlier finally relieved as LAN has gotten a little more back to normal. Cal has been detected by the boombot. The flash is perfect, as is the swing. The Guardian finds the first. They're popping the... Why are you using this with no information? They may find absolutely nothing out of it. They find a little bit of damage at best. But the Sage Wall, it's so perfect behind that. It may get the defuse. They at least get it to half. And the Blast Pack away will allow them to do so. The Sage Wall is still in between them and that spike itself. The tap... No, they didn't get it to half. No way. What? What is going on?
Do they have time?
I don't think they have it.
It's going to be close.
Time... It's going to be very close. I don't think they do.
Oh!
No, by 0.12 seconds. Halfway mark was the decide. That's a chaotic round, Chad.
Oh, man. That's such a bummer. Stunna, he was in the incendiary, was committing to a half, but realized, like, okay, I need to get out of the incendiary so I don't die, right? But thought, like, it's so awkward. When you see, like, the line, you see, like, the bar going to it, and you're like, hit the line, I'm gonna get off. But you gotta go like slightly beyond the line to really get the half to confirm it. And they just popped off as it was hitting the line. It didn't quite connect. Oh man. You have to overlap a little bit. You're just shy. It's probably less than 0.12 seconds to getting the half.
Strike down, attacker spawn.
Hello, Shakib.
The lineup.
They may be able to actually get a res off of this. No, they will have to back away. I think the information is there as to how many ult orbs they have in the back pockets. They're not able to retrieve the final ult orb required to get the resurrection available, so no res for their teammate. Unfortunate. But 2 trade frags by a Sage.
They're playing for Arcade Orb right now. They have cover from the breach. Oh, maybe the breach already grabbed it? I can't really tell what's going on over there. By on the map. Would love, right? Please put orb on map so we can know what's going on there. Matt Z and Spoof, though, holding on A main massively. And now it's still a 2 versus 1 situation. But the teleport out from Matt Z makes him go too far away. Couldn't support Spoof.
The trade's not available, and now Jay in a 1v3 can differentiate their 1v1s. Rolling Thunder utilized, pushing the breach right out into the open. I don't know how more perfectly played that could have been by the opposing breach. 4 funners make it a 7-5 half, but from the start, it should have been much better.
Yeah, I'm actually, yeah, I wish we had orbs on the main map, man. That'd be great. That'd be so sick.
It would be cool.
That would add so much more depth into, like, what we can talk about in the round. Especially in Fractures, 4 orb points, man. There's so much going on. Can't catch it all.
You could if you played Pokemon.
Fun fact, I've never caught them all.
You haven't?
No. I always, that's my main goal every time, and I get deep in the game, and I don't like turn-based RPG play, and I get annoyed with all the status conditions of the fight through, and then I'm like, you know what? I'm over it. And then I don't actually get them all.
I usually go, you know what? I'm going to go play Valorant.
Yeah, same.
And then I don't. So
I catch all the bullets to the face. Does that count?
I suppose. I mean, I think we all are in that same situation every so often. We will see the wall and the little healing orb utilized early on, but it's a site control, or a bit of site control here for 4 funners. A full 5v5 retake, as we saw many times over in the first half of play. This time it's a Stary 7 to try to initiate onto the site. A weird flash all the way towards Arcade. It should have.
Yeah,
by
I went
theory at least,
Same.
going all the way through the backside of the tower. But it's still a Stary 7 with 3 different avenues of attack, and Incendiary in towards the first point, though, makes their life increasingly difficult as the initiation finally comes forward. World Rise does not take away that rendezvous in front of them. The right clicks should be landing, though, and they don't have a ping onto the spike. That could be just a ninja defuse. They have no info. What a play from a Stary 7.
Wow. I mean, For Fun got the site, but the decision of how to play in the post plant was send everybody to arcade, overcommitting for that control location. And not enough location people were holding the site itself, holding canteen, spawn for defenders, Bane. They didn't sprout properly to have the best angles, and Stary 7, they just found the opening, dropped the smokes, and then just worked their way onto site. There's nothing For Funners could really do with it. And then obviously getting the frags helps out a lot as well. Stary 7, slow start, finally start figuring out how to use utility properly and work as a team, and now they're on defensive side, maybe things can work out better for them.
Another odd round, where this time it's a collapsing attack onto B. 2 avenues of attack established, one towards arcade as we see, and the chamber walking up towards main on the other side of it. 4 Funners decide on the exact same site, but in a completely different manner, and with drastically worse guns. Cal finds 2, is traded out, so a Spectre retrieved, and a spike should be planted. It is indeed, but again, a Stary 7 can retake here, and honestly, with their weaponry here, Chad should. They have one avenue of attack, though, in through that Sage Wall. It will find Data Killer because of the paint shells in through that very small entryway. Low main pushing off the back of their own fault line, unaware of Jay's position, though. It should be trades in their favor. It is indeed, and with Spoof, the last one live, only a classic in their favor, and left out in the open as the sky smoke dissipates. It's a Stary 7 with both of the opening defensive rounds picking up right where 4 Funners left off.
Feels bad for Spoof not being able to quite find the gun on the ground, and smoke runs out. But again, 4 Funners allocating a lot of resources towards arcade for the post plant. And again, it doesn't work out. Lomain taking a massive gamble, swinging out from the smoke in 50-50 and throwing themselves right in between 2 enemy locations. And yeah, the time could have gotten the shots in the back of the members of Hysteria going onto site, but hold and mid was just good enough. Tied up though, rifles in hand. Perhaps, though, we see a reverse of what we saw in the first half, because it was the defending team looking incredibly dominant, and the attacking team took a while to figure things out and start making a comeback to reality.
Hello.
Down, B.
That's an opener, to say the very least. Nice shot with the Headhunter. It's a Stary 7 looking for a bonus, just as 4 Funners were looking for one of their own in the third round of that half as well. This time, it's with significantly worse weaponry. That's the one challenge that a Stary 7 are working into, and, well, in all fairness, they also won bonus denial last time we saw him out in that same situation. This isn't looking great to open things up, but we've seen retakes from them before with worse weaponry and with worse player bases as well.
Twice now they've done the same execute from arcade with dropping the Sage Wall, walking off mid. Stary 7 having a hard time with this weaponry, break down that wall as well, and still a little bit of time left on it. Fantastic positions for 4 Fun. I love that they have Matt Z in big main as well. They're a little better spread out.
Spread looking near perfect for them. It's working in their favor as well. Shakib with a 4K. It's a Sentinel ace between the 2 Sentinels here for 4 Funners. They find all 5 kills. 4 of a kind, by the way, for Shakib. Nice bit of fragging power by the Battle Sage. You used to see Battle Mercy for all of you Overwatch players. It's now Battle Sage here in Nerd Street. 16 and 8 through just 15 rounds of play. That's fragging.
Yeah, speaking of fragging power, the kill count largely in favor of 4 Fun, despite being only 1 round ahead, and a lot of that comes down to just the time burning and potential from Hysteria 7. So you definitely know how to play the clock and play the tactical part of the shooter very well. And the shooter part has been coming out better for Hysteria 7 now that they have better shooter guns in hand. Still a bit of a default from them. 4 Fun, the first A site look. They've been favoring Sage Wall usage to get onto site, not saving for post plants a lot. We'll see if they do the same here.
It always puts you in an odd position. If you overutilize your utility early, it leaves you susceptible to relatively easy retakes. That's one of the main reasons Asteri 7 were able to retake in these first 2 rounds. But we've followed the exact same avenue of attack as we've seen in the previous half. The first 2 rounds going to this attack or this defending side, then the attackers deny the bonus. 0 Point will detect 4 of 5 players towards a main, and they will back away. However, they had full B control. Matt Z's dead. Another question, do they still push B? I think they do. They're just going to send it. And with a combat stim, no less. They are not waiting whatsoever. Another Sage Wall to initiate. This time they're playing on top of it. And good night, World.
Worldwide could have gotten at least 1 more kill there on the way in. That would have been huge for them. But Shakiv's actually the one getting a double for the round. The Battle Stage still kicking in a 4v3 post plant. The ultimates are in favor for 4 front as well. They have an orbital strike to work with here to delay even more time. They need Spoof to stay alive.
Again, you see a 0 Point finding multiple players. This time it's 3 instead of the previous 4, but a trade immediately thereafter. Yes, a Sky Smoke denying the line of sight, but there's a flank walking all the way around in through Arcade, seemingly detected by Flop. It is indeed. Jay pushing forward will walk straight to the meat grinder. Both players in towards tower, though, is detected. An early orbital strike means they have to take just the straight up gunfights, and they'll win them. The Initiator versus the Controller, and the Initiator initiates a round win. For Funners, they expand their round differential to now 2, as Asteri 7 falling behind on yet another retake of the B site.
Yeah, 4 Funners looking for the A hit with the option of Matt's either being on the rotate punish or having a flank option immediately on the retake when Asteri wasn't ready for it. After all that utility dump over towards Sands is rotate was the call. Matt C though got shut down. That looked pretty bad, but Shakiv was definitely the hero of that round. Silver Resurrection available. Didn't find an opportunity to use that so far. Asteri 7, despite being on, wow, they completely gave it up.
They are running towards each other. There's not a single player between them and themselves. They fully dedicate themselves to Dish and then to B. And then the spike goes down on A. We will see once more a 5v5 retake. However, this time it's going to be 3 players rotating in through spawn, of which Matt Z should be aware of. The spray, however, may not be there. And he whips out his knife! No way! What? Matt Z gets caught with a timing. That's a free rifle and an ability to flank. The trademark will not be available considering the death of the chamber. A second kill, however, for Stunna. They're stunned up. Should throw down the paint shells and find something with it. They will not. It's even trades a now 2 versus 2. However, time is continually ticking away from the spike, and it leaves just Jay in a 1v2. They'll fall immediately thereafter. Low main in 2 straight rounds will find the final kill required. This time it's on to their doppelganger as Jay will fall. But that was a costly round up against a near full sent eco from Asteri 7.
And honestly, I'm surprised World Rise didn't pop ult there. I'm trying to think of why they wouldn't.
I think the main reason is because they didn't want to overcommit into a round they didn't have much of a shot of.
Yeah, but like Neon ult is essentially the same as Jet and Chambers ult. It's like a free gun. On your eco rounds.
So I think I figured out why. So they had the Sheriff, but the other part of it is the overdrive does consistent damage, but has absolutely no ability to get an instant kill. So yes, it's like a free gun, but if you have a Sheriff and an ability to possibly catch a flank, especially considering they were walking all the way around, I think you'd most of the time want to take that Sheriff. And they weren't trying to run around like a chicken with their head cut off, which is where the overdrive is most useful when you have that high step enabled. So instead they decide, rather, let's just use the Sheriff. I like it. There are 5 players sitting next to World Rise, 2 ultimates already dedicated. Rolling Thunder finds absolutely nothing. The Showstopper shouldn't find much, if anything at all. They will throw it through. It'll find a whole lot of thin air in towards Defender spawn. And is Asteri 7 again a 5v5 retake here, chat?
A lot of 4 Fun just aggressively as a team trying to find space for themselves to work for this post plant because they have a ton. That's the site. Now they have the A main. The Aftershocks coming through. It's only 1.
Oh. But the trade there, the null command, they should be able to stabilize. Yes, they do. It is a resurrection in tandem. There's the overdrive. It finds 2 as well. A third to possibly close things out. Low main left alone has to take 2 different gunfights at the exact same time. A recipe for disaster. Overutilization of ultimates early on in the round, possibly costing for Funners. The round is Asteri 7 used 3 of their own to reinitiate, actually 4 of their own to reinitiate into the site, as the Rolling Thunder and the null command were both utilized early. Odd sets of ultimates used, but a round win nonetheless for Asteri 7.
Yeah, and it's what we talked about earlier, is how they're utilizing a lot of utility early to get onto the site. And we can see that round count. So 3 round wins from Asteri 7 or defuses. Like, For Fun is successfully getting it to the site very often. However, if they're not finding the kills early on as well to double up with that, the Asteri 7 has so much better utility for the retakes and finds For Fun completely defenseless at times.
Spike plant versus round win. That's the dilemma you see Asteri 7 really putting for Funners in. Stunna peeking around, trying to open up the door, will catch a timing, but Flop still wins the fight. The Incendiary dedicated and the fight won means the duelist, the lone duelist as a matter of fact, on the For Funners side, is gone off the board early. A great opener for Asteri 7 as chaos is once more created towards that A side, and Data Killer is just chilling behind triple box. Low main gives away the fact they've pushed forward and should be swung on. The information's there. Data Killer finds the kill and rendezvous away. Uh-oh.
Matt C's all off on island right now, man. He's got to live for a little bit.
An operator no less. Data Killer close range. It's just Flop to find one. The swing in through the sky smoke, not fully covering things off, able to push through because of it. Low main left alone on the site itself, with help finally coming through the sky smoke in towards main. There's a first for low main. That's a great opener, but they have very little utility, if any at all. A stim beacon and an incendiary is all that remains here for For Funners. The retake once more established, but this time it's based off of very little utility on the opposing side just as well. Low main, the swing, finds a second. It's a 4K on the round for Low main. Spoof couldn't find a dang thing, and World Rise closes out the round. Narrow margins, a win regardless.
Yeah, they didn't have any more smokes either, so they couldn't lock off any angles. Left in a corner, it's hard to fight out of that. Valiant effort. World Rise, though, good to close out that round. And the ultimate, by the way, was used really well earlier as well, whenever they had rifles in hand, weakened opponents, and swing through with the aftershock especially. Working that with the aftershock was actually massive, so it's a better timing from them. One away from Asteri 7 from tying things up yet again, but so many ultimates online for For Funners. That orbital strike is back in the hands of Rolling Thunder as well. You feel like they just used those like 2 or 3 rounds ago, and they're back online yet already.
Oh,
my. That was close.
It's a tour de force and a flashbang, or an operator and a flashbang up against a tour de force. Both chambers decide, I'm not taking that fight, and each back away in almost quick succession with one another. A main is the call, though, here for For Funners. They're initiating on towards this A site. World Rise actually playing on the site itself for seemingly the first time thus far this map. The stun through. I don't know if they've seen him. Up above he stands. World Rise trying to make it away. Should be able to, and does just barely. A fragment disallowing a push through, at least for free, will give Data Killer the ability to find an opening kill before the spike is even put down. A retake already established before the spike is even planted, but it's not a free retake by any means. 2 players up above on the catwalk below. It could be a chaotic retake, though, and it is already. 2 players below, now just 1. Chakib will fall. It's Matt in between a 1v3. Misses the first shot, will find the second, though. A tour de force still available, but no rendezvous as they're stunned up as well. No tour de force, no headhunter, only a classic. Such a classic way to
die. And it's a classic move for Funners as well, burning both of their ultimates. I mean, they have 3, but the orbital strike and the Rolling Thunder were burned to get onto the site on an eco round. So they got the spike planted yet again. Nice. All 5 round ones from Asteri 7 on defense are defuse finishers. Like, For Funners continues to burn too much utility to get on the site, and they're left a little bit stranded in the post plant. Stereo 7, keeps working out for them. So you realize our 3 round losses are from being fragged. Let's just not give them frags early. Let's have people like the Neon, the Chamber, be the ones for first contact and get out pretty safe. And then we'll just play retake. They keep burning ultimate utility too soon.
I think at this point, a Stereo 7 could just sit in their spawn, figure out what site the spike is planted on, and then just do a 5 versus 5 retake every single round.
Yeah.
It honestly wouldn't be a bad call because 4Funners every single time decide, oh yeah, I haven't seen a single person. Let's throw 3 ultimates and 4 bits of abilities into a site where we have absolutely no information to work off of. This is, by the way, why SOVA exists. You can find information with an owl drone, a sonar dart, what have you. They decide not to bring the SOVA. I mean, yeah, but even the Raze is overutilizing their utility. Paint shells without any information finds very little damage, if any at all. It's odd for 4Funners. They should be winning a lot of these rounds, but they take the site for too much of a cost and then lose because of it.
You can go for this wall play again. Same wall right there to cut off Canteen. And they won't, yep, there it is, and they won't have it for post plant.
Al, flashing themselves in, should be able to find a kill. No, Stun shuts that down.
Massive.
That's a lot of their initiation utility gone early, but it's a trade. Matt Z has no ability to play through the remainder of this round. Data Killer removing that ability should be in a good position for the remainder of it. Flop, such a good shot, but around their own wall plays Shakib, and well, they will fall because of it. The stun through means Spoof can't do a dang thing, and it's Stun in a 1v3, barely able to find anything, not even a kill. It's again a retake. What a surprise, Chad.
Yeah, that wall doesn't give you like protection on the side itself either. It just gets you to the stairs safely. I don't know. It's
nope.
Chad,
there's an old saying. Yeah. There's an old saying that people go by. The definition of insanity.
Yep.
Trying the same thing over and over again, the exact same way, and expecting a different result. That's what 4Funners have done for the last 4 rounds.
Getting the entry kill was massive, so they have a player advantage at least. If you're going to have to play against a utility advantage, you at least want to have player advantage, but even still, the Stereo 7 was able to find some like 1v1 pick plays, and 4Funners wasn't able to position well to swing off each other, make trades happen, and use that player advantage effectively even. So, it's definitely a tough situation.
I just want to call out what a 0 point. That was thrown from the back of B all the way in through the A door. That's a lineup and a half, by the way, from the KO. Does find a little bit of information because of how many players it exposes. Rolling Thunder dedicated alongside the Orbital Strike. There's barely any way out of that. Flop will find a free kill onto Spoof, who had no way away from their own ultimate, unfortunately used by the opposing side. Low Main's aggression, though, is rewarded. There's a first. The op on the other side, though, turning it right back the other way. Finally, they have a Sage Wall for a possibility of a post plant. They'll be able to move around it because of that. Flop, no Orbital Strike remaining, and because of that, not a great position for them to lock down. A flank trying to be established in through that A main position. A second for Chakib as well. Leaves Jay in a 1 versus 2. They know Stun is on the site. They unfortunately just do not know where, and the reinitiation through the Sky Smoke will give 4Funners their first round in 5 rounds running. Finally, denying Asteri 7 a retake. It's been a little while.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? Maybe they learn the lesson finally. We'll have to see as these next couple rounds happen. They had the wall for post plant. They used it after the spike was planted. They had some utility to work with as well. That was on their eco round that they did that. Resurrection now available. We saw it Jay use an aftershock as Flop destroyed the wall and then had to reload, so the stun wore out by the time the members of Stereo 7 actually challenged. I feel like waiting on that stun a little bit actually probably would have been better. But at least if that miscoordination utility, you might be using utility, but if not coordinated, it might not work out very well for them. Anyway, Stinger plays from a Brimstone. Love to see it.
Oh, they don't clear out the close corner as well. Cubby doesn't get cleared, but it may not have to be. There are the trades. Stunner with a double. The assist off the flash means they can push forward nearly free. Satchel in towards the site. A double satchel at that, getting away from the tour de force of Data Killer. They don't expose themselves. I like this call. avoid long angles at all costs. That's exactly what they're doing. Stunna sitting in towards the back corner of sight, and the showstopper utilized in order to force them away. Cal will throw in the fragment. That may land, and it does. What a good shot, playing off information alone, leaving just Data Killer in this 1v3. The Tour de Force, the Headhunter, all that remains for them. They do not have a primary weapon whatsoever, and they have to take two different gunfights at 180-degree angle difference. There's no way you win this. There's absolutely no chance. What a play off the back side of it, by the way, for Funners. Match point.
Maybe it was because they had to do a bit of an eco round and they felt like pressured to make something happen and get a first kill, something like that. But Asteria 7 not doing what has been working for them. They went and took challenging fights early, lost them, and gave up the site before Funners even used up all their utility to get to the site. So they had post-playing utility again. The technical timeout coming in from Asteria 7. I would love to see them going back to what's been working for them, where they just play safer until the spike's been planting and make the retakes happen. It's always a little stressful to play retakes because you're on a timer, right? But it's been working so well for them. And if you can just have a little bit of a faux presence to where you're baiting for Funners to continue using all the utility early, fall off safely with your chamber rendezvous, with your neon runouts, and you use your fault lines and things like that to assist as well. You have all the advantages there for the retake. So perhaps that's what they're going to be talking about right now. Interesting, the Soap Shopper wasn't used as far as like wait for the whole duration to burn more time, which is a lot of times what you see raises do when they pop it post plant, but still got kill of it, so we take those.
I think the one note that Funners are playing in their favor is that they are not forcing themselves to play up against the clock, rather turning that timer against Asteria 7, which usually has that sixth man in their own favor. It's odd, but it's effective. Early initiation onto sites in seemingly every single round means Asteria 7, yes, their retakes may be successful, but they have to be consistently successful. This is a different story. I see 5 players, and then about 20 meters of each other, and they are not fully committing, at least not just yet. Asteria 7 do not have the best of buys. They have to take some concessions in terms of abilities and utility, so that could cost them later on. Already stuns utilized there for the Neon, but it's the A site for free, and they don't use a bunch of utility because of it. They will get the spike down. The only ultimates on the other side are Null Command and Overdrive, the first of which already utilized. It'll be a full retake once more for the 8th round in a row. In goes that Rolling Thunder, but it does not catch Data Killer. It actually catches Stunna, who is stunned but finds the kill, has to live up to their name, and does so with a double, stunning everybody, including Asteria 7, leaving Flop in a 1v4. It's not gonna happen. Funners will take Fracture. They will send themselves to that winner's final in the GSL group and put themselves in an outstanding position to move on to the playoffs as well.
I love that Funners made the adaptation as well that they needed to do for the very end, where they burned all 3 of their smokes to get on site, as well as flash and paint shells, things like that. But they saved like the Rolling Thunder. They saved a few other pieces of utility for the post plant. That Rolling Thunder came out pretty huge at the very end there as well. Baited out a little bit to make it seem like Stunna wouldn't be in the corner. Surely they wouldn't get caught by their own Rolling Thunder, right? But no, that part of that bait was what allowed them to have that chamber look the wrong way, get caught by surprise, things like that. And yeah, it worked out great for them at the very end. They're able to narrowly clinch out the victory, 13-11. And it's a best of 1 series. So even though it's a narrow victory, it doesn't matter. They're the ones moving on right now.
You can win 13-11 or 13-0, but a win is a win in a lot of these best of 1 matches, and that's the important one. That means they have an extra life moving forward. They will take on whoever that number 1 seed is in their group. Our group's determined, however unknown to me, but it's a win. And Chad, before we send it away to our break, before we move on to the winner's final, I believe, of our other group, what are your final thoughts on Fracture? Because it was chaos created early in that second half of play, but later on, finally, it took them forever, but they figured out what was going wrong and they solidified it on the Forerunner side.
Yeah, it seems like every time that they came to a point where they can take fights, it worked out so great for Funners overall. On the defending side, there's a lot of dry peaks and swings from Asteria 7 where they didn't use utility to lead themselves in. Literally the opposite issue of Funners' attack, where Asteria 7 didn't use enough utility to get onto the sites. He started figuring out towards the end of the half, but it was a little bit too late. They trailed 5-7. And on the other side of things, War Funders finally figured out the lesson of let's not overuse utility to get onto the site. And they're then able to close out the half and win it all out. So it was interesting that it was literally the opposite issues for the teams. Both of them were making adaptations towards the end of the half, but it was War Funders who had done so faster, or perhaps in case of Viserys 7 not doing it fast enough.
You know, Chad, you could say their attacks and defenses were more, I don't know, ergonomic as the series progressed. Speaking of ergonomic, by the way, a new addition to our ergonomic sponsor, the Elemax competitive advantage you've been waiting on. An addition to your M4, M5, M7, or M9 Mavix gaming chair featuring cooling, heat, and massage, the Elemax will keep your gaming sessions going even longer with body temperature regulation and increased focus as the future of gaming is here. Shop now at Mavix.com. Our ad may have changed since the previous matches and series. However, one thing that hasn't changed is you can still use code NSG55 or just code NSG for $55 off your purchase at Mavix.com. Save some money, and Nerd Street gives it to you.
And that new feature for the Mavix shares, currently 50% off. So
True.
Elemax, 50% off. Also 55. That's a lot of deals.
It's basically free.
Yeah.
Also, it goes from $129 to $69, and then you go from $69 to $14.
That's a wild savings. Yeah, you get this amazing feature for free. Temperature control is really nice, especially right now, the summer months. Like me in Florida, man, it's so hot all the time. Blew me off. Going into winter months, people out there like in St. Louis, Missouri, things like that. Philly later on, right? You can go into getting some warming up to stay toasty. 92, yeah.
92 degrees outside.
I haven't checked the temperature for me, but I'm imagining it's the 90s probably in Florida. But what's also heating up is these group stages, is this tournament. And I believe we're going into War Funders versus Zero Latency next, who's the number one seed of their group, waiting for them there. So we'll see how that plays out when we get to it on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that.
After sure he used, it's Ares to pick up one.
Oh my God!
What? Three Ares cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed.
Oh.
The strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez. And he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
Speedy shit.
The winner's decider. Here in Group A, it's the Brentwood LAN continuing, our second of 3 best of 1s before we send it into the bracket sometime late. That is Chadlantis. As we move up to 0 latency on LAN no less. Do they have that LAN buff considering their name, Chad?
That would be pretty sick if that actually came out to be true and they won the whole thing. But yeah, we'll have to see. On paper, they are the ones that are the favored team in this group. That's why they had the #1 seed. They get the first round bye. So I've come into here and see if Four Funners can keep the lessons they learned from last game and go into this one. And honestly, though, those lessons aren't like universal lessons, because if the defending team does play up, then overutilizing utility actually works, because then you win those initial fights and you get onto the site with a substantial player advantage. So it's more of a whether or not we can see Four Funners adapt faster up against whatever 0 latency utilizes against them, because a lot of the angle holds, things like that for Four Funners and the defensive side looked pretty good overall. We didn't dive super deep into what they needed to do on defense to adjust, but as far as offense goes, it comes down to whatever 0 latency decides to play aggressively, play back in default, play for retakes, and all of that also comes down to the team composition they come up with, as well as I believe we're going over towards Haven as perhaps the map pick. We'll be going into that a little bit to determine where we're going, as we'll have a wonderful slide from our awesome producer Ferme to see where we're going for 100% certainty. And Haven, there we go. All right, we just need that like second. There was a little bit of latency to see what 0 latency's map pick was.
Name pun. I like it. Well done. 0 latency do decide to ban out Ascent and choose Haven. So, Haven being our decider for this best of 1 on the cards. It's an odd decision considering it was this or Ascent, but I feel like 0 latency are playing around their strengths. I'm a little surprised of the Fracture ban, considering Four Funners just played a very strong team on it, and I wouldn't say trounced them, but played extremely well to their strengths off of it, and understood what was going wrong later on in the game. Possibly they could have played off of that. They decided rather, they don't want to. They leave it up to Ascent and Haven. Haven being the call here for 0 latency. We don't 100% know whether this is going to favor either team based off of previous results. Of course, Fracture just being played, 0 latency not playing on LAN yet. They were the #1 seed in this group, getting that first bye, as each group has 3 teams in a GSL group, meaning it's 0 latency to get a bye, and alongside them, it is, as I totally remember, AoE to get the other.
Oh yeah, on the other side of the group, we haven't covered them yet, so a little bit off the radar for now, right? We want to focus on right now, which right now we're seeing a little Pretty similar composition so far. They switched out Jakib's Sage for Sova. Stunner might go off the Raze for Jet, which on Haven makes a lot of sense. Sova has a lot more opening areas to work with for information gathering, and Omen being grabbed by Spoof would be awesome as well. I think Haven is such an exciting map because I legitimately feel like every agent is viable in this map. Even like Yoru is probably like pretty much off the radar. Reyna kind of the same. Phoenix was like the worst character of the game for a long time, but with that curveball buff, it's insanely hard to flick it now. But perhaps on a LAN ping, you can do it if you're good enough, and all these players appear to be. So those three agents, like, okay, maybe not, but everything else seems really viable, and it still seems to be the largest diversity of compositions of any of the maps that I've been seeing lately.
The only difference between these two teams is the controllers,
Funny
as
enough.
a matter of fact. Yeah, the Breach, the Sova, Chamber, and the Jet all mirrored between the two squads. It's the controllers, both of which are new to the BRENTWOOD LAN thus far. The only controllers we've seen are Brimstone and Brimstone. That's it. That's all we saw in Fracture. Not too much diversity back when our first map to play. But it's Omen being brought through for Spoof, who did play said Brimstone, and Town favoring the Astra. Now, Astra falling out of favor in recent months and seasons and acts, so on and so forth. But I feel like she's still a very viable pick as long as you take a second and think, what am I going to do here? And make sure you place your stars, bro.
That works.
Yeah, the really nice thing about Astra, especially in defensive side of things, is you can have presence anywhere on the map. And it's such a wide map. It's so hard to defend properly as a controller. Brimstone is so fun and great on offense, but on defense, if you're leaning towards A side, you can't help but see, and vice versa. And with Breaches playing mid a lot, you don't want to double stack up. And now, Sana finding the stack ups of headshots lining up, getting a triple kill already, and forcing zero latency already to a slow start.
Are we sure he's not playing Chamber? Seems like a headhunter thus far in the pistol round. Already the Sheriff finding 3. And a flank established. Not pushing past the trademark that's established near window, but I mean, it wouldn't really matter considering the Chamber's already dead. There should be no information as to this push. They had no sound cues to base this off of. Town seems relatively aware of the possibility. The Headhunter find anything but, as it only hits thin air. But there's another one on the flank. Spoof completely uncleared, and Altered is left alone in a 1 versus 3. The flash, though, it denies the possibility of denying the spike plant. That's a little bit of credits. But a team flash there for low main, denying Spoof's ability to find a kill, means there's a spike plant, but regardless, it's around.
All good. We want to get that Rolling Thunder sooner, you know? I'd say Rolling Thunder is generally more useful than From the Shadows, but obviously, you know, both are viable. Especially on this map. Omen is so good on this map, too. We talked about how it's so wide of a map and hard to have presence everywhere as a controller. I mean, obviously, dark cover can be sent basically anywhere in the map, but it's a slower travel speed. But From the Shadows, the fact that you can anchor or C side, which we see a lot of Omens anchor C, and they can just instantly teleport to like A heaven, something like that, if it's A hit, is so useful. It's probably the most viable map as far as Omen Ultimate goes.
It's an odd ult. It's unique, to say the very least. I think most ultimates at this point are, with maybe regards to some of the duelist ultimates, considering they seem relatively similar to one another, at least at face value, and the way they work out. Spray possibly for stun. No, does not come through, and the shock dart misses as well. Free ult orb there for Altered, trying to build up that Hunter's Fury early. But this is just an eco round for zero latency. They're looking for possibly weapons to take away, denying a full bonus into the following, and hopefully a spike plant. I think those are their 2 hopes in this.
Revealing area.
I'll be giving up entirety of mid for that initial look towards A lobby. They're trying to just get some more information, make sure mid's controlled enough, empty enough at least, so they have to worry about some cutoffs. But Matt C is going to be the one forward facing with a rendezvous option on C long.
Misses the first, hits the second though. Migster down, that's an opener, and the information there is I believe the remaining 3 players here for Zero Latency have been seen, and in response they will back the heck away. This may be a free spike plant onto B, but a quick rotate could deny that. Information is there, and audio cues are given over as Altered already pushing forward, trying to plant towards the default position. The deny is there as well. The spray down for Chakib finds 3 on the round, the 4th denied, but a round regardless once more. 4 funners looking clean through 2, but this is a similar story to that of what we've seen on Fracture. Is the bonus denied? That's the real question.
Chakib, Battle Sage of the last map, and nice triple kill now. It could be a Battle Sova, which is not really a term used because Sova's oftentimes can find some frags, but a lot of times are the ones in clutch positions because if they're information initiator, you're oftentimes playing a little bit slower than your team. Support them right there. Right for the line, it's an anti-eco, bulldog in hand. You're feeling confident and stepped up the moment for sure. Swing Sewers by Altered. One of the many reasons we see Sova's being used on Haven. Quick flank though. 4 funners.
Matt finding 1. It's immediately traded early on, though, so an opening kill for a trade kill. Bonus rounds always need trades, and here comes one more. Chakib finding a kill and trading out for a Vandal, looking for another, but it's Migster to deny that early push. The Owl Drone should be able to find the chamber, but the rendezvous is available. They'll find it first and a second, not even needing the rendezvous to get the heck out of dodge, as they stay in the fray and find 2 in response to it. 3 players still alive for Zero Latency in this post plant, while 4 funners have only 2 to initiate back into this. The fault line whiffs. The opposing looking to find as much efficacy as it can, but low main is down. This initiation back for Spoof finds 2. It's down to just the Jet on the opposing side. 6 bullets, all that remains here for the Bulldog. It'll miss as well. Katashio dropping Spoof. Zero Latency win their anti-bonus, but it costs them every single rifle, bar the Vandal.
Yeah, that was as far as bonuses go. If you're gonna lose, that was pretty much the best way 4 runners could have done it. Great job by Matt Z trying to just hold down a lobby. Good job by Lomain as well, supporting with that aftershock, forcing back the member of Zero Latency, not being able to hold lobby angle below as Altered and allow them to push through, get the weapon upgrades, and have a better fighting force on the site. Another bite there is for 4 funners though. Owl Drone back to clearing out sewers. One of the bigger reasons people run KO these days is you can throw a knife from B and just cancel out the instant early game Owl Drone from Sovas, but not a agent. 4 funners decided to work with. Stun a little bit stunned from that shot through the wall a little bit themselves, having to back up.
A dink with a Vandal. Unique situation. Hunter's Fury utilized. Shouldn't find all that much. Actually does. Chakib dies off of early engagements. The dash away Stunna barely surviving on 22 HP. They avoid the Hunter's Fury by the hair of their chinny chin, and they're looking to reinitiate. They will find a first. Still at 22 HP, I will remind you. And they find a second. Katashio dies. There's a way back into this round. Yes, the spike is down, but look at how spread apart Zero Latency are. Migster on a flank. Mats is aware of it. There's an op holding this down. Migster will fall. It's down to just Altered, who has no way to alter their current fate. A 1 versus 3. The Vandal alone. Low main has seen them as well. This is such a challenging push here for the Sova. No real easy way into this. They do damage onto Mats and find the kill as well. A shock dart possibility in towards heaven. The swing, though, perfect off of the fault line, but no kill.
68 HP, 14 seconds to work with though. It's such a dire situation. There's a crossfire there as well from Spoof. What? He gets the kill. Lomain, you do not want to take this fight unless you get the kill, I guess. A little bit of an overheat there. It works out in the very end. A few seconds remaining. I feel like he could have actually played a little bit safer, but it was a really close one. You can't really blame him in the moment. It's hard to keep track of all the information. Lomain still, though, did have the advantage position on the gunfight. Had a little bit of a head glitch there, and definitely went out on the end. 4 funners. The fact that Stunna, so much happened towards the end, you kind of like forget a little bit, but the fact that Stunna was at 22 HP and got 2 kills before getting shut down was so huge for funners. And I don't know how Zero Latency allowed them to get away with it.
It was so weird to see as well how they engaged off of that. I think a little bit of over-aggression. You said overheating. I don't think you could have put that any better with how that was played out. Spoof pushing off of a fault line, finds a first and then a second because of the aforementioned utility. Spoof with a third, not aware of Mixter's position, apparently not really required. The flash is perfect, the blade storm as well. One ultimate required, one ultimate used, and one round found. I feel like that's a good trade of ultimates to rounds, if I do say so myself.
I'd say so. I would say that in any way forcing ults being used, even in like a trade situation, I think is pretty solid for an eco round situation. But yeah, that's kind of like a minute point there. What is a bigger point is the fact that Forerunner is still showing a lot of strength when they can just dump utility and take fights instantly, especially early in rounds. It was Antico as well. But that's what was part of what allowed it to be so dominant.
You're seeing odd rounds play out, and I think it's because of the agent compositions we see on either side. A near mirror, bar the Astra and Omen comparison, that also leads to a lot of aggression because of the controllers decided on each team. The Sentinel's really not playing a full Sentinel role. It's a near duelist type, as I mentioned back in our previous map, where you'll see Chambers usually pick up Operators or the Tour de Force as the staple ultimate. Matt playing early and aggressive. The shoulder peek sees one. The sonar dart, it's just a bait. The swing should be there. It's not. Instead, you will see the Chamber back away, utilizing that rendezvous, but a double initiation onto the C site from Garage and from Main. Altered finding the kill into Spoof, but this early Hunter's Fury finding the damage, and Matt's finding the kill. It's 3 for 1 on the round. Forefunner's already initiating this retake, hopping on the defuse, primarily so. Yes, they'll use utility to try and counter it, but Town in a 1v4, nearly no way to pull this off, but they find 4! There's a third already, looking for the 4th. The initiation already there. You should be using utility. Shakib tried to bait it out. The swing's already there. The shock are behind. They're unsuccessful in finding it. There's no way! A 1v4! I refuse to believe it.
Wow.
What is going on? What?
That is wild that Town was being able to pull that one off. A sub for this roster as well, not a player who regularly plays with zero latency, has subbed for them before, but normally plays for Core, the main roster. We've seen that play at a lot of LANs actually. So a player who enjoys travel, plays LANs, subs for rosters happily, especially for the zero latency. Just played with him before once for a tournament just a few weeks ago actually, and right back into it, clutching it massively. So big for the team there.
There's no way that round actually happened. Forefighters had every argument to win that. Matt Z with a double, perfectly played off of their abilities. The Operator into the Headhunter, looking that of Yampi back when Chamber was first introduced. You remember that classic clip on C where he finds the first and then immediately switches to the Headhunter looking like Wild Wild West? That's a classic. Zero latency though, shut it down. Apparently off of a Duelist Astra. New addition to the game, by the way. I don't
Battle
think
Astra.
got the memo. Battle Astra is the new call. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, the stars allowing for initiation utility, I suppose, if you use them correctly. Concussion blasts being what they are. Matt Z holding an odd cross from the close corner of C all the way in towards C Garage. Still waiting for this push to come through from either direction. The stun misses, so does the Tour de Force shot, and they'll have to back away because of it. That's the C site down, and not a lot of abilities nor utility needed for a free spike plant. There's no utility to counter this.
Forefunners all stacked up. They have to clear the corner though. Mixer with a massive first kill. The spray down to the spike being flashed. Will they know about Catastrophe though?
Just waiting with the Blade Storm. Has an updraft available if they want to try to push this. 4 blades of 5 available still here for the Jet. Just waiting close. They hop on the spike first. Will bait out some of that Astra utility. 2 more blades used, and they find absolutely nothing off of it. They'll at least stick it. They may stick this fully. There's no way to hold this. They do, indeed. A 1v3 now for Stunna. There's still that Shroud right in front of them, but there's no way to pull it off. A perfectly placed Sonar Dart. And an even better shot from Mixter means it is a zero latency round, but a little bit of a costly one.
Yeah, and that dark cover is running out of time as well, so they just would not have had the cover at all.
1 second, Pete, right
They'll get that diffused. Zero latency, back-to-back rounds where they primarily find success through holding down C long, planting for long as well. Warfighters need to figure out a way of forcing them off. How do they do that? Dark, like the smokes are the biggest way, honestly. Getting a lurk out through grass and getting over towards C lobby, try to fight for that. It's a deal that's trademarked though, but perhaps Jet could go for that, or the Omen could go for the lurk instead. But it's tough because you want the paranoia on the site. The Jet to entry on the retake.
You already see the Cosmic Divide dedicated. The Sonar Dart lands. Spoof takes a decent bit of damage, though. Rolling Thunder dedicated on the other side, trying to initiate. Spoof finds an opener. Will Shrouded step away with their life for the time being. Playing around this Cosmic Divide is the defensive side, and they'll die. There is a flank. Keep that in mind, and most of it is dead. Matt Z with a double, though. A 1v2 with a spike down. No need to pick up that ultimate orb, but still a Vandal available here for the chamber. However, the Sova is going to turn tail and sprint to the other side of the map. This is odd. They're playing two separate 1v1s here.
Matt's got to have a feel for this, right? Like, there's no other reason they wouldn't have planted a spike yet. But he's still holding this angle. Trademark's down because the chamber died. They did do the cloud covering the trademark play with the Jet, and they had the chamber go along with them as well. So I like that they made that adaptation already. I thought like could have been already rotated and try to punish the spike plant, but play it safe instead. This is an eco round for fun though, so this is already like pretty solid. They got 3 kills from it, which I say is the threshold. Was a previous eco.
No.
Yeah.
Town in a good position, already throwing down a star.
We know how good Town is.
Town's in a good spot. Dies, though. This is a good position. Chamber 1v1 dies. Altered, finding the headshot vertically, no less. 4-4, our scoreline through 8 rounds. These teams, not separated by all that much. Yes, 4 Funners won 4 of 5 to open things up. Zero latency, though, winning the gun rounds later on, and winning the rounds they should, however, by narrower margins than I think we'd expect.
Altered, a player who has been around the block a lot, has been filling in for a lot of teams, doing some trial things here and there. Funny enough, has played with the area effect as well in the past, a couple months ago. But today, perhaps finding a little bit more recognition for the name. Mixer doing exactly the same, shutting down Matt Z, who's been so good at holding angles beforehand, but also on the lesser end for Mixer this time around. Spoof. Mikey spoofed by the door cover. Oh!
No, we missed! Spoof played it perfectly, but Katashio finds both. A first to drop him to 1 HP as he'll back away without a health bar. The second, the headshot required, and it's a 1v5 for Chakib. Now, I am no expert in the game of Valorant, nor perfect in tactical first-person shooters. However, 1 versus 5 seem much less than likely, and I think Chakib agrees with me, so he'll back away. That's a wild outcome, and I just want to point something out. Wait, Chamber just didn't turn.
Ooh, he flicked, but it was like in a moment where the corner was barely covering for Chakib, but they might run into each other anyway on this hunt.
There's no way.
Oh,
my goodness, he turns around again, but the Chamber saw him.
Yeah,
I don't think Migster saw him. You can see the red ping. That indicates the fact that the Chamber has seen him, was looking to take this rifle away, and is sprinting towards it no less. He should be perfectly fine, and he is. One thing I do want to point out, though, you said he's been around the block. Speaking of the block, by the way, last chance qualifiers registrations are open for our Nerd Street Champs Finals on August 18th. That's when the last chance qualifiers take place. They will be on LAN in Philadelphia. Sign-ups are available. Go to nerdstreet.com, click through, and find the Valorant Champs side of it. You can't miss it. Sign up, have fun, play the game. It's LAN. Why not?
That's going to be a very exciting, jam-packed 4-day LAN event over at 401 The Block. Just like it's jam-packed to see lobby 4, 0 latency, and Spoof did not find excitement there. Would have 401 The Block, though.
He probably would have. Maybe the LAN diff is different between the regions. You know, Eastern time versus Central time. Possibly he's central to dying. I don't know where I was going. Zero latency looking pretty good. It is the LAN buff, I think, based off of the team name, in my personal opinion. Nightmare, finding the kill across in a stun, denying a second. Matt Z finally removing that rendezvous. And there's a way back into this for 4Funners. The issue is the Astra's still alive on the opposing side, and they have no controller utility to deny a line of sight on a perfectly planted spike. The Hunter's Fury utilized as well. Won't find anything, at least not early on. Sonar is shot immediately, and the spray onto Matt Z finds one more. This is not looking good for 4Funners on a retake. The Aftershock will miss. They'll try to hop on the spike once more, but it's still a 3v2 turned 3v0 as Altered will find both of the final kills. Zero latency with the last 5 straight rounds. Looking clean, this attacking side.
Yeah, they kind of figured out a strategy that works out really well. Is pushing onto C site with a pretty good amount of utility and then stacking up back at C lobby after it's playing for long and then just spraying down. Because 4Funners haven't really shown signs of knowing how to counter this. The one time they kind of did was on their eco round where they pushed out Stunna with Matt Z and blocked off the trademark with a cloud burst, walked right past it, got a kill off of that, and were able to upgrade to a rifle kind of situation, make a 1v2 situation happen. But with rifles in hand, I feel like they need to keep playing for that. I think they need to be more willing to go for that option. Because trying to just fight back through C site is just not working for them. What?
They completely forget the fact that sewers exists and die to Matt Z twice over.
Wow.
Free kill there for the Tour de Force. The rendezvous placed well in towards the A connector. Finds him 2 free kills. And 4Funners, that's 2 openers that they've otherwise lacked in the previous few rounds.
Yeah, we've seen 4Funner, once they get like a 5-3 situation early in the game, or the round, they have very successfully closed out those rounds, last series and this one as well. Play for B site, I guess, to at least get the spike planted pretty safely, but it's going to be hard to defend this 3 versus 5.
For one trade, favoring still the defensive side. Sonar towards A connector just to make sure they can get it off for free. But Altered's been baited. They're actually trying to go over towards A through the link. It may not work in their favor. The rendezvous away once more from the chamber, but Spoof playing in the cubby, waiting for this push to come through, but back towards the B site they decide to go. The question remains, is it too little too late? Around the back side waits this breach, trying to take away this spike plant. They are successful in tandem. Low main dropping, Altered and Town soon to fall as well to their controller opponent. 4Funners finally shut down the zero latency streak of rounds as they pick up one of their own.
I love the mind games there as well that Spoof utilized. The whole team of 4Funners as well working alongside of it. And it's funny that they use the ability named Paranoia to play the mind games where they send it in, cause a blind, and zero latency, realizing we're 2 versus 4, we're planting at B site. There's no way this would be safe if we try to stick it. This is 2 rounds away from half. Their economy is fine. They don't need to go for a gambled plant just for call it a good round. So of course they fall off trying to win the round. They just buy time. They didn't even play off of this Paranoia with 4Funners. Beautifully done. Now Spoof up on the high ground. A little bit of cheese spot. One and done usually. Makes out alive at least for now.
Hunter's Fury finds very little damage, I think, at best. I don't even know if it found anybody. It doesn't look like it, considering the health bars we see. Migster, unaware of the chamber pushing through the link, will turn at least 1 kill back. There's a flank being established by the Jet as well, possibly unknown. Because of that chamber's death, trademark also will not be available. Katashio, still with the Bladestorm in hand, is stunned out and flashed out. There's no way for them to see a dang thing. They will be able to get the blades out. They'll still stay alive, but only for a few more seconds. Alter throwing in the Owl Drone, gaining information, but being shocked out of position in response. It is response to response, utility for ability, trades back and forth, but Matt Z with the Headhunter will be able to find it. The flash forward will flash out that chamber and force them off that spike. As time continues to tick away, so will their health bars. Nightmare will shut down. It is 6 of 7 rounds for zero latency. They start things off in a poor fashion, to say the very least. They end off the first half with a 7-5 lead.
Beautifully played by Nightmare as well. That plant spot was almost the default location, but planted just a little bit closer towards short, which allowed that position from Nightmare on the breach, utilizing the Aftershock to just buy so much time. The flash was perfectly timed as well. I think Matt Z might have been in the scope in that moment the flash went off, so might not have like visually confirmed this was a flash coming his way to know to flick it kind of situation. It was honestly a beautiful timing situation with Nightmare. Could not have played that any better, and that's exactly why they're able to close out the very end of that round. Even if you didn't get the kill and to keep it at the very end there, I believe the timing was there for them as well. Breach playing a link on defense, and that's exactly why. The aftershock going right through and slow them down a lot from that A push, allowing them a little bit better timing to allow that jet push out from mid from Katashio.
The sonar finds all 5, by the way, yet they push anyway, all through with a double. It's finally traded back by their opponent, but it's a spike plant. 4 funners, a little bit of overutilization of utility as we saw back on Fracture. But the question remains, does Zero Latency have a response? Aftershock should be used in towards Hell to force Stunna out of position, but it may miss by a narrow margin. Stunna can just back away. The paranoia lands. Katashio can't see a dang thing and may die because of it. They do indeed, but it's just a 1v3. 3 players swinging onto Stunna. No hope in Hell, quite literally, considering their position. Zero Latency win another pistol. It's the defensive side, though, to win all 4 pistols through our...
Yeah. That's actually very interesting, especially in Haven, which I've kind of accounted as one of the more offensive-sided maps overall in Valorant currently, because it's so wide. Naturally, the defensive side is going to have to be a lot more spread apart, so it should be a little bit easier executions with player advantages once you make them happen. And yet here we are. Both times, Attacker team was able to get the spike planted as well. So it's just been fantastic retakes overall. Early in the halves, at the very least. See if 4Fun can find a golden formula to success, similar to what Zero Latency did. Right now, it's just going to be a rinse and repeat, stack A site, and try to push on, and it'll be a retake situation for Zero Latency. But they'll have better weaponry this time around.
With the spike plant, however, 4Funners are not on a full eco. Rather, they decide for Spectres and just SMGs across the board. This should be a relatively free spike plant, maybe a shock dart to do a little bit of damage, but past that, not all that much dedicated. Possibly, those could have been saved till later. They decide rather to use them early on. The chamber on the flank will have to take away that trademark in order to push forward without the knowing of 4Funners, but it's a full retake scenario. Another 5v5. We saw this multiple times on Fracture, considering how fast 4Funners were to get onto the site. Low main, however, cleared out of the close corner, will be stunned out and gunned out. They'll be down early. It's all the trades going in the favor of the Zero Latency retake. Stun to the last one alive. Will die in another 1vx scenario. I'm gonna say it again. No hope in Hell. Because A, they were in Hell, and B, it was a 1v4. And C, it's kind of funny.
It ended almost the same way. Both rounds. Importantly, the Astrostar dropped a Nebula over the trademark, actually. So,
oh, that's so smart.
Yeah. So Town allowed Mixer to get by fine.
Catch.
And when that happened, also Chakib kind of had like a sixth sense of it. Went back to sewers, looked over just in case that kind of situation would happen. I don't think he had any like actual confirmation that he should look. He just had like a sense of it. Saw Mixer, but the exact same moment that Chakib saw that from Mixer. Also, Matt Z was falling back a little bit to support that, and that's the exact moment that Zero Latency made the execution happen on site, which allowed them a player advantage on the site when the execution actually has happened because of that pull off towards sewers. And it happened so fast and successfully that Zero Latency closed it out.
That's wild. Nice catch. I didn't even see that. The star being placed on the trademark. Massive brain here from Chad. 200 IQ caster, by the way.
Oh,
2 different players at this point, by the way. On about 12 HP between them. The breach being domed through a wall by a sheriff. You can see it's stun on about 15. But the sheriff from Spoof dropping Katashio. That's overall a trade favoring 4Funners, but with 2 players on theoretically 1 HP, considering their overall HP margin. It may turn against them later on, with the weapon disadvantage no less. Automatic weaponry up against, well, low HP. Never a good recipe for success.
Zero Latency has to camp Garage as well now, because since 4Fun forced last round and lost it, they're all on Deagle, or Sheriffs, different game. But because of the 2 kills that they somehow were able to get early on as well, Zero Latency's Mixer is literally required to stay here. Watch those weapons. It wasn't gained by 4Funners. They still have sight.
The Spectre with a double, but trade in towards the Headhunters, unsuccessful. Town on a Spectre as well. Close range up against Chakib will win it. And I talked about low HP. That's all that remains here for Spoof. 15 health between him and Death. Not a position he'd like to be in the spray. A pop-and swing. Just to bait him out. You love it to see it from Town. A full jabate, as they say. Zero Latency finds double digits first, and quickly so.
What
I've seen
a
a pop and swing in competitive play in a while.
yeah, I think that's a funny move to watch. Like Town literally just full spring, didn't even shoot at him, dude. Didn't even go for like the I hope a random bullet hits, maybe. Just like I'm just going to just ego this, go for style points, full sprint off to the side while Alter just kind of hops up and takes a distraction moment to get the advantage. On a low HP spoof. They have a buy up this time around, but it's 10 rounds. An operator in the hands of Mixter to open up this round. For Funders, they just have not found any success thus far on offense.
Not only that, but this is another bonus-ish round for them. Keeping 2 players alive means they have those Spectres saved over. A double swing, though. Stunna finds 2 and can initiate onto the C.
Where's the spike?
They have the spike in the backside of window. There will not be a plant on this site for the time being. They have just realized that you will see Spoof run towards the spike and probably run towards A. The push through the short, he misses. Stunna's on a triple kill. Town completely unaware of the fact that the spike is not here, and with the full rotate coming through on both sides, one towards the C site, the other over towards A, the spike will be planted, but there's a quick rotate to possibly deny this. The Odin in hand here for Altered, an unconventional weapon, but one that could play in his favor later on, means an odd scenario really for both teams.
Odin works really well on certain locations of the map, but not so much right now. Oh, if you got that tag, that would have been huge with an Odin in hand here, but didn't.
They know.
Both in hell. Do they have a chance in hell this time?
They do. Both players here. They will try and coordinate their swings. One across towards from spawn. Town's the one there. The spray through from Altered. There's a first. The spray through the wall unsuccessful. It's a pistol all that remains for Spoof.
Dude.
Favoring the pistol over the reload. It's the LMG to shut it down. Heavy weaponry as a superiority. 0 latency, another retake, another round, and just 2 away from going to the playoffs.
A flawless defense thus far for 0 latency, and this is a really awkward spot for Funners as well. As we look at the economy here, if you save, you're almost guaranteeing. I mean, people win ecos, but you're almost guaranteeing you're going to have to fight for an overtime situation. That's tough when you have to win 7 in a row for it. So a lot of times people will force up on the 11. So they try to just keep that breathing room going. But forcing up here, you see all that light armor. It's not going to be the best utility, I imagine, since the economy is low enough for it. So it's going to be a tough round to win, and if they lose this one, it's going to be just as rough the next following round.
Oh, Mixer's playing an off angle. I love this. Tour de Force is popped. Mats walks straight into it and dies because of it. Rendezvous back on towards the back box, in towards spawn, and they walk straight into a trademark as well. This could be the downfall. It is indeed. Stunna dies just the same. The Blade Storm down, the ultimate off the board. That could just be a match point on the cards. Again, a retake here for 0 latency, trying to continue their flawless streak of defensive rounds. At this point, it is just 4 straight. They're looking to make it 5. A Hunter's Fury in towards hell. They may find both. The stun is there, and the tag as well. There's a first. There's a second. It's actually Mixter through the wall to shut it down. Katashio the final kill. 5 players stay alive. A flawless round once more, as they will spray the spike, tap the spike, and defuse it in response. A little bit of BM added on top of it, but with 5 straight defensive rounds and a flawless one to cap it all off, I think they may have earned the right.
Match point.
Dude, such an interesting situation where Alter got completely blinded, and coming out of it is like, I'm just going to shoot the same spot. I might as well. That's not where they were before. And the 2 members of Four Fighters were trying to get out, but everybody was 0 latency. We were swarming in, forcing them back into the corner, which is right where that second Hunter's Fury is coming from. So even though he was blind still, taking the second shot, still got the kill and hit the other one. And the other one is last alive was still so weak and nowhere to go. Just a horrible scenario for the members in Hell. So the no chance in Hell thing, they need to stop holding Hell. It's not working out for them at all. How's the match point?
I'd like going somewhere else.
Yeah, it's been like 4 times where like, do they have a chance in Hell situation? And no.
No, they do not. They never do. Nice shot, by the way. Shakib omniscient as the Astra's positioning. The second shot barely misses. The third misses. The second lands. Katashio, the updraft up and over, though. That will hit with the Blade Storm in hand. Looking for more. We'll find it. That's a
huge
second
flash
for him. Looking for a third. The headshot as well. A 1v2 now for Matt Z. Tour de Force will be popped as he's able to build it up. But it's an ultimate between him and a win, and there's a flank behind him as well. I don't know if he's heard it. He has no idea. The swing from behind should allow the peek through. Again, A retake, again a round, and again a win. Zero Latency, a 13-5 victory here on Haven, shutting down 4Fun's attack. A flawless defense as they win 6 straight defensive rounds, disallowing any hope, much less any win there for 4Funners. No repeat in the second half of play. Zero Latency go to the playoffs as the #1 seed from Group A.
Yeah, it was a flawless defensive half as well for Zero Latency, and it's not like a lot to really talk about because honestly, in any topical point you would touch on for which team was doing what on defense, Zero Latency was just doing it better. The executions were really coordinated for retakes especially. They had good timing as far as push-pulls. They cornered and forced terrible situations for Funners, or Funners in situations where they couldn't have good fight-out locations, couldn't have good crossfires. They guarantee trades as well for themselves. Oftentimes, a pick early round would go in their favor, Zero Latency as well. So it's a player disadvantage for Funners going into the post plant. Or a similar situation as we saw on the first map of the day, where 4Funners would have less utility in the post plant to defend with because it was completely disengaged from the site from Zero Latency on the defensive side of things. So just literally everything was going in their favor. To where the best round we really saw for Funners was their eco round where they got 2 kills over towards Garage and fighting against the SMGs of Zero Latency. But even then, they just found a way. Zero Latency, they got multiple kills on the way into C site and made it a player advantage even still for them at the very end.
There's chaos created and chaos compounded, and the issue remains there, unfortunately, for 4Funners. They will have a rematch up against Asteri 7 in the lower decider here in Group A. A bit of chaos down there just the same, as they've played once. They played on Fracture in a 13-11 scoreline the last time they met. That was just an hour ago. But a relatively clean win, all things considered here, as, well, we see a very convincing win overall. It's playoffs created and us moving down to lower finals. When we come back, it's our final best of 1 of the day before we move into the semis. We'll see you in a bit.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the backdash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame, and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that.
Hunter sure he used. It's Ares to pick up one.
Oh my God!
What? 3 Ares cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed.
Oh.
The strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez, and he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Time to Light. Here's your wrap-up from the Nerd Street Champs Fullerton LAN qualification tournament. To open things up, Zero Marksman Black took 2 quick wins in Group A over 2inch and the Apollo Esports Kitten Wranglers. While as we dropped down, so did unfortunately B-Hop Esports, as Rank G took that one and moved on as into the round of 16. Illusion took on Perk 30 to move on to the playoffs as well, continuing on their reign of terror they've seen in the T3 scene. Elite was the firing squad of Fireball Ups from BBG and Say from the Knights as they took down 2inch in 2-0 fashion. Into Sunday, it was our first and unfortunately only 3-map series. Illusion taking map 1 of Icebox, but they could not compete past that as they dropped both Ascent and Haven. They dropped from the tournament as Core Red move on to take Zero Marksman Black. We dropped to the lower side of the bracket as we picked up the E-Daters and 2-Tap match. Unfortunately, 2-Tap just could not match up with the E-Daters and dropped in 3rd or 4th place, making $1,000 and walking away with 400 Nerd Street Gamers qualification points, alongside Core Red, who got dropped by Zero Marksman, leaving us with the grand finals of Zero Marksman and the E-Daters. The grand final, unfortunately, seemed like it ended almost as soon as it started, with pop-off performances from Bjor and Jonah 6, leaving the E-Daters in their dust as ZMM walk away with the event with $5,500 and auto qualifications into the finals at Philadelphia in August.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the recap for the day number 1 of the Chicagoland for the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We started off the day today with Lotion G up against Acacia GG, and Acacia, best of 3, were able to win it out and qualify and move into the playoff bracket. Then we moved into group number C, and there we got to see the E-Girl fan club go up against Last Resistance, and it was a close map between these two teams, but Last Resistance were able to squeeze it out and really take the lead over the E-Girl fan club. Then, Last Resistance came up against Jet Diff, a team put together of quite a few Valorant pros, and despite the fact that Last Resistance was looking like they were giving Jet Diff a run for the money, Jet Diff came ahead and made their qualifications into the playoff bracket. Then we ended out the day with a best of 3, the qualifier between Last Resistance and who else but E-Girl fan club. Forced all the way to map number 3, E-Girl's fan club came out on top, making Last Resistance pack their bags and head home. So now we're going to be moving into playoffs for day number 2.
Day 2 was phenomenal. It brought us into the quarters and the semis of the tournament, and my oh my did we get games. Starting off with Native Black against Chirac Gang, they took a close Game 3 victory in the first round. Then head on into our quarterfinals, we watched the Wet Rats versus the Four Funners. A tough game to say the least, but the Wet Rats really styled on Four Funners. The Wet Rats themselves comprised of a hodgepodge of Tier 1 pros. Then the action progressed into the semifinals, where we got to watch Oxygen Academy versus Native Black. OXG Academy, a storied roster. They've won event after event, but Native Black, this new up-and-coming dark horse of a roster, shut them down 2-1. Native Black, with that victory, send themselves into the grand finals where they met up against Zero Marksman Black. And while Native Black was able to eliminate the Goliath of an opponent in Oxygen Academy, they were simply outclassed by Zero Marksman Black. In the final 2 games of this best of 3 series, Zero Marksman Black probably let them get a collective 7 rounds across the entire 2 games. So Zero Marksman Black, once again, your victors of the Chicagoland, winning their share of $10,000 here. Adding that to the additional money that they've gotten from the Fullerton LAN, they're looking to create a legacy for themselves, and Zero Marksman Black might just be at the very next LAN event as well.
Final best of one on the cards and up in front of us. A surprising win from Mizzou Esports leaves Area of Effect, AoE, the favorites to the event, up against D-Bart's Kittens. Here in Group B, as we migrate groups, we also migrate expenditures. A must-win for both of these teams. You lose and you're out of the tournament, out of the money, and not in a great position to say the very least. AoE, as I mentioned, Area of Effect on the left side, D-Bart's Kittens on your right. Unsurprising roster from AoE, but D-Bart's Kittens, I like the squad. Notably D-Bart.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fun match to watch because Area of Effect, a team that on paper should have been the favorites going into this tournament, alongside Zero Latency. Like, Zero Latency is ranked, if we're looking at like VR rankings and stuff, Zero Latency is like right there at 48, overpassing Area Effect at 50. So these are like pretty solid ranked teams, right? And going into a LAN environment where there's a lot of basically like pickup groups, things like that, Zero Latency and Area Effect do scrim and things like that as well. So you'd imagine they come in, but Area Effect got upset on the upper side. They had that first round bye, but they got upset and dropped down the lower side. And D-Bart Kittens, there's no reason to say they can't take the win here as well.
Losing to a college team. Washed players, question mark?
Hey, TAMU won a LAN a few weeks back.
True.
It was Nerd Street LAN. I was against some slugger teams as well. Very surprising performance. And since then has been performing in NSG Weeklies like that and making it pretty far deep into brackets and stuff too. So collegiate team, man, you can't really knock them because there's some collegiate teams out there. So I don't go into too much of a tangent as we're going to Agent Select is they have a lot of collegiate players. There's money in that now and getting to be more so. And they are also players showing up in other teams. Teams like Laney Times like that have collegiate players on it. Northwood is dominant, and basically every player in Northwood plays in a team competitively. But now going to Breeze is the map that we have here. The first time we see it now, and we're seeing a fairly similar composition of agents here. The big difference makers, we have no duelists for Area Effect, which is very strange to see for Breeze because there will be no guaranteed reliable entry onto the site. The classic jet, Cloudburst, and dash to get past the Cypher lines, things like that, will not be available for Area Effect. Instead, trading that for a lot more utility for reliance, especially on defense.
Some notable differences off of that, by the way. Double controller because of it. An odd scenario, but double controller certainly a viable composition in this, and you're seeing a Sky in favor of a Sova here for AoE. Again, odd, but I like it. D-Bart's Kittens, by the way. I want to bring up something ironic I see in names. This has absolutely nothing to do with the game itself. However, D-Bart's Kittens is named after D-Bart, whose name is D-Bart Dog.
Who's hashtag his cats.
That's wild.
Hey man, just loves dogs and cats. You gotta represent both.
Oh, so? Early initiation in towards mid. It's an initiator. Actually, two of them find kills, but 2 for 1 in favor of D-Bart's Kittens. They open things up on the pistol with a decent start. Mars ducking below the line of sight in a good position, and D-Bart himself being a dog. Dropping 1. Looking for more. Finds a second onto Fraggleton, leaving just Rest as the last one among them, and he's left to do absolutely nothing. D-Bart's dog find absolutely everything. D-Bart's Kittens, actually. D-Bart Dog himself finds 2 kills, and, well, the Frank squad themselves find it open.
And we still see 5 for 5 for defensive teams winning the pistol round so far today. I wonder when that curse will be broken, at least for the offensive side of things. Perhaps this game in the second half for D-Bart Kittens. At least for now, we see AoE with a little bit of a rough start to things, and imagine on offense they might not have the best of times. They have a lot of control to work with, so even if they only have like the instant burst, the controlled chaos scenario, they can at least control sites well enough to walk into the sites a little bit more safely once they can start buying utility. In surrounds you can't. Mars being very aggressive.
What?
Gets punished for it too.
Did Mars miss the memo that you're supposed to shoot at your opponents rather than draw a nice little outline around them? Yes, I suppose so. It was very artistic, I'll give him that. Not very effective in terms of lethality. Even trade, though. 1 for 1 and a lot of damage done onto AoE. Jam could get caught in a jam close range. Rest with a Sheriff finds nothing. Is arrested as they try and stand tall. Not a great position here for AoE. Maybe a spike plant in this situation, but as the toxic screen drops, it's Karn in a good position to possibly deny this spike attempt, much less the plant itself. And the over-aggression shooting at his teammate as Karn That doesn't do damage. Friendly fire not enabled, luckily enough for him, but it's still a 1v2. Audio cues given away, not finding the position onto Fraggleton, who walks straight into a snake bite. The swing around, it could be there. It is. The drop onto Fraggleton, but it's still a 2 versus 2. Chaos has been created, as we saw back in Group A, but it's still down to Coach Joe himself with 56 health and a Spectre alongside a Dream. It's not looking good for him with 20 seconds left.
The jump peak actually found him, so Jam definitely alerting of the presence. Coach Joe. Now the 1v2, long range with just a Spectre in hand. He gets a Vandal in the hands of Jam, who seems to be proficient with it. Tough situation to be in. A little bit of a rough start to that round from Karn. Uses the toxic screen at a time that allows AoE to destroy the trademark and walk onto the site for free and get up close and personal. And then, in the moment of a 2v1, decides to shoot at their teammate instead of the enemy, despite initially shooting at the enemy, and then switches to their teammate afterwards, which was interesting. But after that, they made up for it, got some frags, and held on the site very well, alongside Jam, who rotated in. So, hey man, if you don't have a good start, at least you have a strong finish. That's what matters at the very end.
The issue is you lose a few guns, meaning it's not a full bonus. They will have to be relegated to pistols, and it's not a great scenario. And not the worst case, obviously. You loss won't cost them everything, but it'll certainly cost them the round itself. We have not seen a bonus round win thus far this series, other than back on Haven in the second half. We saw a flawless second half, and a clean one other than it being flawless in and of itself. Other than that, bonus rounds haven't looked all that good for the teams that have tried to come out on top of them. Karn keeping this aggression towards Elbow, by the way, just waiting for a push to come through, and nobody's giving him a fight on AoE.
AoE not giving anything right now. They sat in default basically this entire round, taking little inches forward here and there, but walking right into Karn now. Spectre in hand, this is good range for them, but the lineup is better for Rest.
No!
The snake bite's good enough for the end from Karn, but still, that's a huge moment from Rest to open up the B side, because that's all that utility gone. Found the trademark user of Chamber and all of the Viper, talk to screen, everything like that, user of the Viper. Huge 2 kills to open up B site.
AoE are lucky that D-Bart aren't pushing the site back. I think AoE are waiting for a written invitation to push the site itself. Fortunately, as I mentioned, D-Bart are just playing outside of it. There's no real line of sight for them to work off of. You see the stars being utilized to block off any semblance of control here for the defensive side. Spike plant for the first time thus far this series. Granted, it is a best one. It is only round 3. But first times have to come at some point or another. 0 point is shot out, will not come to fruition or suppress anyone whatsoever. On the other side of it, well, that misses just the same. Look at that.
Look at that. Mars now 31 HP as well. This is their bonus, but they had to reinvest into it a little bit. They're not getting any damage. It's going to be painful. At least 2 kills. Kaya fighting for their life. Oh, the double dink, but can't get a kill on either.
Story of my life.
Was it double dink? Actually,
nice.
Astro was like full HP. I thought I saw 2 dinks, but
I think it was a dink on both players. Not a single. It wasn't a double dink onto a single person. They lined up, and you heard the double dink. It was onto both as they lined up behind one another.
Yeah.
Odd, but around it anyway. It was D-Bart's Kittens as their bonus is denied. They're shut down. A judge brought forward by Rest. That indicates they're going to go for a alt orb and try and play the Vipers. Yeah. This is weird.
Big 0 point though. Alerts D-Bart of at least the presence, and now with the ult online, probably the plans. They continue sitting there 3 strong with a Sova looking over towards tunnel as well, but
oh no!
Big kill from Jam.
Rest is dead. That means the Viper's Pit will play no further part in this. It could have, but apparently it's not even needed. The judge dedicated. Jam playing around the back of P2 means they can find a second, and they will indeed. A third on the round, and the spike plant denied in its entirety. Coach Joe in a flank. They're completely unaware of this. Absolutely no info there for Kaya, but they're playing around that yellow box to near perfection. A 1v2 here for Coach Joe. No sound cues made whatsoever. They fully push 2, and a sonar thrown through. Should not find anything. It will though. Coach Joe completely unaware, should die because of it. They're being swung from both angles, one around yellow, one towards that same P2 position. Not a position that Coach Joe would like to be in as Jam continues to take the swing. Kaya close range will win the fight. It's a full house of kills as Jam finds 3, Kaya with 2 of their own, and D-Bart's Kittens win the first rifle round here on Breeze.
You see that they had like a sense of the rotation from Coach Joe as well as Kaya shot that recon bull up towards Catwalk. Massive hole in the side jam. Everybody else was falling off to the wayside, and they just looked at their fallen allies and said, all good, I got this. Clutched up in the moment and locked it down. No killjoy in the server, so they'll do it themselves. I believe it is a tech timeout.
Yes.
Yep, there we go. LAN things. I saw a Twitter post from GCXXI, which every time I see that name, my brain pronounces it Gucci for some reason. I don't know what the proper pronunciation is. GCXXI.
I have to err on the side of GC21 because
Could
Roman
be.
numerals.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it really looks like Gucci.
Like, yeah, like there's two X's. It's like no U, but my brain says Gucci for some reason. Every time I look at it, I have to like tell myself, no, it's probably GC21, GCXXI. I'm just going to go GC for now and try play it safe. Yeah, if Twitch chat knows...
We could get an assist from Twitch chat. If you know how to say GCXXI, our gamble is... It's either GC21 or Gucci. I don't think there's any other way you could get around that one. No command popped, however. We're back into the game. Shout out our admins and on-site crew in Brentwood itself. Local host is functioning to perfection. Not a judge committed this time around, but the Viper's Pit alongside the Null command. However, the Viper's Pit doesn't fully extend in towards the caves, meaning Gucci drops because of it. Debarked with the operator in hand, and the Blade Storm pop. The spray through's unsuccessful, but a fragment in a perfect position could shut this push down. Rest still playing with this judge inside of their own ultimate, but the information is still there here for AoE as they continue to push forward. It's perfect for the judge, seemingly the perfect commitments. Jam, however, with one. That's all they'll find. The Guardian from behind on 1 HP, no less, regardless of that Viper Spit. We'll shut it down, and AoE with a second on the attacking side.
We saw Jam pop off before, and that was so clean of tailwinding and instantly flicking over to headshot. I was like, this could be an insane pop-off moment here, but Coach Joe ready on it. Coach Joe, a player who people might not know, they look at the name, they think, oh, do they have to have a coach sub in for them or something? No, like, Coach Joe literally brands himself as Player Coach Joe. So, like, his name is Coach Joe in game, but his whole, like, branding is, like, I'm a coach and a player, and he's actually, like, one of the 5 starting members of the roster. Like, actually advertised. They had the tweet out with the highlight, like, you know, video, this is our roster and everything, is Coach Joe is actually the player Coach Joe.
It'd be weird. Imagine like somebody's name is just something cast and then they're an analyst. That's like the production side of things. I don't know.
They're observer.
Odd equals. Odd equalization.
Observer caster Chilantis. How's it going?
Hey, speaking of observers, this seems like a better time than ever to try and shout out our observers. I mean, Coach Joe.
Oh yeah.
Try and push this. He doesn't. Call me Shelton, our observer for today and for a lot of our Nerd Street events. Outstanding person and observer, super cool personality and person overall. I give him like a 10 out of 10 on the person scale and 11 out of 10 if that's possible for the observer scale.
This guy vouched for me.
Or vice versa.
If he posts his, you know, here's my demo reel and looking for events, I'd reply that on Twitter to say vouch.
Yeah, I'd retweet that. I don't do that all. By the way, we've been told by Twitch chat it is Gucci. Shout out Twitch chat.
Hey.
The useful set of people for a first time in a long time. Not always is Twitch chat very effective, but cool people nonetheless. Very effective in the assist here in the casting booth. Some of the reason we can do what we do. Shout out to y'all. Appreciate it. It is indeed Gucci. In goes Cosmic Divide. That is to segregate the backside of Defender spawn as the A push is coming through, but they don't have time. This round's over. Raggleton cannot get onto the B site. It is kills required as time ticks away. The round is won by deep... Wait, no! He pushes! Kyle! No!
Why?
He didn't have time!
Oh, man. That was so... Like... You're on land, right? People around you. There's noise and distractions. Hard to pay attention in general, and also lots going on around. Maybe somebody who was dead and trying to make a call for you didn't break through on your headset because it's so loud there. Maybe you're so distracted that maybe they call you just didn't consciously acknowledge it. I don't know. There's a lot of things that go into why that happened, end of the day, you gotta know that you're not going to fight in that moment. Unlucky. Still a tied game though, and not in the world. We're still early in the match, but it is a best of one, man. In a best of one, little things like that could be so impactful that you lose that one map even narrowly, and then you're out of the tournament now because we're in the lower decider match right here.
Lose and you're out. A best of one separates these teams from, well, elimination from the tournament. Gucci just barely missing an opportunity to take that fight. Karn jumping up and over, finds the information to work with. Rest. You see aggression from any which way. Aggression out towards mid from Mars. Could get caught out by Fraggleton from behind. Not to be confused with Tiggleton, the PUBG player. Just waiting. Is Mars towards drop? But it's an A-side initiation, at least from face value here for AoE.
There's a bit of a default wall there, cutting off two of the major angles, and just forcing back D-Bar Dog. Up in hand. Not much to work with here. Suppress, can't take you out.
Oh no!
Barely. Timer ran out.
D-Bar gets out. Bars gets the kill on Gucci on that flank though, so the roam and lurk is denied. 0 point thrown over. I believe gets shot, considering I didn't see a suppression onto Fraggleton, so good reaction time there for AoE, but the null command completes the exact same task, and more consistently so. It's Rest in a 1v4, a flank. There's a first, looking for a second, should be able to find it, but no. Jam on 1 HP is able to get out alive, is able to stabilize the core of their null commanded Mars. 4 players left alive here for the defensive side as they pick up their 4th, but dishonest, it should be 5-2.
Yeah,
that's
it could be. Yeah, for sure. Rest in a great position there to try to like finagle an angle around that corner to get the kill onto Jam, and then it's like a long range for the other 2 members, and can try to play time a little bit and figure out ways of like isolating 1v1 fights. So that was a winnable situation for Rest, even though it looked really dire. And because it was dire, it was a big part of why they didn't win, because it only took 1 of the 3 main members of D-Ball to win the fights, and that was Jam, who has been having a fantastic showing this far. It seems to be very consistently getting that first frag and retakes, holding on sites strongly, and now switching positions because of the Viper's Pit. It's going to be Jam and Mars over towards B site instead. I don't know if AoE is going to be reading into this, considering that audio cues, and they'll get a little bit of information on B site on this Trailblazer. Yeah, there's probably a switch around. Still gets the first kill, man.
Demon down, the shot lands. Gucci gets a trade onto Kaya, so the Sova low and dropped. They should be able to stabilize the core, but no, they'll have to back away. I don't think they'll get the opportunity to bring Demon back into this fight. Nope. No, there's the finish. Now a true 4 versus 4, but they're running towards A, and the Viper's Pit committed early is gone because of timing. Odd scenario here in our 8th round.
Yeah, a lot of presence on the site and overcommit from D-Bart's dogs, just not trusting that Jam and Mars can hold on the site. They lost Sova and Ness from Kaya, so they lost mid control as well. Had to rotate over, and now Karin trying to get back. This is the first kill. Jam doing it as well. Already here, already fighting. The spike will go down. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 through a Viper's Pit, though. Rest just narrowly gets that online from the spike plant.
Rest gets it because they got that ult orb back towards main, but the spray neglects it anyway. Good guiding light will blind out 1. Mars not blinded, but dead regardless. A 1 versus 1 now, as it's a turned from a 1v3. Fraggleton leaving just Jam between him and a full clutch. Jam completely unaware of this guy's position, and the spike continues to tick away. Jam could catch a timing, but gets caught through the body. And through the round, AoE tie us right back up off the back of a masterful play from the sky. Apparently the Viper's Pit not even needed there for Fraggleton to clutch things up and send AoE right back to a tied up scoreline.
Masterful shots from Fraggleton, be able to clutch that one out. And Rest,
no charges left.
It was a good read by Jam. A lot of Vipers have learned that the best thing for them to do with the pit is to sit way in the back and have other players play up front, or make it a situation where when the enemy moves through the front, by the time they get to the Viper, that decay sets in so heavily that it's going to be an even easier kill for the Viper. It's in the back of the pit. So Jam reading that, all right, I'm just going to spray the back of the pit and see if I get them. And indeed they do. Tied up, though, yet again for AoE. Some unforced errors from across a couple of rounds from D-Bart's dogs that has allowed AoE to sit in this match here with despite valiant efforts from players like Jam, and overall good performances here and there from all the players, but it's little errors here and there as well that have been making a big difference. Offensive side of things, which I imagine would be the less strength side of AoE for this composition on this map. So they're definitely making it work so far. Similar default A hit. Cut off a couple of angles. Use utility to force off D-Bart Dog from the left side.
I've got your trail.
They've seen the toxic screen thrown down. Already the cabbage is being committed. The Seekers thrown through will detect Mars's position and give away the fact that the KO sitting close corner, as they were in the previous round, to avoid that guiding light. The spray through, though. D-Bar finds 3! Straight through the toxic screen. Doesn't even need to see his opponents. Jam finishes off Rest. A 1v5 was required from the Viper. Not gonna happen. Nowhere near it, as a matter of fact. That's insane.
Wow.
From D-Bart himself. And a lead gained back by the defense.
It was great utility use to cut off angles and to allow themselves a safe entry to the site itself, but they didn't continue using AoE. They didn't continue using utility flashes, things like that, to force off D-Bart Dog from being able to just sit on that moment and spray down, and that's the default spot people plant if that was the strategy utilized. Spray down that line. Found the kills. A little tag from Kaya as well. Finish it off. The eco from AoE. We've seen these win before. But with D-Bart Dog spraying down Mars as well. It's all down to Fraggleton with masterful shots to clutch before, but the classic in a 1v5, I can't say the odds are in their favor. Flawless anti-eco for D-Bart's Dogs.
What they need. You need to win those rounds, and you need to do so cleanly. You build up a little bit of an economy, keeping credits to your favor.
Singer for Karn.
And it also helps just a little bit. Yeah, I think he kept that previous round. I don't think they had the best of economy.
Like,
actually, D-Bart. Okay, so D-Bart's gonna use the ultimate this round on the defensive side. We see that at the top left, a little green overlay over top of the chamber, and they'll have the Stinger as a backup for close range engagements. I like this call. This is a smart play. Karn, instead of keeping the Stinger for themselves and just forcing a Vandal onto D-Bart, they trade it out considering the ultimate's available. This is smart.
And their economy is really good, but if the force up here is going to be hard to get a... I don't know, they could have bought a Vandal for him. Like, there's only 2 more rounds left. All over 5,000 creds, you know?
True.
They didn't need a Stinger. That's a little bit of a style choice.
Trey's there. Karn, however, with 3 on the round, is able to shut down the push from main. It's just their doppelganger and a very unfortunate placed chamber left alone. Gucci in a 1v4. Again, 1vx scenarios, and that X happens to be greater than 3 multiple times over throughout this series and throughout this map itself. Gucci just hanging out towards B main. There's not all that much you can do here, especially with a flank being established. This... Again, not good. Oh, he's been seen as well. Trying to grab the spike. There's no chance for this. There's not really a flash being set up. Never mind. There's the perfect flash. Karn finds a 4K. D-Bart finds 7.
It's a really good thing they gave Karn the Vandal in that round, is all I'm going to say.
What'd you say?
It's a good thing they gave Karn the Vandal that round.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 kills. Just locking down B for free, I suppose.
Sprayed him down at range, hit a bunch of heads on the way in. In the final kill was like a flash swing. It could have done with a Stinger, but the first 3, pretty required. They save so they can do a double op with dropping Vandals on the ground. Interesting.
This is wild.
That's a very heavy investment for the last round.
The question now remains, is this going to work out, or will the overinvestment into operators cost them? D-Bart will rendezvous back towards this A site, but that also means they do not have the rendezvous for another 15 seconds. It'll put them in an awkward position. Perfect flash means Rest can't see a dang thing and will die because of it. Immediate trade, though, by the opposing rendezvous means a cosmic divide's all that lies between them and site control. However, they are not aware of Mars's position, just waiting towards the back of pillars. They won't find anything. The Hunter's Fury misses as well. No information gained off of it, no kills, no damage, and the Cosmic Divide allows the plant to go through uncontested, as it's finally another post-plant scenario. They've heard. No!
Oh!
No way!
That could be the round.
It should be. Gucci's seen him. Kaya, the swing.
Oh, Kaya.
Wait a second. Now 1v2. They're aware of Fraggleton's position as well. Opening the door. Kaya apparently not hearing things. And Fraggleton's dropped down outside of mid, finding the kill, finding the round. AoE find 5 on the attacking side. They probably should have found 6 overall, but considering D-Bart's kittens, gave away one of those rounds, I say that's a good half.
Yeah, pretty solid half. I think it's going to be really hard for them to get on site successfully often. Well, as long as AoE can get a read on where they're coming from. And with Sky and KO, should be pretty consistent to do so. The Viper lockdown for B site with Astra Stars for another site. Oh, they're going to send Viper to A site instead. Interesting. But yeah, Astra Star, honestly, for B is probably even better because your star usage for locking down B main and playing off that yourself so you know your own timings and audio cues. Very strong. Meanwhile, Viper can play for retake angles if needed for the toxic screen. Probably will hold on to that for some of these rounds, but decided to drop it instantly for mid control round 1, which I like that a lot. 3 people committing for mid, pistol rounds, being that right off the bat.
Speed about them. However, Fraggleton, completely unaware of D-Bart's position, will be traded by Gucci. This is an odd scenario, really, for both teams. Mid-control gained back because of that toxic screen that they so pushed through boldly at that. 1 bullet remains, by the way, for this Headhunter. A $150 shot each time around. But it's a B push. D-Bart's Kittens holding W onto the B site, and they're apparently aware of it here on the defensive side. AoE are shutting it down. Coach Joe, more specifically, the toxic screen not playing all that much of a factor in this part of the map. Yes, they will get that spike down, but a 3v2 post plant with very little, if any, utility here for the now attacking and defending side. Not looking particularly strong for them, especially without information to work with. The Owl Drone finds 2, will find the information, just not the kills. AoE win the defensive pistol. That seems to have been the story of today. Just defensive pistol rounds through and through.
Yeah, 6 for 6 so far. I think Mars's flash popped inside the smoke and not outside. So when he swung out of it, I think that was a little unlucky. It was close, and there's members of AoE who were near Berlin, near the thin wall, so maybe they just were behind the wall not being flashed. By the way, they came out of the smoke. Enemies were not flashed. I think it popped because I think they flicked the flash and got hit by it before they came out of the smoke. I think it was just a little unlucky timing and throw, but yeah, 6 for 6 for defense rounds. Bulldog in the hand for Coach Joe. Topping the board as an Astra. Shouts to controller players.
Battle Astra. We saw it back on Haven. We'll see it here as well. Ironically, between 2 different teams as well.
Yeah.
Just like drastically different compositions off the back of it. Yeah, the Chamber's a consistent part of it. I think every other agent other than that Chamber around the Astra is different. So it's weird, considering it's a completely different map as well. Odd scenarios between different series, different maps, different teams as well. Factors changing through and through, yet Astras and fragging stay consistent.
Look how far back AoE is playing. Knowing they have better weaponry for long range.
Ooh.
Gucci the only one kind of pushing up, but has the Sky to support to swing out if needed. Everybody else far back of the site with Marshals, Bulldogs, things like that. Pistols in hand for D-Bart's dogs. Not much you can really do in that scenario. The Headhunter is really the only answer here. And D-Bart Dog does find that kill with the Headhunter mid. But they're doing it with 2 versus 4, yeah.
1v4 now for D-Bart. Headhunter will get headhunted, I suppose. Uno reverse card slapped down by a Spectre and Rest doing so himself. Tied up. Back to dead even. 7-7. This is either indicative of a very heavily defender-sided AoE, or we're looking at a similar scoreline to that of our first series of the day back on Fracture. It's either going to be a clean sweep or very, very close either way. There's no way that D-Bart's dog or D-Bart's kittens walk away with this on the attacking side. That's one thing I'm almost certain of. But AoE's defensive side is really the variable they have to worry about.
They've definitely been tripping me up. I've called their team name D-Bart's Dogs a few times instead of D-Bart's Kittens. Right? It's just, oh, come on, man. Pick one animal, please. Make it easier for us. But something we talked about on the top of the day, where teams who have been together a lot longer have a lot more success on offense, and teams that have just put together, like, default defense is a lot easier to pull off for newer teams than proper site execution on offense. So D-Bart's Kittens now struggling a little bit, like we saw against Zero Latency in the last match, or Funners had a pretty good defense side, but once they went to their offense and Zero Latency was on defense, it was a flawless half for Zero Latency. That could be the case again here for AoE, a little bit more seasoned team who's been together a lot longer It's their entire full roster today too, no subs as well. So we'll see if DBART's Kittens can actually find their way on the site. So far, not much going on. Mid control being fought for a little bit. AoE knows this presence there, but they have a little coverage from Coach Joe from Long. And the biggest thing to talk about is Karn pushed up through tunnel. Has a good angle for doorway, but will it matter as that Snakebite goes down from rest? Takes down Jam, who's been the top performer thus far.
Doorway opened up. Karn finds the dink onto Demon, finished off by Mars, and the finish onto their doppelganger of Rest. It's trades, but favoring DBART's Kittens as they open up the A site and plant the spike on it no less. AoE now forced to retake once more with the weapon disadvantage. Once more a bonus round that the defensive side seemingly cannot come out on top of, at least not early on. However, trades can be there. Guiding Light blinding out 2, and Fraggleton still on this flank. It's being watched from 2 different angles, both near P2, but it's a challenge to hold that, especially with a flank being established the other way around. 3 different avenues of attack, all from 3 drastically different agents, but they need to find the kills. It's Fraggleton to find 2, the trade from behind. It's a 1v1 now, but Gucci in this 1 versus 1 has time ticking away from him. The spike planted and the spike in the favor of Kaya. They'll be able to close it out. DBART's Kittens once more will deny the bonus. Not a single bonus other than from 0 latency. Also, just a side note, completely apart from the series, shout out FPX. EMEA makes it to the grand finals of VCT Masters.
First time this year they made the finals.
Once more.
Yeah, the curse for Optic against EU still reigns supreme. But Kaya, I gotta give props. Might have been a little bit of a throw earlier on for timing. This time around, perfect timing. Realizing, okay, time's ticking down, working in our favor. It's our 6th man. Hides that perfect timing for the swing out. Catches him off guard, but it's gonna be AoE catching members of DBART off guard this time around. Fraggleton getting frags. Everybody's getting frags. Kaya finally answers back for 2 of their own. Even these numbers a little bit more even. Karn cuts off a rotation. It's going to be 2 versus 2 with no spike in hand. But ultimates for DBART's Kittens. If they can get onto the spike, get onto the site, and use that Viper's Pit, that would give them definitely advantage here. They have to have so much of a road to travel to get to that point.
I don't know if they know the spike is down. That's the issue here for AoE. They have dropped the spike. They probably had the audio cue that was dropped down. Good 0 point, though, trades back the possibility of any utility utilized on this attacking side. Impression doesn't land, doesn't apparently have to. Demon finds the kill. Spike will be retrieved. Viper's Pit once more, as you mentioned, available in this 1 versus 2 for Karn. They will speed themselves on towards this B side and get a spike plant for free. They probably should have put down the Viper's Pit before trying to initiate that spike plant. That's exactly why. Karn, however, still finding the kill. 1 versus 1 up against Demon. The KO on the other side, but it's only 50 HP here for the Viper. Apparently, that's all it's needed. A swing and a kill as they swing themselves into a larger lead. The attacking side looking good. Karn specifically continues to frag out, as they're up to 13 and 10 with a 3K in the round.
Perfect shots from Karn as well. And it's a little bit of a story of redemption. We talked about how Kaya redeemed for a little bit of a round throw by clutching up a 1v1 later. Actually, I think it was 1v2 total. And just now, Karn had a little bit of a throw earlier on with making the tuck screen go up at the wrong time, shooting ally, things like that. But it's not 1v2 of their own as well. Redemption arc going strong for DBART's Kittens.
Bucky, close range, misses early. AoE are getting aggressive, and quickly so. Swing, Gucci dies, still rest close range with that Bucky. It lands a second as well, looking for a third. It's all 3! The shotgun in hand finds a triple over towards A main, and because of it, a Viper's Pit available, and the spike put down inside of it. Not for the attacking side, and definitely not intentionally, leaving Jam in a 1 versus 3. We've seen 1vx's before, notably from Karn in the previous round, but that was a 1v2, and that was with an ultimate available. Still possible here for Jam.
The Bucky and the Viper's Pit, man. Good reads by Jam knowing where to spray in Viper's Pits. Did it before finding rest. Just not did it to find Fraggleton, but still got to find the Viper, get this down. 43 seconds to work with, though. Still got plenty of time. It's pretty dire. It's a rough spot, but you have some time to work with.
Unfortunately, no damage-based
utility.
Again, he's
reading rest in the back.
Not again. We've seen this before around Viper's pits. You can play inside of it and play behind the Viper. They may turn. Timing could go in their favor. No audience you made, but down goes the Viper's pit. A 1 versus 1 from now a 1 versus 3. Jam pushing forward, but Demon's aware. Finds the kill. AoE find the round. That, if anything, was anything in their favor. That should not have gone the way of AoE early on, yet the shotgun finds it. It didn't say it was a thrifty round. It was a thrifty round.
It basically
was. They walk away with that. It was so clean.
Fucking hand. Jam's very odd ability to be able to perfectly play around Viper's pit somehow and read where the members of AoE are going to be in it. Almost bought them out of that round, but it was a little bit of too much of a hubris from D-Bart's Kittens. A little too aggressive around those close corners, not respecting possible shotguns, things like that. Not using the flashes and everything properly to fight the way through a round that was essentially a thrifty-esque round. Toomey fell off to the wayside for Jamo, went out from there, but so many ultimates online for D-Bart's Kittens. Popping a couple of them themselves for eco purposes. The overall, a little bit of a default. Slow things down. You realize they're going a little bit too hasty last round. Put them in a rough spot. So we're trying to just take a breather, calm it down, go back to the 1-on-1s, and find better ways of working out this round. The Seekers from downtown were alert for some information here, but because they're kind of defaulted, they can cut noise and re-exec anywhere they want. A lot of time to work with to do so exactly. Karn, though, with his Frenzy, trying to find something to do deep in the halls with Frenzy in hands can be a little tough.
Issue is, D-Bart's Kittens are basing this off of abilities. 2 ultimates popped, both lethals, as you mentioned. And it creates chaos here for the defensive side, not playing around a normal buy, but it's only 30 seconds left. Jam continuing their aggression with the Blade Storm out. They have 1 remaining, a headshot required to even give them their blades back, much less find a kill. Apparently, they're completely unaware of the fact that entire Viper's orb is uncontested and nobody resides inside of it. Kaya will get a free spike plant as Jam hits the shot! Gucci dies. The headshot I talked about was needed and found. A spike planted. This was a round they bought very little, if anything, at all. Cosmic Divide dedicated here for the defensive side to try and retake. Jam dies because of the fact they only had the Blade Storm close range. Certainly not an advantageous position. And pushing through the Cosmic Divide is D-Bart, who dies because of it. 1v1 now for Kaya. They play around that ultimate, but the 1 versus 1 certainly not advantageous, and the gun barrel shows, as does their head. Coach Joe will find it, as they will the round. But honestly, for an eco round where they dedicate 2 ultimates, that's a relatively successful round for D-Bart's Kittens.
I gotta give Coach Joe credit. Turns out it plays out well if your coach is also good enough to be a player. That was a really good Cosmic Divide. Also, earlier when they were on the attacking side of things, it was a fantastic Cosmic Divide with really fairly unorthodox Cosmic Divide positions. What feels unorthodox mostly because we don't really see Astras on Breeze. It's not a commonality. So I don't know the in-depth knowledge of how scrim culture goes these days for Astra on Breeze. We don't really see it on officials. It's very rare the past months, but that Cosmic Divide right there on an interesting slant, one that cuts off the chamber from D-Bart's Kittens, D-Bart themselves trying to get onto the side to protect the team. And just a hold from Fraggleton. As soon as you swing through Cosmic Divide, there's so many angles you have to check coming out of the wall there. That gives a superior advantageous line of sight for Fraggleton then. Gets a kill. And Kaya caught in a spot where they didn't really have like bearings of exactly where the position is in relative relation to the Cosmic Divide and how would they best come out of the Cosmic Divide in that scenario. And just kind of like inched forward, revealing the location that Coach Joe has called out. So it's very interesting slant angles from Cosmic Divide that the team has played around really well.
I think the only way to win that is to throw in a sonar dart and then dedicate hunters.
Yeah, probably.
There's no real other way around it, especially considering how much of a utility and gun advantage there was for the defensive side of the team. Speaking of utility advantage, it's just AoE being shut out of the site off of the null command. Viper's Pit not utilized, at least not just yet like Arn. I don't even know if they'll have to. All 5 players are sitting inside of A main and tunnels. You can play lineups if you really want to. I don't know if anybody does that nowadays, at least outside of my ranked games, which is drastically annoying, but we'll move past that for the time being on a 5v5 retake. Here's the full rotate around. Jam finds a first, playing the duelist role to near perfection. It's being held, though. Shot misses from Gucci. They're hopping on the defuse, though. Door opened up. There's one. The trade not there. The headhunter, however, is just that. Somehow AoE win it? It was a 5v5 retake, and they lost the opening engagement. And they win with 3 players alive. I refuse to believe it. There's no way these rounds are actually happening, right?
That was scrappy. That round was hella cutty, as the kids say. Oh my god.
I am a kid, I can confirm I have never said that.
You've never said hella cutty?
No, never.
Have you ever
at
said
all.
Cuddy?
Nor do I plan on doing so.
Oh,
Cuddy? Like
yeah,
Kid Cuddy, who was just booed
No.
off stage at Rolling Loud?
Not like Kid Cuddy.
Sorry, I had to point that out. Kid Cuddy got booed off stage.
Unlucky, honestly. But no, like there's not much to digest as far as that round goes because it's very chaotic. It was very much like D-Bart spread across through D-Bart's Kittens, the team, spread across through tunnel, through double doors, getting hella angles on the site, but it was very scrappy fights because the way A site's laid out, they couldn't really do a crossfire 2v1 setup or something like that. It was a very very isolated fights, and at the end of the day, AoE just won their isolated fights almost entirely across the board. Every player basically stepped up in the moment, winning their ones. It happened so fast.
I'm told
too.
winning your 1 versus 1s is a good way to win out.
Gotta
rounds,
win your ones. Yep.
D-Bart's Kittens don't live up to that, unfortunately. 0 point misses, so Jam is able to play forward towards yellow, but I think this is being held. Demons on the other side of that, just waiting for the push to come through. They go up towards that bridge, waiting for the push forward. Jam is dedicated, and, well, they should die close range. The information's there as to the Jet's position, but a complex game of ring around the Rosie finds absolutely no damage there for the Jet, and they'll fall because of it. This looks like a flawless round, and with Kaya needing to walk all the way around through caves and a fragment on towards a spike, finding very little, if anything at all. It's a 1v5 for the Sova. There's a first, and damage. That's it. Nice round from AoE.
I'm starting to get some concerns for D-Bart Kitten's mental composure. Last round, they had a really ambitious, super spread out setup. Almost all of them lost their ones. And this round, sure, it wasn't a full buy round, but it was very like hand-fisted, very forced out, and it did not feel composed at all that round. And AoE just tore them apart. This time around, Viper's Pit has not been used yet. Karn still holding on to it, trying to find a better position and time to use it. Gotta pull it out. You cannot hold on to it until you lose the game.
Gucci finding an opener. Opening kills have been a catalyst to success through all 3 of our series. Notably in the previous series, it was 0 latency. This time around, it's AoE trying to play off of him. However, over-aggression from Gucci could cost him. A good flash pushes back this attack. Fraggleton, however, found because of the sonar dart. Rest playing around their defensive-sided Astro-Cosmic Divide will wait for a push to come through, and, well, one that is not coming.
It's Cosmic Divide 100% committed just to cut off B main for the team.
Yep.
Since the Vipers, the Toxic Screen was used for mid control. I don't know where the Poison Cloud is located, if they have it out. That's going to just be a cut of noise and falling back. Coach Joe still allocating like another star towards B main just now. Really assuming that D-Bart's Kittens are going to commit to this because we haven't seen a whole lot of like push pulls, mind games, things like that from D-Bart's Kittens. A lot of it has just been hand-fisted engagements onto the site that they've initially committed to. And Demon gonna kill a Karn.
This is perfect. Rest waiting inside of their Cosmic. They will play around it. The Poison Cloud played to perfection. AoE finds match point off the back of a near perfect play from Rest. I believe in our complex game of hide and seek around that Poison Cloud, we have found it, and Rest has found 2 because of it. 21 kills for the controller, a combined 39 and 30 for the 2 controllers. on the defensive side. The controllers are fragging out.
Yeah.
Battle controllers.
They're doing great, 100%. And that situation could not have been played out and worked out better for Rest and Fraggleton.
Hold up. I hate to cut you off.
Huh?
That is one of 3 rounds of which Rest has stayed alive. I just did the quick math.
He's
died in
acting duelist
every
Rest on Viper.
Apparently.
Entry Viper, all good. Being pushed off of their Viper's pit now. Able to get their way off back end and being very aggressive. That's the entry Viper. Oh my god, why?
And
wow, is ambitious. Oh my god.
There goes the Viper's pit. I believe sound cues have been given over. Karn may have heard it as they pushed forward.
Yeah.
They will find the Viper, drop the Viper's pit, and back away.
I mean,
complex call here now for D-Bart's kids.
If they got the kills, it would have felt good, but and they do have some rounds to give, I guess. But these are best of ones, man. You travel all the way out to a LAN, the best of one. You're only hit by 3. You need 1 more to close the game. Don't take crazy risks like that.
Hold the phone. Fraggleton, playing behind, was under the window. They have yet to be cleared, seeing 3 different players. There's a first. Looking for a second. No, they miss. They will finish off this third, but they only do damage onto Jam, who's looking to aggress around towards elbow. Coach Joe, close range, should be able to finish this off, considering the Jet's low, but the swing is there. The headshot is just the same, leaving just their chamber in a 1 versus 3. Yes, the chamber is dropped, so the tripwire in towards mid is null and void. The rendezvous ineffective around towards window. But a 1 versus 3 here with a headhunter wielding chamber who hasn't found as many frags as you'd originally expect, considering they're playing the chamber. Certainly not a position they'd like. I do not believe that drop gave away a sound cue, but regardless, they're still holding down the B main angle. And with a toxic screen available, Karn can stay alive on low HP. There's the information. The shot lands onto Karn. 1 versus 2 now. The headshot missed, though, as a headhunter cannot find anything whatsoever. The flick is unsuccessful. That should just be the round with the time ticking off the clock and the spike ticking away. D-Bart's Kittens will find the all-desired double-digit round required.
Actually, low-key would have been huge if she was able to burn enough time to force the 2 members, D-Bart's Kittens, to die to the spike there as well. Even if you think of the round win. Really tough to do so. Yeah, it's just a thing of, as an observer, my mind isn't racing through so many things that Gucci's racing through in the moment. I'm like, oh yeah, chilling here. Oh, you could just burn some time. That'd be good.
You're a caster. Shelton's.
But
I'm sorry.
I'm caster, observer, Chad Lantis, you know. Just like
oh yeah, I forgot. Is that
player coach Joe?
Oh, of course. Spray through. Oh my goodness. Rest dropping Karn early. They had the Viper's been available. It may not even be a factor. Rest gets a triple already. AoE leaving just D-Bart Dog of D-Bart's Kittens in a 1v4. There's a minute 12. A tour de force almost available. And the spike in hand. This is certainly a possibility. They actually may be able to get a spike plant if they sprinted over towards A.
Yeah.
But even then, a clean retake has been found just about every single time from AoE. This is not looking good for D-Bart.
It's a good read by D-Bart.
Teleport's ready.
And teams named after them. They need to earn having the spot of a team being named after you by just clutching up a 1v4 here. Keep yourselves alive. If D-Bart Dog can find this kill on Gucci and then double back to A, that would be huge. You want to get at least one kill. Because if you plant and it's a 4v1 retake.
He missed everything.
Unlucky. Yeah, a situation like
I believe
that. If you plant instantly and the other team is allowed to just set up, okay, we're going to group up as 4v1 and then we're going to swarm in with utility. In what world do you win that as a solo player? So I can't fault him for going for a kill, at least one kill first. I'd say, I'd even argue that was necessary to do so, but just pressure getting to you, a little bit of a weird angle, long range, like could kick the shots to the boxes, a little tough to not be able to get that kill. At the very end, the ham-fisting, hard dedication executions to sites from D-Bart's Kittens overall did not work out for them. And when it came down to the wire, they tried to get on B site, and again, it did not work out for them. Fraggleton, as well as Rest, were too dang good at holding down B main, as well as the support from like Astra Shards and stuff from across the map. Big reason why they grabbed Astra. Worked out great for AoE to close out that series.
It was wild, but AoE, the favorites coming into this event, at least at face value, being dropped by Mizzou, they needed to come back, and they do so. They will face 0 latency in our one semi-final. The other is Mizzou awaiting the winner for the time being. You can see TBD at the bottom side. That is between 4 funners, and whoever lost to
Stereo 7.
0 latency early. Yeah, sorry, I'm a moron. Anyway.
You're fine. Well, some new team
GSLs.
names, and it's GSL, multiple groups at the same time. Hard to keep track of it all. But yeah, Stereo 7 having the rematch against 4 funners right now on the other group. And we're waiting to see who wins that one out. 4 funners currently in the lead. 4 funners won their first matchup of the day against them. So numerically, you'd expect them to win this one out. However, Stereo 7 almost made the comeback happen, so perhaps they can do it again. What we do know is that AoE was not going to allow a comeback to happen this time around against D-Bar's Kittens. And it really was like their defensive side of things looked really good for them. Some good looks, especially Jam. Jam was really the standout performer for me from D-Bar's Kittens. That player had insanely good reads on how to play around Viper's Pits. Better than most players I've seen. That was really good from them. And then overall, just really good like entry frags, multi-kills, holding on sites as a jet as well. Overall, great performance from that player.
The controllers controlling the game, not only living up to their name, but fragging out as they saw fit. Rest, one of them on the Viper, Coach Joe, the other one able to frag out as a coach and as a player. Speaking of coaches, by the way, Metafy, one of our sponsors here at Nerd Street. Gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sections on Metafy, maybe even with Coach Joe as he continues to frag out and control the game. You can get trained by the best pro players in the world, and you can book a live session now. If you use promo code STREET20, you can get 20% off a coaching session at metafy.gg/nerdstreet. That's GSL's done. We await a winner from 4 funners versus Asteri 7. The winner of that takes on Mizzou Esports from Mizzou University itself. Semifinals when we return. As we move to best of 3s, we move to the bracket. See you in a bit.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back end, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it crush high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that.
Hunter sure he used. It's Ares to pick up one.
Oh my God!
Two, what? 3 Ares cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed.
Oh,
the strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez, and he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the recap for the day number 1 of the Chicagoland for the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We started off the day today with Lotion G up again, Acacia GG, and Acacia, best of 3, were able to win it out and qualify and move into the playoff bracket. Then we moved into group number C, and there we got to see the E-Girl fan club go up against Last Resistance, and it was a close map between these two teams, but Last Resistance were able to squeeze it out and really take the lead over the E-Girl fan club. Then, Last Resistance came up against Jet Diff, a team put together of quite a few Valorant pros, and despite the fact that Last Resistance was looking like they were giving Jet Diff a run for the money, Jet Diff came ahead and made their qualifications into the playoff bracket. Then we ended out the day with a best of 3, the qualifier between Last Resistance and who else but E-Girl Fan Club. Forced all the way to map number 3, E-Girls Fan Club came out on top, making Last Resistance pack their bags and head home. So now we're going to be moving into playoffs for day number 2.
Day 2 was phenomenal. It brought us into the quarters and the semis of the tournament, and my oh my did we get games. Starting off with Native Black against Chirac Gang, they took a close Game 3 victory in the first round. Then head on into our quarterfinals, we watched the Wet Rats versus the Four Funners. A tough game to say the least, but the Wet Rats really styled on Four Funners. The Wet Rats themselves comprised of a hodgepodge of Tier 1 pros. Then the action progressed into the semifinals, where we got to watch Oxygen Academy versus Native Black. OXG Academy, a storied roster. They've won event after event, but Native Black, this new up-and-coming dark horse of a roster, shut them down 2-1. Native Black, with that victory, send themselves into the grand finals, where they met up against Zero Marksman Black. And while Native Black was able to eliminate the Goliath of an opponent in Oxygen Academy, they were simply outclassed by Zero Marksman Black. In the final 2 games of this best of 3 series, Zero Marksman Black probably let them get a collective 7 rounds across the entire 2 games. So Zero Marksman Black, once again, your victors of the Chicagoland, winning their share of $10,000 here. Adding that to the additional money that they've gotten from the Fullerton LAN, they're looking to create a legacy for themselves, and Zero Marksman Black might just be at the very next LAN event as well.
Spaceship. Speedy shift.
Semifinals abound. We pick up 4 funners up against Mizzou Esports, and an odd situation on LAN to say the very least here, Chadlantis. We will start this series 1-0. Let's bring up the map bans, and I'll tell y'all how it happened. Map number 1 ended 13-0. Now, I don't know if you've been here for the last hour or so, but we have not been on stream for a full hour for Mizzou to win 13-0. 4 funners decided that it was a great idea, while on LAN without an extended break, to queue a ranked game. Yeah, that's all
Yeah, they knew they didn't have an extended break, and the one player, I don't know who, queued a ranked game and couldn't get a forfeit loss or get out of it fast enough. Time ran out. We actually gave them extra time, and they couldn't make it in time. Got DQ'd for first match. So a very unforced error. But we're going to game number 2. Which is Mizzou's map pick. They performed really well on Ascent before, in doing so against Area of Effect, which was the favorite of the group, made the upset victory happen on there. So they definitely were going to be very strong on Ascent either way. Now we go over to Haven. This is the match that the map that we saw 4 funners not actually gets the victory over zero latency on this map of Haven before. So we'll see if they can make a comeback happen and take the victory over Mizzou and go 1-1 on the Haven on the day so far, or if Mizzou will go ahead and close out the series on a 2-0 fashion.
Mizzou actually the final of the 6 teams to make a broadcast appearance. A brief introduction to the squad as a whole: Crinkle, Ponder, Piggy, Serial Killer, and K9. Now you'll see double initiator as a setup. Sentinel choice for Serial Killer is Chamber, as it usually is here on Haven. You see Mirror Omens, and instead of the Jet, you see Ponder opt in for the Neon. I like it.
I like it too. I think Neon is a fun pick. This is a map that you can get away with doing Raze, Jet, or Neon for your entry duelist. It does feel like a map that you somewhat need an entry duelist of some fashion to work with. Not the best of maps for regards of no duelist compositions, because of how spread out the map is with the teams on defense, as you can even see right now, completely spread across the map. If there's a team that has a weak point on the sites, then you have an entry duelist creating controlled chaos situation of just entering in, creating space, and having other people swarm through. You can create those like 2v1, 3v2, or even more advantageous numerical odds in your favor, to your advantage, because you need to use angles to work with as well. Whereas a no duelist, duelist composition can't really exploit that spread out defense as effectively.
You'll see them try to exploit a close held defense. Shrouded step across early. I don't know if they're going to clear this close corner. Yes, they will. Stunna detected out by the sonar dart. Well placed, by the way, to clear out any semblance of a cubby hold. They will stun out that Jet, and getting the information as to the whereabouts of the Sova just the same. And in response, they will back the heck away, seeing at least 2 players, probably a 3rd or 4th rotating. Wish that was the case. And in tandem, they'll go back towards C. Spoof the only line of defense here, and the jump peak should have been seen. Serial Killer.
Huge paranoia.
With that. Oh no! He gets his thing! The close range. Piggy dies. It's trade though.
And unlucky, nobody else in 4 funners is there to capitalize on the paranoia, hitting basically everybody on Mizzou. And because of that, the members of Mizzou are set up. But the trade's going back. Stunna is keeping this alive.
Stunna 1 versus 1. Sheriff with 48 HP up against K9's. Just classic. The only utility left over is the Aftershock. Not even needed. Headshot and a crisp one at that. Drops Stunna. Fun fact for all of you watching, that is the first time we have seen an attacking pistol round win in 7 attempts. For all of you math wizards out there, it's about 14% pistol round winning percentage for the attacking side through
quick maths. Good stuff. Yeah, it comes from K9, still having utility available, and with the classic in hand, a lot of players like Stunna seem to be would expect the member of Mizzou with the classic to wait and try to get like a right-click opportunity or something. So caught Stunna a little bit off guard with that very aggressive peek. The advantage on the first shot. Matt Z trying to get the advantage of his own and gets the collateral to start off their eco round.
2 birds with 1 stone, an initiator and a controller with just a single high caliber bullet from the headhunter. It hunts for 2 with just 1 required. Technically 2 shots because he missed the first, but that's comparing apples and oranges. We'll move past it for the time being. Mizzou still have a decent position here. They have the weapon advantage. You can see a Vandal available, pushing towards the backside of B, but unaware of Lo Main's position. Seems like that could just be their downfall. 11 HP, maybe only what Matt needs. He'll find a third on the round, leaving just K9 in a 1 versus 4. One towards the backside of C Long, completely unaware of the Omen's positioning. It looks like the Omen may have even grabbed a weapon. He hasn't, wasn't even needed. Stunna finishes it off. The Sheriff to find a headshot. A nearly flawless, thrifty round from 4Funners after nearly getting trounced, irregardless of those opening few picks on the pistol.
Yeah, Matt Z starting that off. That's what we saw from 4Funners before, is Matt very commonly on the defensive side specifically, really good at getting aggressive angles, holding it very strongly, and being able to have time to rendezvous out, staying alive, not greeting for too much more, not biting more than they can chew. Just getting that one shot, get the first kill, and get out. This time, got a little lucky with it being a collateral lineup. And the serial killer donated a Vandal over as well. Kind of just walking on the B site without any support. So not the grace responses by Mizzou either. Dark cover doesn't fully cover the trademark, I don't think.
I think you got
Maybe the edge barely?
It
Yeah, it's hard to tell on the minimap, yeah.
The edge of the dark cover, barely catching that trademark. The information should be there, but it's not. The swing through, a 1-for-1 trade. The Omen trading out the Omen, who got the chamber. Say that one 3 times fast. Mizzou will get the spike planted, but it's once more a retake. That's seemingly been the theme of the day between our now 4 maps of play, 3 best of 3s, and now the 4th here on Haven. But Mizzou are playing long range. All 4 players awaiting the push from this C-long position. Dark cover making it a one-way smoke, so if you hop on the spike, you nearly immediately die, especially considering the Owl drone will scan you out and get you out of position. Piggy is faulted close range. The Aftershock may land as well. It's actually a return fault line just to trade things back. The shot is there, the shock dart as well, but the spray is there for 4Funners. It's Crinkle in a 1v3, not able to get the shot required. Yes, the dink was found. The kill, not so much. 4Funners make it 2 in a row after the pistol.
That ended up getting a lot closer on the timer than I thought it would be. And Mizzou not greeting for that weapon from Spoof, which was platform. They got the spike plan, just fall off site instantly, did not push forward to grab that upgrade on the weapon. So that could have been a little bit of a difference maker. But understandably, they didn't have a lot of information to know whether or not they would be punished for greeting for that. We knew they wouldn't be, but in their eyes, hard to make that call. But they'll be able to buy up this time around and move forward. Nice kill line across the board for 4Funners. Everybody kind of stepping up thus far and trying to just not let that early peek happen for Stunna. Stun them out. Not quite yet. They're the ones to do the stuns as they want to have some flashy gun work be done. Make it out alive. It's a lot of utility gone from Mizzou.
4Funners, however, they're in a good position. On the other side of this, Mizzou could catch this out quickly. Dark covers late in towards the garage window, catching out the chamber who's pushing close corner. My apologies. But Matt's yet to be cleared out. No extra information dedicated here for Mizzou, and they back away, and soundly so. Soundly, meaning they've given away the sound cues. Ponder dies after over-aggressing forward. Stunna, looking for their second, is traded back 1, but it's Shakib from the backside of sight to shut it down, and 4Funners really trouncing here in a full rifle round. Serial killer, a nice flick, but it's Shakib with a 4K.
Shakib, the player who was that battle stage for the first match of the day, stepped up really big on the Sova. Even though it was a loss for them, still performed really well on this map and still doing exactly that. 7-1-0 score line going into map round number 5. Map 5, imagine. But we have some ultimates coming online. Something that we haven't talked about a ton because nobody's really used one yet, as it's still early in this map. Blade Storm is available, but likely not going to be used, not really needed. You can see a world where Ponder pops the ultimate here, coupled with a SMG and things like that, but long range not going to be the best of things. Okay. Go for it anyway. It's going to be a punish on
themselves forward. Overdrive alongside the high... Okay, well, Serial Killer does get a trade, but it's elsewhere. What? Not a great position. Shrouded Step is denied as he tries, yet fails. Spoof, aware of his counterpart's positioning, and valiant efforts at a fooling teleport. unsuccessful as we saw. Spoof now at a 3K, has to reload. Shorty certainly not the most optimal weapon for long-range engagements, but Crinkle down at 60 HP, left alone, was gonna die to the shock darter regardless, so that gunfight, but it's a round win for 4Funners regardless. Mizzou, remember, their map pick not looking too great at first.
Yeah, it's it's the situation where they have a sub coming in, I believe. K9 doesn't have the tag at least, so hard to call. But they're a collegiate team. We play together a bunch, so they should have a good understanding of what to do for certain tight executions. They have another buy up this time around, though. It's not the best light armor for Piggy. But honestly, they haven't had the best of entries overall. They've gotten stuffed a lot by 4Fun, and Light Thunder's coming up soon. And a lot more ultimates online for 4Fun. The Hunter Sphere can be used to stall them out. Long range, that's why you see the Sova. They usually are there anyway. Definitely hovering towards Garage as Matt. Ooh. And yet again, good for an entry pick, holding angles aggressively.
We actually saw that the last time they played this map as well, 4Funners playing a little bit vertically. It was on their defensive side when they were good, and then they decided to lose every single one of their attacking rounds. In all fairness, they were playing up against a very staunch zero latency defense with amazing retakes, but still an applicable conversation. Mizzou, however, can't seem to win opening gunfight. Serial Killer finally brings out the Vandal, but Matt Z an off angle towards the bottom of sewers, just waiting for the push to come through. Unscopes at the worst possible time and will fall because of it. Not switching out to that operator, and apparently understandably so. Ponder stunned out just barely by the fault line dedicated, but it's a post plan. Again, but 4Funners have all the utility to work.
Yeah, they do. We did not see 4Funners have much success down in the hell position. We'll see if Mizzou can have that opportunity. Hunter's Fair underway, and it's going to be a retake under siege. It's Mizzou.
The rendezvous's there as well. They will miss every single one of those Hunter's Fury shots, gaining absolutely no information because of it. The play from under hell is unsuccessful with Serial Killer, making sure it may not matter. Piggy playing the trigger discipline, doesn't even need to, finds the kill regardless of their discipline, or in this case, possibly lack thereof. Mizzou pick up another attacking round. Their first since the pistol, taking them a little while to do so, but off of a little bit of utility and a whole lot of gunplay, they take a little bit of control back.
Time is fine for 4Fun. They even have lethal ultimates to work with as well. Good for Mizzou to force out that Hunter's Fury. Little bait and switch kind of situations. Serial Killer especially just swinging and fragging out on the post plant there, it seemed like. They have their own Hunter's Fury to work with now. Rolling Thunder as well if they want to get on the sights. See a lot of Rolling Thunders from sewers or garage is oftentimes where we see it come from. So we'll see if that's going to be a position they take this time around.
The chamber trade towards C has baited out a little bit of a rotation from the breach. You can see towards that C link, the Owl drone will find out the Neon's positioning alongside the Rolling Thunder. That will catch Stunna out, who does not have a dash to work with. Double Cloud Burst at their feet. A returning Rolling Thunder will push them even further out of position, and in this case, outside of the site. No way to initiate back into this site now for the defensive side. Yes, they have the Blade Storm, but that's about it here for the defense on the retake. Matt Z maybe not needing as much of their utility, just finding the gun skill. Unfortunately, an immediate trade there will turn it right back to dead even. The one-way smoke established towards this A link will force Stunna out into the open, and the wall created by the Neon doesn't make their life any easier than it could be. A 1v3 now for the duelists, looking for a possible 4K on the round. Not going to happen. Stunna dies. Mizzou bring it to within one.
Little lucky for K9. He didn't know about Matt Z's flank at all. But the first frag comes through. Crinkle was alerted to it. Matt Z narrowly misses that shot. That would have been a huge hold position for Runners if they can get that push through, create some space, get some angles working, make it a little bit easier for Lomain and Stunna to make the retake happen. But once that flank was dealt with, instantly you saw Mizzou look directly towards heaven, look towards the defending door. 4Fun just had too many crossfires, too many people to deal with in that moment. A little bit of a comeback coming now for Mizzou. A little defaulty this round, though. Not really pushing up, setting up as aggressively as previous rounds. Using up the fast lane in a lobby just to get out safely. They won't have that for entry.
Low main, I believe, shoulder peeked into the Owl Drone. Definitely saw it that time around. The trade of fire will come through, but Spoof playing on the cubby position. A perfect fault line into a swing from Spoof. Finds two, looking for a third. It's Stunna to steal that away. The Blade Storm will find the team's third on the round. An immediate trade back, maybe too little, too late. The Chamber already gaining A lobby control makes the lives of the attackers so much more difficult. They have no way to initiate, no utility to do so, and Spoof completely changing their position. A 3K on the round for them. Traded back, but Stunna makes it a full house of frags for the defensive side as 4 Funners make it 5 on their half. Already looking good on their opponent's map pick as the attacking side continues to look a little worse for wear.
It's a really big tell as well from Mizzou. They dropped the fast lane in A lobby to rotate, and that was, I believe it was seen by 4Fun. At the very least, it's a tell that we're using this utility that we can use to execute onto a site just so we can safely get out. That usually means they don't really have a lot of support for the exit of that location, and means regardless they want to leave that location. So they stacked up on C site, had all the utility, and caught Mizzou left basically stranded in C long. Right now though, aggressive fights on both sides of the map, and 4Funners still coming out on top.
They have line of sight of the spike, and with A long aggression, hold the phone. There's a trade of a whole lot of info and utility. Spoof should have been cleared by that trademark and finally does. The swing off of the flash is near perfect, leaving K9 in a 1 versus 2. They're aware of at least one position, that would be Spoof, around towards the A side. They should be able to retrieve the spike, but Spoof repositioning in towards the window was not made aware of. Still, a 1v2, but K9 with a little bit more info to work off of can make this a little easier for themselves. 3 ult points away from Rolling Thunder. There's basically no way to get ult unless they find a kill, an ult orb, and a plant, all to turn it into a 1v1.
A scary position for K9 as well. Could not get any confirmation of anything on the site whatsoever. There is an orb here. You might gamble for grabbing the orb just in case they can't make it to spike plants, and then maybe gets 2 towards Rolling Thunder next round, but it does give a lot of audio cues.
30
Being
seconds
silent
left.
is very advantageous for K9, hoping they get lucky. The 4Fun doesn't guess right, and that's exactly going to be the case. But still so risky. And anything K9 does, from their perspective, they don't have the info we do. They're actually going to be walking towards trying to get a frag in 4Fun and try to see if they can get a safe plant at least. That's going to be the case.
10 seconds left.
We'll get the
Good sound
plants.
cue. Spoof heard it. Spike going down. 1 versus 1. K9 may be running away towards long, but no, decides to play close and wait for the push to come through. 1 versus 2 as it remains. The Owl Drone going over should be able to see him. It does.
No.
The sonar will detect him. The swing has to be there, but this is certainly sprayable. It is indeed. Spoof does a decent bit of damage to the wall, and K9 will swing to their demise. A valiant effort by the Breach, but they come 1 ultimate orb short of an ult, and 2 kills short of the round. Seems like 4Funners, maybe typing in chat. I don't know if we can see the chat at the bottom left, but they're just chilling here. Maybe, oh, they're trying to grab a weapon. I think they're going for that all the way over in A lobby. That's smart.
Yep, and they also had a lot of time, so even if they didn't want to hunt for an op, that's like a low-key attack timeout if you want to take it, but in that situation, they're up on rounds. They're looking really good on offense right now, and obviously a lot of it is coming from Mizzou giving a lot of free information away about their presence, where they're looking to attack from. And that round was really weird. Very odd round, very unorthodox, where there was kind of like a 2v2, 2v3 skirmishes across both C lobby and A lobby. And it overall went even, but the tempo was there for 4Funners. They had Spoof push up through grass, caught Piggy off guard. Things got worse from there. Ponder.
Ooh, stunned. Dies because of it. Does a whole 25 damage, maybe 40 give or take. Certainly not a good position. Hunter's Fury already utilized here for the attacking side, trying to gain whatever info they can. That didn't hit. Oh no, they're in an awful position at this point. But from the shadows utilized to get in towards Hell, the Aftershock will push them out of that exact same position, and the Shock Dart utilized just the same, forcing out disadvantageous positioning, and the Shrouded Step is heard. Piggy does get 1, but it's still a 2, now 1v3. Shakib finds a crisp shot onto K9. No hope on that one. 4Funners make it 7 on the defense.
A little bit awkward as the Hunter's Fury was coming through. K9 just kept getting stalled, so couldn't go for the orb immediately. Couldn't really provide support on the site itself. Matt with a really, not really unorthodox angle. A lot of people go up on top of that box as a chamber, but one that Mizzou hasn't confirmed that Matt uses yet, right? So it's the first time,
Yeah.
like, okay, Matt does use that spot, so now they'll be alert moving forward. And it's one of those little things that Mizzou just didn't account for, swing around that corner. Maybe they did, and they just were slow to respond to it or whatever it may be, but still allowed Matt to get a kill from the stunned Neon and Sewers, teleport right outside that box, get a kill over the dark cover there. And just constantly being active, constantly finding new angles to keep the enemies guessing is Matt Z, and still consistently finding good, consistent early frags in his round has been huge for Forerunners.
That, similar to a lot of plays, only works once. It may need to be used again. The overdrive, utilized, finds one. Stunna, however, on the refrags, finds three. A now 2 versus 2 off the back of just a single player. Ultimates on either side, relatively ineffective in the overall outcome of the round, notably just from the shadows available for the defensive side. Again, a 1-for-1 trade, leaving just a chamber up against Crinkle's Sova. The Headhunter available, as is now the Rendezvous. That can be utilized to reposition should it be required. But with the Spike Plant, there's a timer on this 1 versus 1. Crinkle, well aware of it, has a sonar along with 2 shock darts if they need to use either of them. There's the swing, there's the headshot as well. The Headhunter living up to its name, as is Matt Z, as they find one more for 4 Funners. It's 8 for the defense, and there's still a round to play here in the half.
And Matt honestly has been stepping up so big, so reliable for this team. Operator still in hand as well, has the tour de force. Honestly, considering it's the last round of the half, I'd even suggest dropping the op for somebody else who might want to use, like maybe Stunna, who can also use a Vandal or something, and is 1 away from a Blaze Storm. Rock a Vandal or Phantom yourself as Matt and use the tour de force, right? And that looks like they at least bought a rifle to work with.
Yep. So what they did was they dropped the rifle back towards B Link in the backside of garage, and they have the Rendezvous set up on top of the C side. So should they miss an op shot, they'll be able to retake with a rifle and not an operator. I like it. It's thinking ahead should they need to do so. However, the A site is not the call. They will retrieve their Vandal and start to retake towards this A side. They attempt from the shadows and towards long. It's denied by Crinkle, who is waiting in that exact same position. K9 plants a spike, barely avoids the second shock dart, which would have been their demise. A now 1-for-1 trade, making it a 4 versus 4. The rolling thunder from both sides, making it nearly a Venn diagram. But Piggy gets stunned out by their own teammates' rolling thunder, costing him his life. A 3 versus 3, once more a trade. It's Sova for Sova, but Crinkle's coming out on top of the engagements. 4 Funners would love this round for not only momentum, but a massive advantage heading into the halftime split. And Crinkle does not want to give it to him. The shoulder peek to give away the information. A sonar will miss. The spray does as well. Matt Z finds one more. 4 Funners find 9-3.
Perhaps a little pressure getting to Crinkle there with missed jump peek, missed recon bolt, things like that. 9-3 though, they're not out of it yet as Mizzou, and on defense it should be a little bit easier to manage the nerves a bit. So that happened really importantly in that round as well that almost cost them the round for 4 Funners, was that Stunna was lurking around. This trademark was being dropped by Serial Killer outside window door, and the Cloppers was dropped there to try to sneak by Stunna for a really fast lurk that would have caught for Mizzou really off guard, but was slowed down by that. Didn't quite get past the trademark before the Cloudburst went away. That lured the presence. Serial Killer got the punishment and allowed Mizzou to refocus on the site by the end of the day. But Piggy getting caught, nice frags going out, and honestly still Matt just stepping up so massively for this team. Close out the round for 4 Funners regardless. Now clearing out garage. Nothing to be found whatsoever. The double stack over C long for Mizzou.
Oh, Piggy, I love this call as well. Shorty on the close cubby corner, not playing towards the garage cubby either. The sonar should miss their position. It's shot, and they don't clear it. Still waiting inside of their own dark cover. Finds a first, is immediately traded back. Stunna through the smoke, no less. Talk about being omniscient, all-knowing, regardless of their line of sight, as Mizzou now need to retake in a 3 versus 4, all 3 players pushing in from C long, and the spike is planted for defender spawn, of which that's where all 4 of 4 Funners lie in wait for this push to come through. The flash misses, the second one should land to at least 1 player, but as time continues to tick away, that flash means all but nothing. 4 Funners, double digits already.
Really smart by Forefronters as well, planting the spike in the back of site like that, making Mizzou have to go across so much ground to finally get to the spike control location. Good control of a garage, hell, as well as the defending door, back alleys. Mizzou forced into the choke point, having to funnel out of it. So tough. Pull off that retake, especially down players. Now down so many rounds, 7. Going into their eco. We saw Forefronters win theirs. Can't say Mizzou's out of this one.
4 players stacking up on the A side could make their life a little
Aftershock
easier.
was
And
sick.
opted Aftershock would have been amazing. A fault line possibly to clear out the close right. They jump and find out the position. Low main clears it out. This should be a relatively clean round, but Ponder with 4 on the Sheriff. A 2 versus 1 in the spray from behind. Ponder, the hero of the round, is a thrifty round for Mizzou, denying Forefronters the conversion, putting them into an awkward scenario to say the very least. Denying a possible bonus just the same. What is that from Ponder?
I hope Ponder, like, on LAN PCs, so clipping is like really a thing there. Oh my god. In a miraculous fashion, clicks 4 heads, dude. That's insane. Completely cornered, suppressed, being swarmed on, Sheriff in hand, can't spam headshots, got click and wait for each click to come back. Somehow finds 4 heads that moment is madness. And that's the momentum for them, man. Win the eco. They get the buy up now on their only anti-eco. That's exactly what Forefronters did to get a lot of momentum on their side.
Oh,
Mizzou not out of it yet. Ponder fighting back.
Having a round like that on LAN is so much better than having one online. You can fist bump and get hyped in person. That could be a proponent for their victory. However, a spike plant once more here for Forefronters. A retake required once more. Crinkle close range. A dark cover to clear out that Vandal will allow them to retrieve the rifle. The Soma isn't seen either. No, they're aware. The swing through. Shakib with 3, though. On the round, no less. The rolling thunder to force Ponder out of position. The fault line to follow up, making it from a 3v4 to now a 3v2, and Mizzou still need to retake. They now have the weapon disadvantage, irregardless of the original peak. Everything being dedicated forward, but Shakib does not care, picking up where Ponder left off. Anything you can do, I can do better. With rifles, he could do anything better than you. Forefronters 2 away from forcing Icebox.
Shout out to Spoof for having Shakib's back there as well. I was calling out to punish the greed by Crinkle, but because the dark cover came through, Crinkle didn't feel confident that they'll be able before the rifle pick is picked up. Maybe a right click can find their head, that close quarters as well. Overly cautious was Crinkle. Can't really blame him, but still overly cautious. And the Owl drone comes through. Perfect timing step through from Shakib as well. And it's a little bit of a bait situation. Mizzou's members got caught out by. What a play by Shakib.
I thought that could have turned Mizzou back in their favor. They tried, and they inevitably failed. They will get the sonar ping on towards the chamber, who will back away. Piggy playing in a replicable position as to what we've seen prior, this time with a Bucky. There's a first. A second found as well. Sunna inside of the smoke, however, will find a double, with Matt Z finding the third required. A now 2 versus 2 as trades continue back and forth. A shock dart should do a decent bit of damage, but Sunna repositions after baiting it out. The dash was prepped, but will not be used, so wasted to say the very least. And now it leaves just K9 in a 1 versus 2. A Vandal available, fault line, Aftershock alongside the Flash, just the same, but it's certainly not an enviable position by any means. The Flash just after the Aftershock should force their line of sight, but 2 players in the exact same position, holding the exact same angle, will make his life null and void. Forefronters find map point again to possibly send us to Icebox.
Yeah. So shout outs to them. Coming back from losing Haven early on and not being mentally shook from the map loss to the IDQ earlier on, and coming back with a little bit of like a point to make. It feels like they are coming out striking. And you can see that Mizzou's kind of rocked as well. They're a little uncoordinated. They're making a little unforced errors here and there.
Get out of my way.
Matt even won 2 kills out of the 1v3 over A lobby last round. Like, how is he doing that?
Nowhere
It's wild to see consistency of craziness created. Hunter's Fury blindly finds one. Serial killer on the backside of sight is known, but the spike is dropped. Ponder on a flank finds one. Matt Z, trying to reaggress, is seen, their shoulder detected, and their life gone. The refrag, not there just yet. The paranoia is near perfect, though, and Stunna can find the kill because of it. It leaves Serial Killer on the site, but they seem to be aware of the possibility the site's been retaken, and in response, Mizzou, well, it just leaves Serial Killer on a site that's empty.
Yeah, and Serial Killer is not going to feel very safe about getting this Vandal swap, or some form of rifle swap off the ground. Pretty much everybody's running Vandals right now. Operator hands, rough for a retake. Nowhere near the tour de force to pop either. After the spike's planted, maybe feels confident getting that drop. I like the Forefront's going to hunt, though. They're not planting on the B
30
site.
seconds left.
Keeping Serial Killer guessing. Beautiful mind work to do by Forefronters, 2 members working together.
If they give away a sound cue, though, they have 2 options. Number 1, they drop the spike over to the Omen, and they could drop him low. Serial Killer will end up dropping down and hear the spike plant, aware of the possibility that one is in heaven. But with the dark cover dropped, the updraft will cost Stunna his life. A now 1 versus 1 as Serial Killer looks to keep Mizzou alive, but has absolutely no idea as to the Omen's position. Hell, clear. He knows Short has absolutely no one around it. Long is the last possible option, but heaven is nowhere in the back of his mind. The wrap finally possibly detected as he hops on top of the spike, but the jump from above him will cost him the round and cost the team the map. 4 Funners respond off the Ascent disqualification and take Heaven 13-4 like it never even happened. Icebox a requisite here in our semifinals.
Yeah. I'd make a joke about how Icebox can make them cold, but 4 Funners are already cold. That's insane that they came out that strong, 13-4. That was just like a showcase. Like, it definitely seemed like Mizzou came out to play to start. However, once that eco round when happened, Warfront just kept running with it. And Mizzou, it seemed like they felt pressure. It felt like, oh man, we shouldn't have given that up. Their mental seemed shook. They kept giving up unforced errors, making some mistakes on utilities, missing, not doing jiggle peaks properly, not playing and swinging off of each other at all, doing a lot of solo lone wolf kind of plays that just didn't work out, a lot of dry peaks that didn't work, giving off a lot of tells as well, like that fast lane over A lobby being a huge tell, allowing 4 Funners to show up over to C site, stack up some utility, and shut down the C site attempt. So Mizzou definitely seeming out of sorts, not really sharp on the mental right now.
You could say even after an uncomfortable loss, they seemed comfortable on a map that was not their choice. Ascent, they chose. They weren't able to play it, and they lost 13-0 because of it. Unfortunately, joining a ranked game on LAN, probably not the best of decisions, but they were able to get out and able to queue up into the second map, and they turned things around. Comfortability is required for them heading into Icebox, and it may even be for you as well, as Mavix, being one of our sponsors, are an outstanding company, and not only that, but one that supports not only us here at Nerd Street, but you and your ergonomic needs with the LMX competitive advantage you've been waiting on. It features cooling, heating, and even massaging features. The LMX will keep your gaming sessions going even longer with body temperature regulation and increased focus. The future of gaming is here. Shop now at Mavix.com, and you can even use code NSG to save 55 on your Mavix gaming chair, whether that be the M4, M5, M7, or M9. But, as we mentioned, you can even use your cooling or heating to heat you up as we head to Icebox, our 3rd map. As I said, a requisite. We'll see you when we head to Chili Spot.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that.
Hunter sure he used. It's Ares to pick up one.
Oh my gosh.
Two, three. Ares cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed. Oh, the strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez. And he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
Icebox a third map, Mizzou need to break their cold streak and possibly break the ice while heating up as we head into the frozen tundra, just as everybody else around the United States is heating up. By the way, make sure you turn on your AC, because it is hot as everything. Time to light, that's Chadlantis. This is the Brentwood LAN, our final LAN before the LAN. As ironic as it sounds, Icebox, as I mentioned, the decider in this series, map 1 13-0 via DQ, map 2 13-4 via a trouncing. Mizzou need to come back.
You know what would help with all the temperature regulation concerns time is LMX from Mavix. At the LAN, hopefully they can bring, those chairs in. Help a lot. Union chairs make a difference, man, sometimes. And you gotta make sure you're prepared well. Mizzou didn't seem to be super well prepared over on Haven. And that was a little surprising, considering that was their map pick. And it looked like they were completely out of sorts, a little bit uncoordinated as a team, and making a lot of unforced errors. Going into Icebox, though, it's another map that a lot of teams are comfortable with, used to. Seems like basically every team knows how to play Ascent, Haven, Icebox, kind of breeze. Pearl and Bind being like perma bans, instant first bans across the board today. And Fracture being the one that's kind of up in the air as kind of like a fifth choice, it seems like right now. Going into the first round.
If we actually played Ascent, then we would have seen every map other than the original 2 bans of this series.
Yeah. That would have been interesting. We still got time. We still got grand finals after this. So who knows? Maybe we'll see Pearl, Bind, and Ascent to be the last 3 and goes the 3 distance. Could be the case. A lot of teams seem to be a little cautious of Pearl, though, being a new map. They're not sure how to play it properly. It's understandable. That happens a lot. A lot of teams instantly ban new maps as they come out. Nobody's going to be found at A site with aggression from Mizzou. This B is going to be the hit. Piggy having to run for the hills.
Toxic screen already initiated as For Fun look to initiate onto the site. It should be a relatively free spike plant if they go now. They'll have no resistance other than possibly Piggy, but as they continue to wait, more players continue to rotate. There's a possibility of a flank being established, however the chamber being held by their opponent's tripwire, aka trademark, it's not going to make their life any easier than it probably needs to be. Now on the other side of that, Mizzou are just waiting for this push to possibly come through. Stunna looking to initiate with a push as well. The flashpoint is near perfect, but it's not everything. An immediate trade, 1-for-1, and the paint shells to force them back. This is looking good for Mizzou's defense.
It really is. The spike has not been planted just yet. 4v4 and pushing back for Funners, actually. Look to make the rotation, realizing Mizzou is already bolstered up the defensive line. If Matt is the one trying to cut off rotations, having to play it safe and allowing an opening for Serial Killer who cannot capitalize on it. For Funners, though, this does mean that... Oh, okay, as Shakib gets another kill. I was going to say Mizzou is going to be able to get to A-hold in time, but 4v2, it might not matter.
Hunter's in a good position. A snakebite relegating them from denying that plant. There's a first, the second not found. They now 1 versus 3, not going to happen. K9 removed. For Funners win the pistol. Another attacking sided pistol. Did I miss a memo where we just flipped the script? Did somebody forget to give me that paper?
I'm going to say it's because of the rank queue. Once that fiasco happened, you know, ever since then, it's only been attacking pistol wins. It's shook things up, that's for sure. For Funners are shaking things up. Looking to make a technically reverse sweep in the series to continue on the streak as they've been looking really on form. Bit of a default from Mizzou, mostly favoring mid. I said default, and then they like grouped up in mid. Okay. Playing out, try to push up, try and get an early pick. Aggressively take something, but it's going to be watched by Stunna. Same for Spook for Falls, but Stunna comes out on top. 1 HP for Serial Killer.
Serial Killer did have the rendezvous in the back pocket. Stun a odd pop-in swing. Decided to just strafe and spray at the same time. Usually it's strafe, stop, then spray.
SMG
who
things,
cares
man.
About who cares about the the whole step-by-step process when you have a odd rapid-fire weapon in your back pocket? Serial Killer trying to reinitiate in towards mid will get immediately headshot. Was on 1 HP. I don't think that level of HP really mattered. A now 1 versus 3 once more. This time it's for the Sova. One initiator to another, stuck in 1v3 scenarios, and it's with another spike plant. For Funners, not making Mizzou's life any easier than they already did with a 13-0 gift.
Wisely grabbing upgrade, getting the Bulldog long range. 1 burst per person could be enough, but Stunna with a 4K is going to be more than needed. Shut down Crinkle and For Fun. Winning out the anti-eco with 3 alive, that's pretty solid. Go into the next round. Upgrade to that Bulldog. Could be a big difference maker, actually, because that 1 burst potential could actually outgun some of these rifles if they miss their own first taps. Trademark over the kitchen, pretty standard. There's some Sova lineups you can just clear out kitchen trademarks around the corner like that. I wonder if
Jonas
Shakib knows of those. Hey man, like that's part of being a Sova player is you guy knows all these wild lineups, especially the anti-default, anti-typicals.
Yeah,
it's like Shakib's looking to do it.
You're usually waiting for a sound cue on that one where it hits the trademark and then you hear trick shot and it's
trick shot.
And I did that. Cool. Shakib actually prepping a shock dart of their own. That could have hit a possible rendezvous. It does not. Serial Killer does a decent bit of damage and backs away with their life. Matt Z, however, not so much. They will die early, and so will Stunna, trying to duo push on the A side to possibly fake it out. They've kind of faked it and died. Not too effective.
Yeah, uncharacteristically, Matt not being on the winning side of the opening duel of a round has been very consistent for them. Stunna falling as well. I mean, both of those players have been reliable too for opening duels for this team, so losing them is pretty dire for them as they want to push out. The flash is good though, at least. Crinkle can't punish them.
The Sonar denies any ability to push forward. The 0 point good to possibly force a peek, but Lo Mein just dies. 1v4, now turned 1v3 for Shakib. The second time they've been in a 1 versus 3. This time a pseudo 1v3. I don't know if I'll give it or not. Fragment will miss. It's not really going to matter. Shakib has to peek straight into a Vandal. It's a team ace for Mizzou. Their first round, one that needs to be textbook, and it was. They keep 3 players alive as well. Decent for their economy at the same point. Not a bad round. Could have been better, but pretty good.
I was really surprised that Lo Mein was just YOLOing the reload and bunny hopping in that direction. They didn't have any information on where like all the members of Mizzou would be, so no reason to assume that Serial Killer wouldn't be in that spot considering there's pressure being made mid. And the win on A site was so dominant with noise cut and a delay before another retake attempt at why wouldn't a Mizzou member be lurking over towards B side, especially a chamber you can rendezvous out and instantly rotate really fast. It's gonna be an A site take. Nice Owl drone standard stuff. Stunna though, there they go. One of the 2 members are consistent. Last round was unlucky perhaps. This time around, doing a lot better.
Already an opening. And Shakib down. Make sure, hey, at least Shakib won't be in a 1v3 or 4 this time around. Matt Z joining that club of dead players this far in the round. Firebolt lands. That'll give you 3 free pings as to the positioning of the attacker. Singular attacker. No more, no less. Serial Killer, again, trying to initiate a round towards Maze. We'll find a first. Immediately traded. Stunna with a double as well. A triple on the round. And Lo Mein seemingly has found an opener because of it. 0 point will detect if anybody's in the general vicinity. Nobody is. A plant on top of this vertical position inside of the tube will allow for free information. The Sonar, however, also finding some information as to the whereabouts of both players. The spray lands as well. Piggy with a just spray down from the Spectre. A snake bite placed down as well means Stunna cannot push that. 5 HP means they're susceptible to any semblance of a shot. It's the Spectre to find a double and Mizzou to find their second.
Interesting choice that they took the risk of planting up top, but then played forward anyway. Not playing to the advantage of where that harder to acquire spike plant location. And the reason why it's so good is because you can sit back at catwalks, attacker nest, pipes, a lot of other locations down below in the Tetris area that can punish somebody trying to go for the defuse out there completely exposed. You go for that, they get it, and then they play up, which kind of makes sense. The center is weak, so you want to play up, but either way, it's not utilized as effectively as it could. For fun now on another eco. Bladestorm is available though, not the worst of things.
Get out of my way!
Holding mid will be denied line of sight via the poison cloud, and Lo Mein will be able to initiate in towards B for free. Stunna, however, dies because of it. The Tour de Force finding a first. It's immediately traded back. They yet to clear Ponder, though, popping the Showstopper alongside a blast back. They have to clear out close cubby. They'll throw said Showstopper around towards yellow. A triple onto Shakib as they are unable to complete the shot required. A 1v3 for Lo Mein. Not gonna happen. Mizzou take the lead here on Icebox off the back of a few unconventional plays to do so.
Would have been a massive kill to get that onto Ponder, or allowed an opening for Lo Mein to rotate through to the spike site and regroup with the team and try to get like a 2v2 front, or 2v3 or whatever it may be, but regardless, wouldn't be stuck there trying to get the kill onto Crinkle, buying time for Piggy to swing through. Mizzou, quite the momentum here. They have a Viper's Pit as well, which looks like they're going to be planting over towards A site, which is exactly where For Fun was looking to make their own plants and get through this Viper's Pit. The Hunter's Fury is available to get tagged with Owl Drone, something of that sort. Could be huge.
Piggy suppressed and cut out by the null command. They'll have to avoid this push coming through. Hunter's Fury is utilized. Spoof going up and over, and Piggy's dropped. Down goes that Viper's Pit, and Hunter's Fury also finding the counterpart to the Sova means For Fun can utilize their own Viper's Pit and have a spike plant. A double flank being established, but Shakib seemingly aware of it, finds a first. K9 heard prior, finding a third on the round for Shakib. Serial Killer sees it and backs away. Not messing with that round. It's For Fun to tie us up, as Serial Killer will attempt to save the operator. I don't know how successful they will be in the end.
Interesting forward aggression, Viper's Pit as well. Not playing it for the back of sight, back towards the corner kind of area that we commonly see it. Little things like that could throw off some players too if they're not as experienced. They haven't seen it before. How do we properly play around this? Ooh, right in the face! Matt not expecting to have a as forward of an angle held Serial Killer. Could be part of why they're able to save the op. Win his next round. For Fun, answer back, tie it back up. Burn the 3 ultimates for that round though.
True.
High investment to take it away.
But I want to take a look back at map number 2, technically, of this series. We saw Haven. I was talking about the possibility of just seeing one team or the other run away with it.
Right.
And looking at that possibility, I honestly thought it was going to be Mizzou. And we said that, and then it just was not the case. Is that a similar situation here, where we see an even trade of early rounds, 4 funners off the start, mainly pushing off of a pistol round win, and then a few rifle rounds, or in this case a single rifle round past it. It has to be turned back. The jump up and over. Stunna just Ferrari peeking across the zip line. K9 removed by their counterpart alone main, and 1v5 for Piggy. Save number 2 in the second straight round.
That's a rough round for Mizzou, man. They get bought phantoms and stuff, and they die like instantly, dude. They got rolled through. And it was a lot of it was Matt and Stunna, dude. Like, they're being supported by the team efficiently oftentimes, but a lot of it is just straight up them going in and getting like, the first frags of the round. We saw that happen a lot in Haven. A lot of times that 4 Funners had success in previous matches was off the backs of that. So if these 2 players are on form getting the frags, this team is so hard to stop. Stunna falls but gives info, and Matt capitalizes on it.
Honestly, I'll take that trade if I'm 4 Funners.
For sure.
Dropping 1 player, keeping 4 alive to remove the final rifle left over for Mizzou. And now look at this Mizzou buy. It barely exists. Well, it kind of exists. You'll see Crinkle have Hunter's Fury. K9 has Null Command, but it's sheriffs for both of them. The only 2 with ultimates available are on pistols. Actually, I lied. Crinkle decides to sell and then buy up a partial instead.
Yeah,
still taking half shields, but
Mm-hmm.
it's an odd position for Mizzou to be in. This is a half buy that's still leaving all of them at about 1,000 credits left over. And 4 Funners want to shut this down quickly.
Yeah, they'll have max loss bonus if they lose this one, so they'll be able to fully buy up next round. Maybe not with the best utility options and stuff like that, but they can at least get armor, rifles, either light armor with utility or heavy armor. Low utility, unless they win it, be even better. Hunter's Fury and Null Command are available, as you said, and Hunter's Fury. We always see Sova set up over towards Boiler a lot. You can support either sites. Serial Killer trying to get that early advantage for the team, pushed up towards Garage. Might be able to time Shakib if they don't clear this. They didn't. They didn't look back. Omega baited in. He's out.
Just had a dodge. The rendezvous perfect from Serial Killer to get the heck out of Dodge. Mizzou find an opener. That's what they needed. They had the weapon disadvantage. They now have the man advantage to try and counteract that already defaulted disadvantage they walk into the round with. Stunna plays through the toxic screen.
30
now
seconds
backs in towards that back corner towards screens itself. Hunter's Fury utilized, should find one. It does indeed, dropping Shakib, but they do not know about Stunna. Keep in mind of this Jet possible lurk. Waiting for this push to come through. The Owl Drone, however, sees it. Cloudburst to possibly create a one-way, and Stunna has to get the heck out of dodge. Matt Z on a lurk finds two of their own. Looking for a third. K9 will avoid it, but still has to go in towards Heaven. Flash right behind Matt Z, leaves him in this 2v3 alongside the Viper as his comrade. Another flash, misses, but they don't worry about the defuse. What?
One enemy remaining.
Spoof was being a little bit pressured, but I was looking at the main map. I don't think it was so heavily pressured they couldn't shoot back. I think they just didn't think they were on it.
They thought it was a fake.
Yeah,
I mean, understandably so, but still.
At least take some pop shots toward the head level, see if something happens. BR down players. Stunna just fell for sure, and so was trying to get in a better positioning at the timing. A little bit awkward. Tough to say. But yeah, from our perspective, it looks like they could have at least tried, but who knows? What was calm in the moment, things like that. As Owl Drone's now being used to clear things out. Maju, we're in a rough spot that round. If they lost that, things would continue being rough, but they're able to seek it out, man. Not the best buy, so it's kind of bad, but it happened. We've seen Eco wins. That's the thing about Valorant too, is they still have utility to work with. They had that Hunter's Fury. It's a big option for them. They still have a null command as well.
One thing I like is that with that default recon bolt being thrown through, Serial Killer, instead of just immediately rendezvousing away, they take a peek first, trying to either gain information or possibly find a kill before being forced out of that cubby position. It's a good call. It's the minute portion of this game that may possibly change round outcomes. The 0 point finding nothing could give a false sense of security to the A players, but Mizzou are still locking it down. 3 players within about 10 meters of the site itself. Ponder, the only one off of it, alone, waiting, and towards Maze, finds it first, looking for a second. It is Shakib, again dropping somebody inside a Maze from that repelled angle, and it's not an easy position to clear out, but certainly one that 4 funners have been able to do time after time. The spike finally making its way onto the site itself, the Poison Cloud most likely going to be utilized onto that same position, but Mizzou need another retake in a disadvantageous position, no less. Serial Killer finds a good start to it, and an all command popped by K9 should allow them to initiate back into the site proper. Matt Z playing vertically, continually being suppressed, no ability to rendezvous nor use the headhunter they're given inside of each and every round. K9 trying to force them away, will do so, but it's Piggy to find the kills. Now Spoof, the counterpart to that same Viper, in a 1 versus 3. They're off that angle. The shots have to be landed. They will indeed. That may just be the round. Time continually ticking away. The Poison Cloud could be initiated. A perfect snake bite as well. That may just do it. What? No! Less time ticked away than we thought. It still isn't gone. Not a foregone conclusion by any means. They could try and stick this. The push is there. Spoof. No! He switched! No way! 2 rounds running. Spoof unable to clutch it.
Mizzou. Wow. I was surprised Spoof got the kill on K9. I was like, oh, that's the round. Oh my god, you know it's a hectic round if the team that won it are calling a timeout. They won their round to bring themselves in the lead from a tied game, and they're calling a timeout because it was like, what just happened, dude? We need to calm down, take a breather real quick.
There's no way.
Spoof was in such a commanding position. I don't see why you'd give it up.
I don't see any reason to back away for multiple reasons. I'll list them. You ready? Number 1, you still had the Poison Cloud on top of the spike. So irregardless of the HP on your counterparts, you can just spray through, and it's low HP. You'll be able to have that decaying effect in your favor. You're in a perfect position. That Snake Bite may be utilized a little early, but it still found the kill, so it was well-timed past. Second, you're in a commanding position. It's clearly difficult to push somebody off of top. It's not the easiest situation by any means, but when you're in that commanding position with a spike planted for you, you need to make sure you hold that down. You can get the same wallbang you had prior, especially with your Poison Cloud available. It was in that exact same position. I don't get it. I really do not understand why they back away. possibly costing them a lot of momentum. Not only the round, but momentum past that. Stunna pushing forward, gonna clear it. Yes, they will, but Piggy wins the fight regardless, looking to pick up right where they left off. Second attempt's unsuccessful, with the overloaded low main popping the null command, the fire rate in their favor. However, the lack of information could cost them. Spoof will use Viper Spit this time around. Hopefully they stay inside of it, or at least play off of it, because last few rounds, not indicative of anything.
Low main looking the wrong way, though, so can't really provide a whole lot of comms to the team. Now they finally fall. That info source is gone. This Viper Spit's huge, though. There's really poor utility available to be able to fight through this, but the first kill for Serial Killer, player advantage. Swinging the corner, not ready for it, but Ponderace is back. There's still a Viper alive.
1 versus 2. Viper Spit's still available, and he's playing vertically. Down goes the first and last Snake Bite available. The spray, though, he misses. He just missed entirely. That may just be it. I think there's time left as they continue to stick it. It should be it. It is indeed time left over. Half a second between 4 funners and a tied up game. Mizzou continue to expand their lead.
Multiple rounds now that 4 funners narrowly could have won if they could have just bought a little more time. Just a little bit more. I don't want to really rain down on a specific player, so I'll just make the mention that Spoof is now at 2 rounds in a row. They could make a slight adjustment to their decision making and could have won the round for the team, making it 6-4. We'll see if they can make those happen later on. Player's been performing really well overall today, and we're all human. Mistakes happen. We'll see what happens. Cut off wall for the take. Defensive wall from Mizzou. Hold back. A little bit of a retake option.
Well played Thunder Shuri. Somehow doesn't finish off
Wow,
K9.
surprising, actually,
He needs to
yeah.
go buy a lottery ticket, given the fact he survived through that one. The fragment, well placed in towards Ninja, will force away any semblance of a hiding player. 4 funners want to make sure there's no semblance of a post plant. This will not happen. They are not giving away this round due to malfeasance of placement, gunplay, or ability usage. They will win it off of gun skill and gun skill alone. 1 versus 5, now turned 1 versus 4, and 3, now Serial Killer, doing some economic damage and walking straight into Matt Z, who will take away the operator and give 4 funners a 5th round win. And given their economy, they should be perfectly fine to purchase, regardless of those 2 kills lost. Yeah,
Yeah, Smooth answers right back too. Is a double kill on site on the follow-up of Stunna's entry. Beautifully done. Viper Spit is available for Piggy over towards A site. Looking to use that again. Did not work out for them last time. He could get found and shut down. Left isolated yet again. We'll have to see if they have a better situation this time around, because Chiki will not have their Hunter's Fury. No command from Lomain either. So the 2 big resources used to push off Piggy last time.
Piggy used the Viper Spit and almost died to the op. That was almost bad. Luckily, they back away with their life. Crinkle trades an Owl Drone. Finds absolutely nothing with theirs. Matt Z, however, dropping their proponent.
Ponder.
Turn things back the other way. Ponder on a flank, looking for another. Will not find it, but K9 with 2 of his own, leaving Spoof in a 1v3. Been forced to clutch in multiple different scenarios thus far in this game. This possibly the most impactful of them. Heading into a halftime break. And a dead-even matchup is drastically different than a dead-even scoreline. Well, they don't have the advantage.
I love that angle. You can see the boots glowing red through the Viper's pit. Take the shot.
Oh, yeah.
Piggy. And great composure by Mizzou as well. Realizing the spike's down. We have a 3v1. But there's no reason to push out of Viper's pit. We still have a commanding presence for A sites. We still have a huge lead for map control towards B if they try to make a rotation happen. We have a player's advantage as well. There's no reason we have pushed overly too far forward and given an opportunity for a Spoof to clutch this one out. 7-5 as Mizzou. Back and forth. Some streaks 2-3, 2-3, and then 1-1 to finish it off. But overall, close game. It's the decider of the semifinals. Which team can get into the money? Only top 2 teams get it in a single elimination.
I think we figured out why 4Fun decided to to a ranked game. They wanted to get Ascent over with. They understood they were forced to play up against... Yeah, they understood they were playing up against Mizzou, who already beat AoE on Ascent, so instead they decided, we'll just go to Haven. Win Haven and force Icebox. They knew a third map was required. They just didn't know how it was going to go. Instead, they made it so, and made it clearly in their favor. Ponder peeking girl. Didn't see the Sova as they backed away, and probably didn't get the opportunity, regardless of the lack of vision there. Trades are still here, though, as 4 Funners still have a man advantage, but not a clear one. K9, 1 versus 1. Up against the Sova, it's Initiator against Initiator. However, Shakib, with the proactivity, up and over, plays the verticality, and finds 4 Funners a defensive pistol win. They win both of the pistols here on Icebox, as they take a little bit of control in the third map of play.
Yeah, 4 Front overall doing a great job on pistols. 3-1 so far. Huge opportunity for round momentum. See if they can translate it a little better this time around, though, than they did on their offensive half. Looking at their composition, pretty much the same as Mizzou. You trade out the Jet for the Raze. Honestly, though, the Raze offers a lot of scouting abilities. So I feel like Mizzou could get a little bit more information to work off of. That Marshall against no armor is going to be so huge. Body shots are fine. Oh, misses though.
That's a great way to push forward, and the suppression onto the Jet means there's no dash available. A fragment on towards the vert box will allow the push forward. The suppression has dissipated, but it may not matter. A spray down. It's the Bulldog and a Spectre to close out the round. Only 1 kill found from Stunna, only 1 kill required from Stunna. They'll drop that Marshall. It's not really a grand scheme of play. However, they're now forced onto a Sheriff instead of any possible rifle, so changes abound. Mizzou looking to deny the bonus.
It's like walking into an electric fence. Everybody just fell instantly as soon as they hit that line right on the corner. Just spray down. Things like Bulldog's good enough for that. Spectres as well. Tied up. K9 almost to his own command already.
Scanning ahead.
They're able to get that this round. It could be a massive opportunity.
Wild ride we've taken in the second half of play. Stunna forced back already. Boombot dedicated as well. The dash away already used from Stunna, as they'll have to move around this back side of the site. Quick initiation from Mizzou, but verticality once more played by this defensive side. Spoof only finding 1 though. A shock dart there, but not enough. Not nearly at that. Low main, the KO, has to initiate as they live up to their ability and their role. However, a flash bang not landing as it needed to will cost them their life. Mizzou deny the bonus, but only have a 1-round lead, as 4 Funners will have more than enough credits to buy up into our 4th round of the half. This is where the money meets their maker, as a true gun round befalls us.
Mizzou has been hyper aggressive as well. I'm interested to see if they continue that pace up against the rifles in hand of 4 Fun. They just have been sending it on A site. Like, let's just go. Let's see what happens. Let's throw all of our flashbangs. Let's use like forward information. Ponder blasting onto the sites. It's a lot more spread out. I want to see them try to play for K9's null command and then take a site. But currently not positioned to do that. They're only 1 point away from getting the ultimate online. Pinging for 2, they might make a play for going through mid and crossing into B site with multiple angles, using that poison cloud setup. They're going to have to deal with this defensive low main and Matt. Stunna, as I said before, have been so good for these initial peaks, especially Matt holding angles here. Saw the jiggle.
Oh, nice. Though. The over peak of the shoulder, it may not matter. Low main with a double from the yellow box. Completely uncleared, completely unchecked, and finds a double because of it. Matt Z could catch a timing here. As the spike backs away, K9 has to catch a timing as they retreat with it in their back pocket. They do, and they catch a kill. Now a 2 versus 2 from a disadvantage, now to a man advantage. They have the man lead, but they still have to go towards A, of which Spoof just waits for the push to come through. Ponder on low HP dies through the wall, and Spoof clutches it up. 4 Funners win our first round, at least the first gun round of the second half, and tie us right back up.
That's what I was saying, man. Spoof's been playing great all day. It's just like really uncharacteristic decision making for those 2 rounds. Happen to be back to back. But right there, clutch up on perfect timing. Hits those shots correctly too, tracking, movement around corners, things of that sort, and wins it for the team. 1 away from the Viper spit. All these ultimates coming online are 1 or 2 away, pretty much. So close to this ult online. So close to the round counts. So close. Was Ponder to dying instantly on trying to get on top of that tube. Eco round though for Mizzou.
You need to at least do damage here. Low main being cleared out from behind, and they have already done damage. There's one looking for more. A snake bite to make sure Matt Z is vulnerable, taking double damage as they stand. I don't think damage is really going to matter as they continue to hit headshots, though. Viper's Pit, I believe, unnecessarily committed in this situation. Shakib may be close range and low HP, but Crinkle actually does find one. It's immediately traded. Now Piggy in a 1 versus 2. An omniscient play around that Viper's Pit finds a first. The not stick around the spike could cost Shakib this play, as we've seen Boaster have it cost him before. That's exactly what happens here. Mizzou with a clutch on Piggy, a second straight round of which the Viper clutches out. But this time it's Mizzou, and this time it's a thrifty round to pull it off as well. The Tigers, wow.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna be a really unlucky situation where they commit the Viper's pick because it's a 4 versus 4, and if you do the decay, then right clicks are great in that situation, right? But as soon as the pick goes down, instantly 2 members of Mizzou die at like the same exact timing. You're like, oh, unlucky. Now it's a 2v4. Maybe it's not gonna be as good. But Piggy just stepped up, dude. That was a massive situation from Mizzou's Viper. And now with the round lead, more ultimates coming online. They have a showstopper get on site as well. Open things up with the blast packs. Hunter's Fury to follow it up. No commands. They have all the opportunities in the world to get on sites.
Well, the no command. Matt Z had the Tour de Force in hand, no longer does. K9 already finding the opener here for Mizzou. An outstanding start for them. The site is all theirs. Nobody in the general vicinity of it, much less anywhere near. Stunna could catch a timing on a serial killer, apparently unaware, even though the sound cues were there. Stunna with a shot through the wall, dropping serial killer. That's an opener for 4 funners to come back into this round. Yes, the Tour de Force is committed. I don't know if the null command is a requisite, though. Fragment doing very little damage, considering it was a team-based fragment. Again, a good 0 point. Matt Z still has to push forward, though. A return will suppress 2 players here for the attacking side, but it's really not going to matter. Low main with a Sheriff, 1 versus 4, and he's hit 4 different headshots, won't even be able to land one. Mizzou land themselves up to double digits.
Huge for Mizzou to continue on the momentum that Piggy just generated for them. We saw that on Haven, that Ponder did that with the hold over towards a short with this insane display of headshots from the Sheriff. But this time around, but then like the very next round, instantly there was an answer back by 4Fun to generate momentum back for themselves. This time though, when Piggy makes this happen with a fantastic play to get a 4K win out the eco round, Mizzou follows up strong. Closes out that anti-eco, a lot alive. But now they're going to have to deal with this operator in the hands of Matt. Force them back, at the very least. That's one like threshold down. They have another threshold of getting on site to push them back further.
Hold the phone. Low main has avoided the 0 point. They seem to be relatively aware of the possibility of him, but they're not guaranteed. Now they finally are. Again, we see utility used, but this time it's to clear anybody out rather than to find the ability to frag out. Matt Z still holding down both cross angles as mid is poison clouded off. A strong flash will force the operator off the angle. The reinitiation misses. No, it doesn't. Ponder just down early, and Mizzou forced away. A site's the call for them. They've already dropped the Viper Spit that was utilized early, but it may not matter as they have to push straight through this toxic screen. There's a first already for Spoof. Down goes the poison cloud, or the Viper Spit. Oh,
wow.
It doesn't matter. What are they doing?
Wow.
What is this?
What amazing composure by 4Fun to recognize a lot of utilities being spent towards yellow, but low main and Matt are still alive. They're not being pressured. Shakib stays in mid of boiler, sees no crosses. Meanwhile, Stunna and Spoof staying at A site the whole time, and I think Mizzou thought maybe they'd over-rotate, maybe they can catch like a weaker side on A, committed a little bit overly aggressively, got shut down completely on the site, and Ponder trying to play like a fake by challenging over towards B, but got instantly shut down by Matt, and there's no other follow-up, so they're like, okay, yeah, they're probably making a fake play, and 4Fun read into that perfectly. It's kind of a situation we saw in Haven as well, of just not the best fakes being set up and a little bit too much information, too much of a tell being given that 4Fun responds to perfectly.
Again, wild to see how these rounds play out. Never an ability for us to see what may happen, even though we have X-ray vision, the third-person perspective, and the ability to see every single player on the map. Nice final Hunter's Fury shot, does a decent bit of damage. 0 point, lands as well. Low main dying early though, certainly not the position they would like to be in. Spoof finds a first on the swing, dropping their doppelganger. Shockdart does a decent bit of damage in return, but not nearly enough to turn back the damage that's already been done. The spray down from Spoof does even more on top of it, almost getting a lineup on the double. Will not, but will also stay alive in that same right. The flashbang misses, the sonar not so much. Will detect Spoof once more. The Shockdart does not land, forcing Spoof to just hang out. Still should be cleared in this close corner, but they have to worry about the crossfire as well. They cannot clear that without having to clear out screens, and it costs them. Matt Z dropping Crinkle, leaving K9 alone. 1 versus 3, again a clutch scenario, this time for the KO of the attacking side, and the Tigers need to roar strong. They will not. 4 Funners are having a blast and blasting away Mizzou as they tie things right back up.
Very scary position for Spoof. Somehow miraculously lives and gets a kill from there. A player that like touched on is like, I don't want to harp on him for doing bad plays because normally a good player. Clearly staying alive in that situation. 20-10 right now as the Viper as well, and great heads up awareness of where Matt Z was watching the left cut through if somebody tried to swing and try to challenge Spoof around fridge or generator, whatever we want to call it. But Shaki was also kind of watching that same angle to support, realizing, okay, we need to watch the right side. Shifts over, and at that point, Spoof was actually completely saved because they have a 2v1 situation for crosses no matter what happened.
Looking at how quickly Mizzou tried to initiate, it looked like an A rush. It is an A rush. Toxic screens popped up on both sides, perpendicular to one another, as Mizzou need to find angles of attack, and they just have not thus far. Shakib missing their spray forward, a one-way created with that poison cloud. It may not matter. All 3 of the openers, 4 now going the way of the Tigers. 4 Funners not too happy with their performance in the round, and Matt Z forced to save almost certainly once more, and you have to save here. There's no way you can just give away the operator for free. He understands that and will back away in response to it. The Tigers retake their control and retake the lead.
And it's not always about whether or not we can buy an operator. It's also about whether or not you want to give a free operator over to the other team. True. And Mizzou, they found success at the first start of this half by just being super hyper aggressive on A site. Maybe not all the success, clearly. For fun, won the pistol round, things of that sort. But still, that's basically the majority of Mizzou's success is running down A, and they're just going to continue doing that, keep the lead for themselves as it was just tied up. And yet again, Mizzou responds by getting the lead yet again. Hunter's Fury is available now for Crinkle. I believe For Fun should be able to buy up again, yeah.
This will be their final buy. If Mizzou win this, 4 Funners will have to face against match and series points to put Mizzou in the money, all with pistols, half shields. Maybe you'll see Spoof, Shakib, and Matt Z pick up actual weaponry, but Stunna may have their... Stunna will definitely have their Blade Storm, so it won't be the worst thing in the world. Low main will be the lone player on nothing. That's it. They'll have no ultimate to work with. They will not have a rifle either. It's not good, but it could be worse. Mizzou, understand, the rush worked out relatively well in their favor. This seems to be a carbon copy of that exact same play. Stunna detected out and above. Will be scanned out with the recon bolt and the fire bolt as well. In goes a showstopper. It is stopped as the show is just the same. K9, however, turning it right back. A 2 versus 2 trade as a 3 versus 3 on the cards as we stand. Stunna, the swing around, unsuccessful as they try and drop anybody. They can't drop anyone. Crinkle.
One enemy
planting the spike. 1 versus 3 for Matt Z to try and keep 4 Funners in it. Mizzou onto match and series point.
They keep doing it. Let's just run it down A. It's working out for them. They keep doing it because they're layering and spamming utility, oppressing 4 Funners, trying to hold the site. And even though Shakib was able to get a couple kills there, hiding behind Jenny, hiding behind the fridge, they still couldn't stay alive long enough. It still were trades are just working out, and Mizzou had the tempo lead there. 1 away from closing out the series. An incredibly close map 3. 4 Funners have looked so good overall in defense, but it's just been hyper aggressive by Mizzou, and they're going over to B site instead. Interesting enough. There's a 3
They have
stack
to
before
change.
Funner, so it's technically the right call. But it just hasn't worked out for them so far.
They're splitting it. They've gone straight through mid, and it's worked out perfectly. That may just be the game. Ponder already aggressing in towards CT spawn. That could just be it. The Blade Storm available, as I mentioned prior for Stunna, will find one. It's an ultimate and an ultimate up against the entirety, almost, of Mizzou. The Spike Plant should be relegated because of the Viper's Pit, but with a null command put down, there's no real way forward. 2 versus 2. I talked about that Viper's Pit being available. It is truly now, but they have to hop on the Spike itself, and they will not, at least not early enough. Hopping off of that Hunter's Fury could cost them the round. Crinkle, a 1 versus 2, the spray unsuccessful. The shock dart will not be. There's the shot. It drops the Viper's Pit. 1 versus 1. It's up to him. Just up against the Jet. The sonar will give away the position, but it's shot so quickly. The spray is there. It's already gotten halfway. 4 Funners, forced 24 rounds. All of Regulation A requisite here on Icebox.
And it's Spoof yet again, clutching up massively for the team. The Viper's Pit being dropped, getting a double kill in the moment. Now 23 and 13, keeping 4 Funners in that round. And Stunna, a player who has been stepping up a lot for this team, getting a lot of entry frags. Hasn't found as much success on this map, but when it counted the most, was able to win out the duel of the very end. 1 away from getting into an overtime situation. Mizzou also still 1 away from closing out. They're still positioned for B sites, not going to what worked for them. And you see 4 Fun still stacking up members to A and realizing this is where Mizzou's found success. Let's stack here. We can make retakes happen on B site. It's been working for us so far. Mizzou trying to make happen what hasn't worked out for them historically in the series.
Rush towards B is indeed the call. An early spike plant makes their lives so easy because of it. The spray forward should be good, but the odd scenario now is that Mizzou do not know where 4 Funners are pushing from. There's one on the flank, could be cleared out because of that trademark. It's smoked off. That allows the push forward from the Jet. A sound cue will be given over, but serial killer dropped means it's an even trade of information for a kill, and Spoof continuing to push forward. 4 Funners taking every single kill. Only 1 remains. It's K9 left alone. It's not going to happen. OT required on Icebox as 4 Funners push us not only the distance, but into extra time as well.
Wow. I'm really shocked that Mizzou just stopped doing what was working for them, honestly. We'll see if they decide to make that happen on overtime when it's their attacking side. But yeah, the one time they won successfully on B with an eco round, Piggy making a massive 4K play happen with a Viper's Pit. Otherwise, when they've been playing straight up, they've been getting shut down consistently by Lomain, Matt, and the rest. Lomain, bottom of the scoreboard for the team, second lowest frag count on the map for the server, but is that person on B side that is just not letting Mizzou do what they want to do. Like, very consistently, just like, no, you can't have your way of things on B site, stopping them consistently. Frags don't matter as much as stopping power in the end of the day. For fun, bringing it back, making overtime happen. Mizzou, meanwhile, that was an exciting half to where, like, after like recollect, look at notes, what happened on the first half of this map to touch on what worked for Mizzou, what worked for fun.
Ooh, the angle serial killer hits the opener. You were talking about locking down the site. Apparently, we see K9 as a Lord of the Rings aficionado, considering Comic-Con is soon approaching, maybe their best impersonation or cosplay of Gandalf, as apparently Mizzou shall not pass. However, Mizzou, staunch in their own defense, in that own right. Crinkle, not aware of the close angle, but the information gained by Piggy will give away that possibility. The spray there as Lomain initiates around the side with a flashbang, no less. Fragment in towards kitchen will disallow a rotate early as well, giving 4 Fun a decent position to work with, and Serial Killer has seen Lomain up above, dropping 1, seeing Spoof as well as they collapse themselves back in towards the site. The one unknown variable remains is that Jet, but still a 3 versus 2 retake here for that defensive side. Serial Killer still in towards that defender spawn. Stunna has been seen. They are well aware of that Viper's position as well. They should be able to clear this in that same right. Ponder, aware of it, sees the gun barrel, but loses the fight! Spoof wins the gunfight! Serial Killer has to win something. Headhunter's out, and the Viper's Pit's available. 1 versus 2 here for the operator wielding Chamber, and he has absolutely no ability to come back into this, especially with the lack of the time remaining. the Viper's Pit alongside the Snake Bite, and the operator on a retake costs Mizzou the round. 4 funners with 3 straight, looking to make it 4 to send them to the grand finals.
And honestly, man, at the end of the day, I might have to reward MVP to Spoof after this sport. Like, he stepped up so insanely well, and it's like did insane, impactful moments for so many rounds at the later half of this map. Like, it's just been immaculate. And right now, 4 funners haven't stacked up the A site. They went back to a default spread, and now Mizzou is looking to make the A site hit again. A little bit of a split for mid, so it's not going to be a full aggression A site hit. And the rotation now from this Sova to hold on, bolster up those defenses. We'll see if Mizzou can get through mid in time.
They have. And they've surpassed it without any information given over. The Poison Cloud is perfectly placed and perfectly timed at that stun. It has to be aware of the screen's push, but Matt Z is there. 4 funners, a 4 versus 2 to send themselves to the grand finals. Crinkle, one of the 2 remaining between them and the money. It's Ponder in a 1 versus 4. It's not gonna happen. 4 funners come back from 12-10 down, pick up 4 straight with only 1 required on the attacking side. Staunch defense plus an outstanding attacking round gives them not only the map, but the series in tow, putting themselves not only in the money, but into the grand finals as well.
What an insane performance for 4 funners. I mean, Haven was dominant as all get out. Icebox was looking really good for Mizzou, but they just stopped running down where it was working for them. Even at the end, in overtime, they didn't go full 5 strong on A side, which is what their plan was. They went 3-2 split, and Matt just destroyed their 2 in the middle. They didn't have the angles to work with anymore, and despite the kind of going trades a little bit on the site, it still ended up being a numbers advantage for 4 funners. Spoof, gotta give all the props to that player. Has insane mental, focused up, stepped up, and just really dominated on the defensive half, especially for 4 funners. And Mizzou just ran out of ideas. I think they could have kept going down with what was working. They tried being creative and try like throw off the game of 4 funners, but that just kind of worked in their favor because low main was unmovable, it seemed like, on B site many times.
It was a story of redemption. Spoof, really lackluster on the attacking side, not looking amazing. Low main, not fragging out all that much, but also not dying in that same right. Later on in the game, they both popped off in their own right when they were needed. Individual performances compounding into a team victory, putting a very successful squad into the grand finals. That is not where we're going when we come back. I believe a 3rd map over in our opposing semi-final. AoE taking on a very staunch in their own right, Zero Latency, looking to close things out and send themselves to the grand finals. We're going to go pick up that game, but first, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we head to the opposing semifinal for a 3rd map on that side just the same. We'll see you in a little bit.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that.
Hunter sure he used. It's Aries to pick up 1 main.
Oh my
hit,
gosh.
2 main, 3 Aries cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed. Oh, the strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez, and he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
Species shift. Species shift.
From one semifinal to another, into our third map of Area of Effect, taking on Zero Latency. We head to Haven as a third map. In we will go, a quick run forward. They were nice enough to wait for us as we anticipated the final of that other semi-final. By the way, if you just missed it, 4Funners trouncing a probably upset at this point Mizzou Esports 13-4 on Haven, and then 14-12 on Icebox, with the map 1 really not even being required. I'm Time Delay, joined here once more by Chad Lantis. Not Grand Finals time just yet, Chad, but possibly what would have been that matchup.
I gotta say, probably the MVP really goes to all of the unnamed ranked teammates who agreed to an FF, so we can actually have that series. They're the real ones, for sure. Going into this next one, Area Effect, Zero Latency. The two first seeds in the groups who got the first round bye. But Area Effect was upset by Mizzou, who just narrowly didn't make it out of semifinals to 4Funners. Zero Latency getting that victory over 4Funners on Haven. We just now saw how good 4Funners are against the team that upset AoE, and that team lost to Zero Latency on this map. Same team composition for Zero Latency. Area Effect going with one that's pretty standard to see. The one that's not standard really is the Astra from Town, who played that really well. There wasn't anything that's like a crazy Astra-specific, unorthodox decision-making. A lot of it was kind of similar to what you expect if you watched the Astra meta months back. But Town bringing it back and doing it in a really good fashion, stopping the Neon play, things like that. I believe might have been raised, but still going against the Jet now and Demon, who certainly is Demon-like on the Jet.
It is a near mirror composition, but the one note is double initiator here for Zero Latency is their call. No, it's single initiator with the controller. On the other side of that, it's the Omen and the Sky, their own double initiator composition. Odd setups on both sides, but Zero Latency in favor of the Sova rather than the double flash. An odd selection for them, given the fact that, well, it's Haven.
The site's still being held by Zero Latency, sorry. Different Zero.
Usually the team we see around semifinals and grand finals and events like these.
NSG lands, yeah, exactly. Zero Latency, though, getting a nice opening into the site. Altered, though, shutting down the Lurk Watch, and that trademark is disconnected as well, which means AoE is going to be forced to send at least one, maybe two people over towards sewers and watch for the flank, and that's what Demon's going to do exactly now, which means it will allow a little bit of like a 3v2, 3v3 situation for the initial take on the site. They do it fast enough before Demon can respond.
The issue is you have a very low HP Sova. Good star placement in towards short, but it may not matter. Rest already getting aggressive. 1v4, not going to happen. Katashio down. AoE with an attacking pistol round win. Has, again, I talked about the storyline changing between our best of ones and best of threes. In all of the best of ones, the defense won every single pistol round. In our best of threes thus far, we've had one defensive side pistol round win, and that was back on Icebox.
Yeah, it's been the realm of the offensive teams for sure. And I think a lot of that comes down to Talked about it before earlier today, where the more experienced you are as players, and especially as a team with chemistry building, the better you can be on offense. Defense is a little bit more 101's basic understanding of the game. You can just go default and rotate as needed, but offense proper executes, try to sell baits and switches, a lot harder to pull off. So as we get deeper in the tournament, naturally offensive teams are going to start performing better than we have seen in maybe a group stage.
3-man flank initiated. Fraggleton scoped in on the Bulldog. 3-round burst, certainly not an advantageous play. Town walks straight into the rapid fire shots, though. Nothing of what they would have liked. Recon bolt thrown through. It is shot down, as will the rest of Zero Latency. Clean second round. 4 players staying alive for AoE. That's exactly what they needed. Not losing all that much, if really anything at all. Zero Latency, not able to do all that much considering their purchase. It's a full and true bonus round here for AoE.
Not surprising to see this series going close down to the wire of map 3. Both these teams are very close, and the overall Valorant ranking is only 2 away from each other. So you'd expect this to be a close match either way. Teams that have the first seed buys, as many would expect to get at least the semifinals, if not grands. Anyway, if they can convert this, keep momentum going on offense for Haven, it could be huge. Getting paranoid with Demon, but you don't need a seed to dash into your cloud burst, so you set yourself.
Again, a retake required here for Zero Latency. Tasmanian Tiger thrown through, finds information and a stun across onto the now retreating Sova. They will try to re-aggress. It's a full buy here for ZL. They need an opener, and they will not find it. The Judge dropping Town, and that's everything there for AoE. Zero Latency are shut down. Mixer alone, 1v4. Again, a 1vx scenario here for ZL, and there's not all that much you can do if you're a lone chamber up against at this point a near full buy, considering the weapons they've recovered. AoE may even go hunting for the Vandal they do so desire. I honestly can't blame them for it. I don't think Mixer survives here.
At least we'll be able to walk out and not die to the spike. The next frag. We'll keep the weapon. I saw on Twitter Mixter before the series started talking about how he's going to be playing against his son Gucci from AoE. And I'm confident they're not literally father-son. At the very least, the players are very familiar with each other. Mixter, top of the board right now. Gucci 202. Frags of cells, helping out the team. But Coach Joe, the 600. The player Coach Joe on a breach as well. Not a agent that commonly high frags, but had a perfectly timed lurk through a site, getting to the backside, getting a double kill on the post plant situation to win out that bonus round, which is massive for AoE.
On AoE, you're finding a timing as well. The spray in through C finds a decent bit of damage and a kill on top of it. The overgrowth already utilized will heal that Omen right back up to full HP, bar shields. Fraggleton finds information, may not be able to find the kill just yet. Katashio may have the dash available, but is yet to use it if that is indeed the case. They're just waiting in towards the sewers corner, trying to play as they wait. There's the dash forward. Katashio will find the shot onto Fraggleton. I think they wanted to dash to the side and then accidentally held their W key. It's a ranked mistake, as I usually see, just casually holding W. It is still a trade back in towards mid, but they're not catching a timing. They have to clear out Nightmare.
Good due diligence. Oh no, he missed the bird.
Good trade. Not the worst thing in the world.
Honestly, AoE, that's fine. Clear a site, push forward. It's going to be a player advantage still going onto the site. And you imagine members of Zero Latency still will not have the best weaponry. I believe that's still a Marshall for the Jet. Yeah. No blade term yet. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a tough retake. Because you see the members, AoE, rest, watching this backside. Nobody can go and grab that operator. Hovering towards garage. It's going to be hard for Zero Latency to grab that weaponry as well. Planted for long. Range is advantage for AoE right now. Unless Tashio can hit some headshots again.
They have a fault line available, and Rest is perfectly timed on their walk through garage. First kill found. Gucci ends up shutting them both down. The second through the wall to drop altered, but it's 4 straight for AoE. Their attacking side looking much better than honestly I expected heading into Haven for a multitude of reasons. Number one, they did not look good against Mizzou up on the Haven map. And number two, Zero Latency had a flawless defensive half. back the last time we saw them in our second best of one in the day against a team that looked fairly good in For Funners that is currently awaiting the winner of this game in the grand finals.
And I like the little nuance there of just composure and smart plays of the Breach, who has an aftershock for post-plant denial, is the one playing safe, letting the Sky be the one taking the hit. And now they can, because of that, save the aftershock for the initial take onto a site or position from Demon. If you can get a kill or two out of this, that'll be massive for the team for the post-plant. Weakened is this Jet.
Seem relatively aware of the possibility of the Jets in the close corner, and because of the dark cover placement, Demon will be fully blind as they push forward. Katashio dropping Demon because of it, and Altered with a double spray down on the Odin. It's Gucci in a 1v4, but they've been heard on the jump up to the window. They'll die because of it. Zero will pick up their first round running. AoE streak is shut down.
Was that important?
A little late.
Yeah, the Mixter and Gucci friendship, they met up, and it's 1-0 for Mixer so far as I've kept track of. Demon pushing up like that, you saw like we have the POV completely blind because they're sitting there on the edge of the dark cover. I think they thought the dark cover was going to go away sooner than it did. I think is what it was. You want to be tucked in the corner when it goes away. So they thought it was going to disappear, but then they committed to the corner and didn't disappear yet. And they're like, surely any second now, right? And then the swing through by Town was sooner, and Demon left themselves blind because they lost track of timing, I think.
Unfortunately, time always getting the better of you. They're aware of the possibility of Town's position. A perfectly timed escape of the gravity well. Gucci just strafes away as the gravity well dissipates. The spray from Altered will not land. A shrouded step from Rest will cost him his life. What is Rest doing? There is no way he dies there. That is the freest of kills in the game of Valorant. Riot Games offered that up on a silver platter, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna teleport instead, giving zero latency and argument back into this round. They will look to reinitiate, and Katashio finds an opening kill. The operator singing true across onto Demon. They're sticking it on the spike, looking to lock it down. The Cloudburst may dissipate, at least the first dropping, but they've got it to halfway. A 1v3 now for Katashio will finally be shut down. But what was Rest doing?
Well, it didn't cost them the round, so at least we take those. Also, the Bladestorm was burned by Katashio. Honestly, so with a faster speed of Shrouded Step now, that actually allowed him to cover that distance faster. The real problem was the fact that he didn't hit the shots at the very end, and honestly, unlucky. Sometimes human error happens. LAN setup, you have your own peripherals, but sometimes it's like, oh, I didn't have the space because I didn't account for it with this new desk that I'm sitting at right now, right? So that could be it. Or just strip, misfire. Either way, AoE still won the round. They're still up 5-1. Burned some ultimates from zero latency, and they have their own to work with. Rest has his own from the shadows. The Trailblazer missed the hit, but they still know about Mixter, who will safely teleport away. Don't need a C to be able to teleport out. Rotation from zero latency. They're going over towards A site. Does Rest stick it? He stuck it. Rest stuck the teleport.
But he's been heard. Altered shuts it down.
Yeah.
So yes, spikes planted. Yes, information gained, but it's now 2 kills, going in favor of zero latency. They have to clear out this chamber. Close corner, so less. There's a first, not a second. Katashio an immediate trade. They clear out hell, nobody there. No chance for a meme this time around. The Rolling Thunder dedicated. They will not get it to halfway. The sonar finds the fact that both players are sitting inside of the long angle. Fraggleton trying to peek in through this smoke. They're unsuccessful in doing so. Yes, they peek. No, they will not find a kill. The Headhunter unsuccessful in taking down Town. Zero latency. Find a second round running, and a team ace, no less. How fun of a way to win a round.
Yeah. I was like, if that Headhunter hit, there's nobody else to follow through as well behind Town. Actually, it would have been a position where Fraggleton could have potentially clutched that moment up, but good job at Town, closing off that fight. Team ace is always good for the morale. It's like, it's not just one person clutch it massively, it's everybody doing their part. Everybody's doing the job as a team. We're still looking good. Early in this map still, we're going to round number 8. And 3 away, zero latency. Not that crazy, make a comeback happen. Rolling Thunder was used by AoE that round as well as the Front of the Shadows. Rolling Thunder round before. Front of the Shadows being used up, but Coach choking the first opening kill. Pretty massive, taking down Katashio.
first, and Altered actually backed away from C Garage. Hold the phone. C is relatively open, and finally the near sight clears out town, but Demon not aware before they dash in will cost him their life. The spray from Altered is successful in through the C Garage. The trades are still there though. 2 versus 3. AoE yet to get the spike down, and that may be their demise. Rest is Flash, and now down. Nightmare, a clean triple. The Breach continues to frag out. This time it's on 0 latency rather than the AoE Coach Joe. And they'll bring it back. Still down by 2 rounds, but they continue to narrowly nudge things back in their own favor.
Indeed. Still pretty far away for AoE to get their ultimates online. They're going to be spinning the blades from this turn around because of Eco.
Right there.
Still the Rolling Thunder available and the Cosmic Divide for 0 latency. Getting close to that Hunter's Fury again. Didn't see a ton from memory from what the secrets were used by Gucci earlier on, but we'll have another opportunity later on. Even trying to open the gates. One bird alive here as Mixer gets a nice opening pick, but if Alter can stay alive for a little bit here, massive for 0 latency. I don't think they'd think Alter was there. It didn't matter.
Well, not at all. Mixer goes skeet shooting as Demon is shot out of thin air. Gucci with a Sheriff alone in mid, barely catches timing, but is seen. That's the most important part. They will sit in towards the garage doors, but Town will swing them and will drop them. 1v4 here for Coach Joe. Their kill count is nearly insurmountable, mathematically so, but a now 1v3, not so much. Fault line being built back up. They still have an Aftershock and a Flash available. This is not impossible. Improbable, certainly a word I'd use to describe it.
Yeah, Odin isn't worth saving for attack, typically. It's a little bit troll if you do that. Especially without a solo or anything. No Cypher. No Fade. But in tech's kind of bad, but Bulldog's not the best save either, honestly. So Joe kind of has to go for this. The 30 seconds has to clear out so much going on. Sees Town. But more importantly, 0 latency sees Joe.
Not much you can do here. Flash is going to be utilized. Oh, and perfect time. The smoke as the Astro will completely obscure vision. Joe will flash it out. Nightmare will back away, but there is no hope of a spike plant. At this point, this is where you save. This is where you save. They're all going to run away. 0 latency are going to give him no fights. Joe needs to run.
It's literally better if they make Joe save here.
What?
So if you get a orb point, that's fine too. But it's actually like perfectly fine making him save because you get the survival penalty. You wouldn't be able to fully buy up a rifle this next round, and it would have to go into this next buy that the rest of the team has a full buy with just a Bulldog instead of a Vandal. That would have been pretty huge. You also don't let him have the ult point for dying either. So making him save there actually, like, low-key, kind of would have been sick.
Not knowing everything as we do, however, makes their lives a little bit more difficult. So they will indeed take the kill, and they'll take their own ult point as well.
And it's a very minimal difference, honestly.
True. Yeah. Bulldog up against this rifle. A full commit on towards this C side, though. There's a first. The Headhunter whipped out. It may not matter. Fraggleton with a double, though. They line up, and he'll knock him down because of it. Astra no longer available means that smoke in the back left corner will dissipate and drop. Fraggleton on for a 4K. The shot just to bait out a peek, a perfectly timed flash, but not swung off of. Nightmare, apparently known, and with that jump peek, definitely so. A second attempt at a flash, Fraggleton will avoid it, the swing there, but it's unsuccessful. Fraggleton, again, able to rendezvous away. A now 1 versus 1. He will avoid that Rolling Thunder and continue to swing. Nightmare possibly unaware. The Aftershock will land, but Fraggleton has the time to avoid it for the time being. Again, time is in his favor, as he has the advantage of the spike close range, but he still has to clear out the Breach, who has repositioned across in towards the garage. He's seemingly aware of it, and has grabbed the spike. I don't know if the Breach had that angle. This could be the round.
Oh, man.
He's just gonna wait.
30 seconds left.
I love it.
Breach has no idea if you have a spike or not. It's a lot of guesswork at this point. Did he get a spike? Did he rotate it A? What was the decision?
He's gonna wait 10 seconds. This is so smart.
So smart by Nightmare not move either. Fraggleton's going to think like maybe, hopefully, Nightmare moved. Nightmare's still here.
Nightmare's going to win this. There's time ticking off the clock. He has to run it. Fraggleton, unaware. Nightmare clutches it. Big brain from the Breach, continually clutching out here for 0 latency. The operator not retrieved, SMH my head to nightmare, but the clutch is there irregardless. An attempted 4K there for the chamber. A valiant effort, a lineup of 2 with 1 shot as well. Unfortunately, the round not going in his favor. AoE will save, 0 latency, a full buy to shut it down, and they'll be able to buy into the next round regardless of the outcome here.
Right there.
Yeah, it was a gamble play regardless for both players. And Nightmare gambled right. Played the odds, were slightly in Nightmare's favor. Did it well. Unlucky.
Bresh just got sprayed down straight through the wall. The only information was the sound of the shrouded step. That's all that was given over. Katashi was about to drop Demon, who swings, but Demon tries to double. Looking for a triple. Nightmare will not give it away, and the rifle will not be retrieved in towards that C garage window. Overgrowth still available, but only minimally, so Demon not fully able to push forward. Coach Joe just pushes straight through the stunned up Nightmare. Demon with a triple on the round, all 3 with the Sheriff. The fault line lands, and Migster's forced away. They may push this as well. No. The guiding light will continue to force him away, and the one-way smoke created, utilizing that cloudburst, but Town on the C-Link side looking for this pincer maneuver established. From the 0 latency half, Tasmanian Tiger forcing Town away and forcing him to his demise. The rifle able to be retrieved as well, but it's not planted for any of these remaining AoE members. Migster with an operator, certainly not an advantageous weapon on a retake, but up against 3 different people, 2 of which with pistols in hand, it could work out for him. Has to clear out 2 different angles, 180 degrees separated, and the swing is perfect. A thrifty round from AoE. They barely buy anything. They walk away with an operator, 2 rifles, and a round win.
I got a kick out of imagining player Coach Joe getting fully blind twice. Is blind, running around the site like a madman, going back, trying to reset, is blind again immediately, running around the site like a madman again. I just like imagine he's like calling out, "Bait me!" while he's running around. Just like, I don't know where I am. Completely flash, dude. That was hilarious to me. I don't know. And the rest of the team is even funnier because this team was like finding success in the moment, as if they were baiting. Now, Alter finding success, finding Rest yet again. Rest has not had success with these teleportation plays thus far. Western shots that one of them shadows, and now 808 player down. Make that 2 as Mixter gets another frag. Try to tie this up, ending off the half.
Mixter close range dies though. 3v4, AoE can still initiate. Breach in towards Heaven, the Sova, towards the A-Link and connector. AoE want to go quickly. The Aftershock should force Nightmare either in or out. It will be out, as he'll avoid the damage and avoid any possibility of a line of sight. Shock darts will miss as the lineup is unsuccessful, there for the defending Sova. But the Cosmic Divide's still available, there for 0 latency. They can use that as a retaking possibility. Gucci just waiting for the push to come through. The spike will go down, and a retake again forced here for 0 latency. But AoE are in disadvantageous positions. Flash, put forward. The sonar is near perfect, but Katashio, even while blind, will hit 1. Looking for a second's unsuccessful. The spray down there for Coach Joe. He's in hell, but he may not have a chance. He doesn't. 0 latency. Tie us up off of yet another retake. The Cosmic Divide was well placed, but it really didn't find all that much efficacy. Pretty good, though.
Yeah, tough spot to be in as well. It's literally a laser beam of bullets holding your swing, and if you don't swing, then one of the enemies are going to swing you. And the situation is like really rough, for sure. Going to tie it up. We knew it was going to be a close match. Game 3, these teams are basically the same ranking overall in an A. These teams both got the first round bye. These teams were the ones that I had on paper as prediction to go into grand finals, but the upset in groups that AoE fell caused this matchup to happen in semifinals instead. And I believe earlier I called out Demon might have had bad timing and put himself into that corner, blinding themselves at smoke. It looks like that was actually like maybe a spectator bug or something, where on the spectator side you get full blind, but on the player side it's like close enough that they aren't full blind. Either way, it was a good swing by Town to be able to get the kill there. Now we're in 6v6 on the rounds. I believe the Gucci versus Mixter matchup is 1-1 in the duel so far. I haven't hard kept track of it, but I think they're roughly even with each other right now. It's like a side story. Anybody's interested in it?
This is weird from Zero Latency. We're seeing them already get a spike plant, which is not what they tried to do the last time we saw them on the attacking side of Haven. Demon could attempt to spray through the very soft box, and they may try it now, but it's the Aftershock to try to initiate. Unsuccessful in finding the kill is the Jet. They will fall, but they'll still do the damage required. Nightmare fully flashed off the angle. Town will take out the Guiding Light as it swings around, but Gucci dropping both Nightmare and Town in that same right. 1 versus 2 to take the advantage and take the pistol here in the second half of play. Altered can't hit the broadside of a barn, much less Gucci's head. Gucci will take the round, and AoE will take the lead.
Classic's long range, man. It blooms so much. It's hard to really hit a shot at that point. AoE, yet again, winning the pistol round. They've been a really good pistol round over a team overall today. 4 Funders also probably our 2 best pistol teams of the day. Be interesting to see them in grand finals. Matchup we have not seen, otherwise it'd be a rematch between Zero Latency and 4 Funders. Winning this gets you in the money, by the way. Only first and second place. You get a payout, 1,000 for the first, 500 for second. You get nothing if you lose here.
Oh my goodness, the spray from Demon looking for a third. It's actually Rest to steal that away, and his possibility of a third once more. Mixture in a 1 versus 4. Classic. No Headhunter bullets remaining, and Coach Joe completely unaware of the possibility that there's another avenue of attack in towards mid. The Marshal misses, as does the Headhunter first time around. The second one does just the same, but Rest will finish it off. A 3K there for the Illman, and AoE with a 2-round lead, and a little bit of BM over top. Some tactical crouching, just to make sure the body's truly dead. Have you seen the UFC highlight of Patty winning? Where he actually teabagged him like it's Modern Warfare 2?
I saw it linked after I started casting, so I haven't actually had a moment to watch it yet. But I saw in the interview about how, in response to the other guy making some BM, banter, he was like, "Yeah, well, in response, I'm going to teabag him when I win."
Yeah,
and then
he did.
Apparently, he won. He actually did. Good job, dude.
He lived up to it.
Nice
I've heard the Scouts live up to their promises on that one. Rest the Shrouded Step into the corner. Good paranoia to completely void line of sight there. AoE on an attempted bonus here. Need kills and have only found 1 thus far. Make that a second as Coach Joe finds that. But it's a 3 versus 2. Nobody with a real advantage, but Zero Latency with a weapon advantage and now real estate to work with. They're in a good position overall, trying to initiate either in towards B or across towards A. Either one of those calls, honestly, would be correct, but they need to make up their mind sometime or another, because that dark cover forces them towards A, and that's where AoE are headed.
It will be initial 2v2 if AoE gets here, but it's going to be that late rotation. In the chamber.
No way. First.
Good gravity well.
Good. Gravity well forces Demon
Wait
out.
for the chamber to do his job here, man. Yeah, wait for the chamber.
1 enemy remaining.
And they do.
Now you go.
But they still have to clear out the Heaven position. Rest waiting up above. Dark cover, waiting. He'll throw in the Shrouded Step, possibly to fake out the sound cue. At this point, you fake the Shrouded Step and possibly dedicate yourself forward.
He
did,
himself?
but unintentionally. He unintentionally faked the Shrouded Step, forcing off that plant, and Mixter finds the kill because of it. There's no way that actually happened. I said fake it. I didn't mean fake yourself.
You saw him sit there for a second, like, what just happened? No,
he's like, wait, did I forget to press mouse 1?
I still gotta play this round. I don't know what just happened. Dude, Rest, dude, honestly, like, when we watched AoE earlier, Rest was popping off in that match. Like, Rest dominated. And I've seen Rest play a bunch in the past. Rest is a good player. This is not the map for Rest. Like, every time Rest has tried doing some forward teleportation play, whether it be Shrouded Step in front of the shadows, it has not gone well at all. This fast rotation, Jet falls back though, realizing, okay, they didn't hard commit to a lobby. Mixer got the, or not Mixer, AoE's chamber, name escaping me right now, got the first frag. Teleport out, realizing, okay, that's going to stop them. Jet falls back. Demon realizing this is going to be a little bit too ambitious if I keep pushing out. So good composure by Demon.
One notable thing is that was a bonus round for AoE. Yes, they lost the round, but they also did a massive amount of economic damage to Zero Latency, who
for sure
first bought into that the first time this half. you'll see Rest shoulder peek around towards long. He has just been caught with the timing. The second jump peek could be shut down. He doesn't see anybody. Wait a second. Rest has absolutely no idea. A dark cover dropped. He'll have to push forward and does so, dropping Nightmare. The Shrouded step right behind, looking to catch him out, but gives away the sound cue. Still has this Phantom in hand and looks to spray away. As he jumps away, he will fall. It's immediately traded though. Alter in this 1 versus 4, certainly not an advantageous position. They will retrieve an ultimate orb and look to just consolidate their losses. They'll die. Team Ace for AoE and a doubled up lead. They'll go back up to a 2-round.
Dude, Rest teleported and then everything went south the moment that happened that round. Like something about just like TP plays is just cursed for him right now. I don't know what it is.
He needs to just use half his kit. And he's
got to figure out a way of just breaking that curse. Yeah, Paranoia's dark cover play has been great for Rest. Gun play has been pretty good. Every time he goes for teleport play, one way or another, it just doesn't work out. I don't know what the deal is. And like even then, I thought it was a pretty solid like attempt, but just the swing and the guesswork just wasn't there.
I think it's the combination of the sound cue and playing without information that he gave away. He gave away information and gained nothing off of it. Yeah, you know somebody's spraying you through the smoke, but you don't know where they're spraying you from. You don't know what weaponry, how many players. That's an issue.
And I like that he's still trying for them. You know, you guys still have confidence in yourself. You have to still make those play attempts happen. And if you go reckless early on like this, it's not working out. Then you keep making plays and you go with like some, and then you do like fake reckless plays, right? And you bait the other team into thinking, oh, he's going for reckless play again. You know?
Or, in this case, you go unorthodox and just sit with a judge and towards the entrance to B. That is currently the call here for the Omen of AoE. From the shadows utilized, it's a fake as Rest will take out Altered with that judge in hand, becoming the jury, and in this case, the executioner. Akatashio trying to pick up where he left off. Will retrieve the spike, reload the Vandal, and get that spike down, or at least attempt to do so. Paranoia misses though. The Shrouded step up top. It's a 1v5 for Katashio. Now a 1v1 up against his doppelganger. The vertical play though from Demon jumping on top of the logs, finding the kill and finding AoE double digits, putting them on to 10 and shutting down the attempt from Katashio. A valiant effort though from the Jet, unfortunately shut down, and another time where a teleportation from Rest is removed from play. There's gotta be some Vegas odds on that.
I mean, he thought he hit the Paranoia, so then the TP would have been fine. Typically. What a spray transfer there by Katashio as well. That was nuts. Yeah, right. For the second and third kill. The first kill was clean. Going for the second kill was clean, and then had an insane spray tracer for the third. Situational awareness, dodged the Paranoia, did a little sidestep around that one. For the sound cue, sidestepped, dodged it, punished, rushed.
Right, I don't know what do you have your keybinds to? Just as a general question while we have a second. For your for your Shrouded step. Do you know what it is off the top of your head?
I have default. So I think it's C.
Okay, well I have mine to E because I'm weird. And whatever his keybind is to his ultimate and Shrouded step, just remove those keys off the keyboard. A lot of times people bring those like mechanical keyboards to LAN. Just take them away. Because we've noticed it, and it's gotten to the point where it's happened so consistently that it's something we talk about.
Right there. Careful there.
For Rest.
Like unbinding crouch?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't have crouch unbound because I'm a weird CSGO player, but
crouch all the time.
AoE need to just play around their properties and find early engagements. An owl drone sitting in front of the tour de force, body blocking a sniper. What is going? A game of peekaboo with an owl drone. I didn't know those existed.
Fraggleton's in a rough spot. He can rendezvous out though.
Oh, he's got to get close though. There's no way in. He does a bunch of damage though. That's a great start. He can actually find one. He does and teleports away. He's done 100 and 1,000. I don't know how much damage that is. Don't do math on stream, kids. He's done so much damage though. Yeah, he's done 100,000 damage. And with the Rolling Thunder, they're forcing him off the plant. Demon walking forward finds the kill onto Katashio. A forward attempt though with the Bladestorm could cost him a little bit more as he bites off more than he can chew. Town less than a 1v4. This would deny almost certainly the possibility of match point. They know about it. Demon, an attempted swing, he's successful in doing so. The 100,000 damage plays into his favor. Apologies for my lack of mathematical abilities. But zero latency, or shut down, and AoE with that round win and the possibility of a poor purchase here for zero latency give themselves almost a certain match point.
You ever watch the show Whose Line Is It Anyway?
I have not. No, I have. I have. Yes, I know exactly.
Improv
I didn't know it was called
show
that. Yeah,
where the points don't matter. It's like
Yep.
Whose Frag Is It Anywhere, where the damage doesn't matter.
Here. All set up.
Dude, that was off Zero Latency's attack time out. They used a Cosmic Divide for it as well. Did not go the way. Coach Joe getting an entry frag here.
Oh, no.
Who's had a fantastic game so far. And you have to imagine all the momentum in the world's on AoE's hands right now. Zero Latency just struggling on the offensive side. That's good.
It's one way back. Shoulder peek from town. Doesn't find anything. That in and of itself is information. The lack of info is info. And Zero Latency are looking to play off of it. The fault line misses. Demon's still playing close corner. They have to clear out Cubby. Cloudburst doubled up, but Demon's still waiting for the push to come through. A perfect flash based off of it. It's Gucci with 3. Altered in a 1 versus 4. To deny match point, he'll find 1 kill. Congratulations, you're facing 5 straight rounds required as AoE look to put themselves in the money. This is a $500 game of Valorant.
Minimum.
Minimum, true.
Yeah. And there's an entry fee, you know, like typical tournament entry fee. You know, you're in the negative if you lose this game. Feels bad. Both teams have been playing great, though. You know, I guess maritime. Rest, despite having a very unusual poor performance, typically a fantastic performance from Rest. I've seen a lot of great TP plays as well from it. It's not TPs in general, it's just right now. But the rest of the team, Fraggleton, Coach Joe, player Coach Joe, stepping up so massively. Gucci, Demon. And outside of TP things, Rest's been doing great. It's literally specifically that one thing that we just happen to catch like every time.
Unfortunately, he's always put in odd scenarios that we always see on stream. That's
Yeah,
the worst
he's
part
like
about
anchoring sites, like on C sites all alone. So he's trying to make these big plays happen and make something happen for the team.
They're baiting this, and perfectly so. Fraggleton gets cleared and dies, but they have absolutely no idea it's a full flake.
Huge fake.
This is perfect. Zero Latency have the entirety of C site to themselves. They have the state size of Texas as real estate on the west side of the map, and finally AoE detect the fact that it is indeed a flake, fake, and flank. Pitachio waiting inside a garage for a possible flank forward. Town close corner with a judge needs to be cleared out in front of logs. Good paranoia, but it only near sights. It doesn't fully blind. That will indeed be Rest's demise. Well played. Unfortunately, he's just shut down. Now a 3v3. Cloudburst onto the spike. Will at least get it to halfway. They do get the tag in towards with that Hunter's Fury. A good updraft, though. That's even better. And the trade's not fully there. Altered in long has not been cleared out. Mixture with the Seekers has been out of that defender spawn. The spray through is there. The round is as well for Zero Latency. Altered, well, nearsighted. Seekers, as a matter of fact, finds the kill. And the spike doesn't explode. He saves over a Spectre, of which he's probably going to throw away.
I'm hoping somebody in chat has been keeping a lot closer attention to the Gucci versus Mixter friendly battle. Funny enough that they're typing the scoreboard for the teams. I believe Gucci's up 2-1, but I might have missed a kill or two here and there between them.
Is there like some Twitter feud I missed a memo on?
Oh no, Mixter tweeted out saying that I'm about to play my son Gucci on LAN.
Standing ahead.
So they're at least friends, right? At least a friendly battle, you know. I'd imagine.
Interesting. Get a stat on that one. I don't know if we can get like those post-round stats that we get from like the post-match screen. Shelton, if you're hearing me, and we could get like a number on that before we go to a break, that would be awesome to see.
Yeah, surely Shelton's keep track of this very niche stat.
Shelton's got to write that one down. No, like on the post-match screen, you have the little timeline thing where
Oh,
you can
the
see
performance.
who's killed who.
Yeah,
that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's good. A good call. Good call. Shouts to Riot for giving us those.
Super cool. Gucci finds one, and we'll back away safely. Demon fights a second as well.
That might be it.
That could just end things.
It could be. You know, Coach Joe, player Coach Joe, got the first frag last time, and Zero Latency was able to answer back 4v5, but I don't know. Rest is a great position, and Mixer couldn't make anything happen in the middle. As Gucci, it's at least a 3-1. Oh. If Gucci got the win of the duel for what would be the final round, that would be, oof. You take that one home.
30 seconds left.
Altered, swinging around the cloudburst, is about to walk straight into Gucci's line of sight. He'll find the first. Demon finds the final kill required. It's a full house of frags to close out map number 3, Area of Effect. Make it a flawless final round and push themselves into the money. The $500 game goes the way of AOE as they take it on Haven and will look to take it to 4 Funners once more.
Yeah, and with these two teams being the number 1 seeds, the ones that on paper should be performing the best of the tournaments. That's always on paper. There's always room for upsets. I love that about competition. Shout out to esports. But yeah, Area Effect is a full roster today, right? And zero latency, playing with 2 subs, Town and Alternate, I believe it was. Sorry if I get that name wrong. Altered, close. But Town and Altered coming in as subs essentially. So I think that's a big part of why their offensive side didn't look as good, a little bit disjointed and not the best executions, and sort of looking pretty good towards the end, figuring some things out. But a lot of that comes down to the fact that they haven't scrimmed together a lot, right? You're playing with subs, so you don't have like the perfect like executions you've been practicing and stuff. Whereas Area Effect on their offensive side, things looked a lot better. And on defense, of course, when you go against a team that's not as practiced as a full roster, and you as a roster understand each other's feels, things like that, especially when you have players like Fraggleton and Coach Joe popping off, like, looking great. Area Effect coming out on top 2-1 in that series.
4 Funners now await Area of Effect. A grand finals abound. A best of 3 once more in front of us. A chaotic finish to both semifinals, but finished nonetheless are both of our semifinal teams. They will exit the tournament with 200 NSG champs points apiece. Unfortunately, no cash here on our LAN. When we come back, it's grand finals, but honestly, if they were to take things there, if they were to move on to our grand finals, they probably would have needed the coaching, and they would have needed that mental fortitude that you can be brought forward. Now, Chad, I don't know if you've tried this. I have not tried Metafy just yet, because I'm more around the coaching of casting rather than the coaching of playing, because I accept the fact that I'm bad. But if you're looking to improve and looking to get better, gamers around the world, as a matter of fact, are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. Get trained by the best pro players in the world. You can book a live session now if you use code STREET20 for 20% off at metafy.gg/nerdstreet. Semifinals done. Group stage done. Grand finals, all that remains here in Brentwood. When we come back, a drastic change of rosters, but 2 we've seen already. 4 Funners and Area of Effect in our grand finals when we come back.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Ukuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that.
Hunter sure he used. It's Ares to pick up 1 man.
Oh my gosh.
2 man. 3 Ares cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed. Oh, the strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez, and he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
Hi guys, my name is Marks, and we've just concluded the Bakersfield LAN, so let's recap some of the action that happened today. We started things out with IKEA versus the Fun-Sized Maniacs in the group stage, and while this one was pretty close, the Fun-Sized Maniacs were able to win this one out. There's a little bit of damage for Flies in with the charge, and who else but Camper to seal the deal on that round. As we continued on, we followed Fun-Sized Maniacs through the group stages and got to watch them face up against Elite Squad, with Elite Squad coming out looking pretty darn sharp, able to win it out against the Fun-Sized Maniacs. And the last round in the group stage, we got to see the Fun-Sized Maniacs face up against Resonate, and a similar story here, Resonate looking pretty crisp with it, as they were also able to beat out the Fun-Sized Maniacs, and honestly looking pretty darn good doing so.
V2 situation, Gabriel finds one, finds two.
Then of course we entered into the playoff bracket, best of threes activated, starting things out with Resonate versus IKEA, and oh boy howdy, Resonate were looking really darn good. Resonate were able to shut IKEA down 2-0, not even giving them an inch, honestly. 13-3 and then 13-4. It didn't look too good for IKEA, but Resonate were looking absolutely coordinated, absolutely dominant, and really just flexing on the other team. Finally, we made our way into the grand final, seeing Elite Squad go up against Resonate. Both of these teams able to defeat their predecessors 2-0, and this was a much closer match. We started things out on Haven, which was Resonate's map pick, but the Elite Squad was able to just win that one out on them, spinning it around pretty dominantly, winning by over 6 rounds. Then of course we went next up to Ascent, which was Elite Squad's map pick, and yet Resonate paid them one right back. A lot of beautiful plays coming out of this map, but Resonate win that one out 13-6. And this left it all down to map number 3, Fracture. And boy, despite the fact that Resonate did not bring a duelist into their composition, they showed Elite what is good, ending the first half 10-2 and then running away with the map, not even that much difficulty in front of them. So a big congratulations to Resonate as they do win out the Bakersfield LAN, and that just about does it for this recap of the Nerd Street Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN.
Day one of the Nerd Street Champs LAN over at Georgetown had a lot of exciting moments, a lot of upset potentials, and one team that really stood out to me was Texas A&M University making the upset happen in Group B over BBG Academy, but BBG Academy made a big comeback happen in the quarterfinals. They made out groups on the lowest side and took down one of the tournament favorites of Psycho's Murray crew, which otherwise known as Exet and Friends, but UG Academy being one of the favorites as well. We expected it to be a fantastic match, and indeed it was. Coming out on the other side of the groups, it was Fluid Gaming, it was BAP, and it was We Live Here, by the way, being teams that really stood out to us and teams to look forward into day number 2.
And on day 2, we followed We Live Here, by the way, from the quarterfinals where they took down BAP in 2-0 fashion to the semis where they had to take on the Titans of BBG Academy, who were coming off of their victory over Psycho's Money Crew, or Exet and Friends. And, well, a tough map won, but the momentum was just enough for We Live Here, by the way, to close things out in that series in the semis in 2-0 fashion once more to find themselves in the grand finals. And on the other side of the bracket, it was a tough road. It was a rocky road, but it was TAMU Maroon that eventually made their way on through to deliver an explosive grand finals. And after 3 long maps and an overtime at the very end of it, it was explosive. When the dust settled, when the smoke cleared, it was TAMU Maroon sitting atop the comically large throne here at the Georgetown, Texas LAN.
Final match of the series and of our Brentwood $1,500 LAN. I'm Time to Light. This is Chad Lantis. It's a grand finals, Chad. We've seen both of these teams play. We've seen one of them play twice over, yet 4 funners are looking to shut it down and get a little bit of revenge here in our grand finals.
Yeah, they're definitely the dark horse of the tournament. It seems like every LAN that Nerd Street Champs puts on, there's always like that one dark horse team, and TAMU was one of recent that I remember the most as being a collegiate team coming in, making a big splash and winning it all. And this time around, it could be 4 funners. We had 0 latency, as well as area effect, and a collegiate team all in this tournament that are experienced teams. And 4 funners coming in, they have like a pug setup, and people looking really good, very momentum based. They had 2-0 sweep, essentially a 2-0 match up against Mizzou. Just recently beat or lost to 0 latency. Is like their one like blemish on the record really so far. But they were able to come back really strong. Might be just like a early map thing, early serious thing. Could just be a Haven thing, which is Haven was banned away. We'll be going to Fracture to start things off. We could be seeing Bind for the first time on broadcast at the very least, and we could be seeing Ascent for the first time on broadcast if we go the distance. But Fracture is where we started off. It's where we started the day, and it's where we start the grand finals of this LAN.
Notable thing I want to bring up is the fact that AoE decided not to pick into Haven, which I'm a little surprised about. They just beat what we saw as 0 latency, and 0 latency has already beaten 4 funners.
I thought they looked good on it too.
Yeah. Odd decision. Anyway, into Fracture. We had this as our first map of the day. It'll be our, if I count correctly, 7th.
Demon Go Race. Demon Go Race.
7th.
Go Race. Oh, Phoenix.
All right, you want to know a fun fact? So I have 2 statistics for you.
I'm here for it.
Number 1 is a personal one that really just applies to me. I have never seen Phoenix in competitive Valorant in North America.
Okay.
Like at a T2 or T3 level, like T17 tournaments, sure.
That you've casted?
That I've casted, yes. Okay. Number 2.
Right on.
Assuming this series goes the distance, we will see 6 of 7 maps available in the pool. Pearl, the only exclusion to that notion. It would have already been 6, but Ascent was not played in our previous semifinals. That's no case. Ascent is required, and a 3rd map is required for us to get to 6 of 7 here in this tournament and as a record. But into map number 1, Fracture. Let's go step by step for the time being. AoE start off on the attacking side. What do you think?
So I think a really awesome new hotness comp for Fracture is running Raise Neon alongside Brim, Breach, and usually like a Chamber or something. It's kind of similar to what Paper Rex is running. I think that might be their comp. But with Phoenix being on the new patch, those curveballs come hot and heavy, quick and fast. That's exactly how AoE is taking the site take. And that wall is not optimal and was not ready for what AoE is bringing to the table. As they get the first blood of the series, they get the plant right away, and they'll have a 5v4 with a pretty good amount of utility to work with for us post plant. And honestly, kind of that wall that kind of helps them out too.
Panic press. While the wall was prepped, they will press mouse 1 and put it down 3. Paint shells do a decent bit of damage, but Fraggleton will take the kill and Stunna will fall. This is already looking good for 4 funners, but wait a second, it's being turned back. Matt Z, the last one alive though, has to drop Gucci. It's Gucci to find all 3 of the final kills. Area of effects take the opening pistol as the attacking side continues to show up as we reach our best of 3.
I just double checked. Paper Rex composition switches out the Brimstone for Viper, which does offer a lot more control. Brimstone offers a lot more excitement because we have stem beacons and we can just run fast and drop heavy, thick smokes. And orbital strikes are fun. Mollies are fun for lineups, so they have them as well. We'll see if AoE has Rest as that spoof as well. But yeah, hot and heavy, fast, quick, precise is the game plan for this composition, especially on attack. And we saw in the first round. We'll see if 4Fun can stop that as the gamble stack B-site, which is a wrong gamble. Matt does not take any damage and does damage before having a TP out.
Somehow still alive at that. Yeah. I'm more surprised they are alive, much less the fact that they took damage. And they did, about 100 as they retreated. AoE once more will get a plant. They didn't overutilize utility as we saw in our first series of the day. So the retake, again, will be a difficult one and a laborious one here for the funners. Gucci getting aggressive, hits a dink, will not get the shot. Metzi will retreat utilizing that rendezvous, and they actually find another. Now a 1v2. Certainly possible. 20 HP though, certainly not an enviable position. They have to clear out not only drop, but they have to make sure they clear out main as well.
Yep.
They neglect the drop position, and AoE 5 seconds.
Yeah, a lot to clear, a lot to count for. You have to take some gambles, and they gambled a little bit wrong. Didn't work out at the very end there. So, yeah, we'll have to see for fun. Don't be buy up now. And honestly, if you have a Chamber, a Breach, and a Sage on your composition, that should be pretty good to slow people down. The only problem is, for the most part, you need to know where they're coming from. And they don't have a lot of utility as far as scouting goes, which is doesn't seem to be the best for this map anyway. It seems to be go really fast or slow things down. It seems to be like a lot of what people have been working with instead of the knowledge game. Boombot's kind of all they got. It's fast right away again. Up to Chakib.
You playing on top of their own wall, apparently completely unknown as to their position for that attacking side. Didn't really matter. They still fell, and Gucci, looking for the kill, actually met Z, just decided, oh, yep. Fraggleton's on a flank. There should not be a sound cue, nor is there any way to indicate the fact this flank is coming other than the aforementioned sound cue. There's also a flank coming in through a main. The tunnels need to be cleared out, and they have finally heard that flank. Fraggleton's cleared without finding anything other than a little bit of a delay, not nearly enough as to what they wanted. For Funners are looking good on this flank as well, looking through a main. It's a trade, but not good enough. Low main with a 3 on the round. Gucci only finds their first, and For Funners will find their first round as well. AoE denied the bonus, but For Funners lost them.
Low main getting that third kill. Honestly, second one big fight round in general. Having the awareness to look out for Fraggleton, stopping the lurk from coming down, which was a big winning condition for that round based on the post plant setup for AoE and the buy going into it, essentially. And then later on, getting that third kill, transferring over, not letting Gucci have an ally to play off of. Even though Gucci got a trade back, it was just a line of sight situation to fall at the very end. The player has had a great start so far. Demon a little bit quiet on the Phoenix, but we have plenty of rounds to work with to figure that one out. Like, drop towards Clay. This is Rest looking to make a distraction / potential pinch option later on. Dodges the boom bot. Remember, that's the scouting option that more Funners have, and because that one, like, low-key failed, kind of baited. A good option for Rest, who took a little bit of gamble and paid off.
Because they dropped the Brimstone, Rest should be aware there's a raise on the other side of that. They have absolutely no idea. That should be a free kill, but he takes a zipline across. He's going around towards Dish side, and that's a perfectly timed zipline away. The trademark has to be cleared, so that side of the flank is covered, as is most of the A site here for the defensive side. The A tunnels and CT, but this is weird.
So much space for Stunna. You know they're coming from the north side. Coming from Clay. Backed off from Dish. Let them burn all that utility. That's fine. We'll play the retake.
Perfect. Run it back, used as a baiting utility. Matt Z, yes, finds one, but is immediately traded off of it, and you don't lose your Phoenix, at least not in that engagement. You do, however, lose your Neon alongside any semblance of Sentinels or Controllers. Joe still has the Aftershock for the spike itself. A strong Rolling Thunder, but Demon domes low main out of midair. Stunna hops on that spike, but is immediately pushed off of it because of the Aftershock. And now 1 versus 2, as Coach Joe has to initiate, but is pushing straight through the slower. There's the drop, there's the swing. Stunna still close range, still has the advantage, and still has their life. 150 HP of it, no less. More Funners take the second. AoE denied on the return.
Solid effort by Joe there. Stunna getting so much room towards the initial spawn, over towards green. Even though the trademark was there, didn't trip it, but still confirmed for the team, hey guys, I pushed into the spawn. There was a Brim over here. Either went through tunnels, which I was the one clearing, so that's impossible, or they're going towards Clay, or towards Orange. We'll be playing for that north side, so For Funners, the defense knew where to watch out for, did not get caught by the initial utility dump on the way in. Played through a retake with their own utility. It worked out great for them. That was the buy from AoE. Forced into an eco now. Matt shutting them down on the entry.
A great start. Matt actually avoids everything, and Spoof avoids the overdrive. Perfect. Looking, at least for Funners, AoE, little burst for wear. It's a Sheriff and a 1v5. I don't think I can overestimate how difficult this is. Visual bug, I suppose? He does.
Yeah. Plug or not, results the same. Only Thunder's available. You can buy up. Definitely feels like they need to get a kill or two on the way in. They've been going very aggressive on entries. And when they haven't gotten 1 or 2 kills on the way in, it's been a fantastic retake for fun. This is literally a situation we saw on the very first match of the day, where 4 funners were the ones on it. This time their answer isn't let's use our own utility to take fights early. It's let's just fall off, make them dump it, which was 4 funners' problem on their offensive side. It took them a while to get the read, save some of the util for post plants.
Here.
They can't get the entry frags. Needs to be what AoE is looking to do now. Default a little bit, try to see if they can get a pick or 2. Work their way outside from there, especially telling that since they have a spike in spawn still.
I think this is the first attacking side of default since we've ended the first half of our first map. At least on Fracture. I don't know about the rest of the games. We've had relatively similar defaults between even multiple times, but Fracture's always a map where you usually see teams dedicate themselves quickly and do so successfully. Swing from Matt is perfect, finds an opener, but the Rolling Thunder misses, and because of it, Spoof is still able to take out Rest on the backside. Arcade not cleared by any means. Demon pushing forward, still drops Stunna. Even after over-flicking back the other way, they have to clear out tower as Spoof is still here. There's the swing, and Spoof should be able to find it. He finds a triple through it because of it. Coach Joe completely unaware. Matt Z is the one to find that kill, but Spoof, textbook on that swing, finding the clone, the Phoenix, and 1 pass.
Bro, you can't active run back on that spot. We haven't cleared her on the corner yet. I know he has like his ally there. He can try to help protect it, but like it's a small tunnel, man. That exact situation is like as soon as you activate it, I'm like, oh god, they're gonna get the initial kill. He's gonna swing and get a double after that, and there it is. I mean, if the gamble paid off, it would have looked great, and you could push towards arcade control and stuff. But gotta pick your spot a little bit better than that. Played a lot of Phoenix last night, so I know that pain a lot.
It is called a gamble for a reason here, Chad. Yeah, I'm not always guaranteed in those engagements. Curveball through the double doors will open things up. A flash in return, trying to allow a peek. They're unsuccessful. Matt actually flashed by his teammate. The immediate trade, though, from behind, up the ropes and back again. Shakib missing every single shot up above. Coach Joe more than healthy, and Gucci just domes low main out of thin air and off the ground where he stands. Stunna and Spoof on a retake. Possible, especially considering the ability.
Satchel out.
Great round for AoE. Player advantage on the post plant. Exactly what they need.
Oh no. Misplaced incendiary though. Coach Joe can still sit inside a default and just wait for this push to come through. A strong sky smoke in towards main will allow the peek, but Coach Joe doesn't care. A double in that engagement, a triple on the round. The fist bumps, as I expect, as he stays still for a second and then retrieves the Vandal. You said a clean round from AoE. I was about to say it's not over yet, but it is. Very strong, to say the very least.
Yeah, it was a good round up to that point. I think the incendiary from Spoof is actually intentional, just clear out somebody who's trying to hold behind the pillar. And since there's a smoke for main in the moment, he could have just swung left, but the left swing wasn't good, and the smoke was going away, and then the distraction at the very end. Operator now for Matt, who's been fantastic with that all day long. Operator tour de force. Going for A main, can teleport out, initial peek.
Oh, he finds 2!
Down A.
Rest and Gucci line up. Gucci the first one to fall, and Matt ends up with a triple on the round. Stunna with the paint shells to close it out. Matt still holding the long angle across towards ropes. Fraggleton in a decent position, all things considered. 1v3, 70 HP isn't the best thing, but the rendezvous will come back into form in the next few seconds. And the entirety of B site's open as a rotation finally starts to come through from the Sage. You need to differentiate your 1v1s here. Not a great position. A walk all the way across the undersided ropes and look to push maybe across onto A from Dish, but you need an opening pick before you can even initiate it.
Yeah, that trademark there is going to ruin his plan. By the time he slow walks over to trademark, it's going to be tough to slow walk all the way back to B. So no matter what, 4Fun's going to know where he's coming from.
You should hear the trademark at this point. He's gonna duck under it. Should still see him. Yeah, it does. And there it goes. That should be the round. He's shot at it. Not even thinking about somebody being on it. That had to be... I don't know if that's
gamble play.
An understatement on a gamble. Yeah, I was talking about the gambles earlier. Yeah. There's one. Unsuccessful, obviously. Rolling the dice.
Cutting noise. We'll see if they think that I went to B site, so they will rotate as a team, because assuming they'll stick as a unit, which they pretty much did. But there's no reason for For Fun to leave there anyway, because they'd be a 50-50 regardless on their end. So might as well just sit here and see what happens. And then if it is B site, we'll just rotate S3 to retake. Plenty of time to do that. Resurrection is available. Showstopper as well for Stunna. Being a stun, attempt to stun was AoE, but it's actually Matt doing exactly that.
Oh no. The stun on Noguchi though. Walks straight into the fault line of his teammate, no less. He's able to get up towards Dish. The aftershock should miss. Yes, it forces them back. But losing 2 opening engagements and overutilizing your abilities early on in rounds is some fallacy we've seen already on Fracture thus far today. For Funners are going to attempt a retake here, and looking at this at face value, it seems to be one that should be successful. A well-placed orbital strike, pushing everybody out of control. Coach Joe does find one. Immediate trades back the other way, though, and Gucci on 30 HP. At this point, probably save the Vandal, looking to aggress in through the sky smoke. They're unsuccessful in doing so. 4 Funners have doubled the score of AoE.
Yeah, I got tripped up just now. I thought Gucci got the kill. the timing.
We switched as soon as he turned.
Yeah, I was like, why is Gucci with his knife out right now? What's going on, dude? All right, right on. So yeah, again, we see a situation where AoE doesn't get a frag or 2 in their favor on the way into a site. The post plant just, they're not able to hold well. A lot of that is because with how Fracture works, you got to burn a lot of utility to get onto a site safely. And they don't have good holds moving after. And also, Matt has just been a monster. Honestly, you can't get past his lines. You got bird flashes to handle some angles. They haven't been able to find Matt's, which has admittedly been pretty much the same angle every time. They just haven't figured it out.
Ooh, immediate trade. Good night, rest. Valiant effort. Spoof with a double, as a matter of fact. From Tunnel, able to turn things back the way. And opening engagement certainly not in their favor. Fraggleton wins that. What?
We take those.
I thought he was dead to rights.
That's a W.
Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah, sure. The spike is currently down on south side spawn, by the way. And there's no way for them to get to it without walking through at least 2 players here for Funners. There's a swing, low main off their own fault line. Looking to find anybody here. Good curveball, straight in, low main. A timing shot will drop him. Gucci has also given away a sound cue as to their drop towards the ropes. And you can see the pings on the map. The color of blue indicates it's from 4 Funners. There's the timing, there's the kill. Mats will drop it, and 4 Funners find 7.
You say blue, I say green. We go with a teal or a jade.
I have different monitor settings.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I play with custom settings. They help between multiple games at the same time. So for me, it looks like a baby blue.
I always like the brown baby blue combination. It's like an old school color combo. It's nice. Pleasant. Just like it'd be feeling pleasant if you're on the side of Forefront right now with a bunch of ultimates online. 7-3, sitting dandy. Woo, okay.
Wow.
AoE needs opening picks, and they just got one. The run back is available. Use that good spot to start it.
Exactly what happens. But all-knowing.
Matt gets a kill here.
Holding W through.
They didn't clear Matt.
Waiting. Gucci
legged him.
Shot at a Gucci though.
Spike planted.
He did leg him. He's down on 1 HP as well. Lucky to be alive, to say the very least. The stun misses. Rolling Thunder to force rest out of position. Stunna putting himself forward. The Showstopper vertically finds one. The immediate trade though back the other way. They have yet to clear out default. They finally do, and rest will fall because of it. Coach Joe waiting in towards main in a good position to deal with this. Fraggleton in a good spot just the same. The operator not in his favor though, as Matt turns it back the other way, and the spray straight through the box will turn it in favor of 4 Funners as they win yet another retake scenario. AoE are ruined, and 4 Funners find 8 of 11 played thus far.
He was the person we started the whole like battle adjective before X agent name. run today,
True.
and it was on stage on this map. And again, they just went with a slayed out 3K after getting Resurrection to start off that essentially retake scenario to negate Fraggleton's efforts. And again, AoE spent so much utility. They run it back, the fast lane, curveballs, everything they spent to get onto the site. And For Fun said, all right, you can have it. We'll play the retaking ourselves. Learning that lesson of how to properly play that situation, if they didn't learn already, obviously, just doing what worked well in the first game of today. Against Aster
Split
7.
of B. Look at this. The Sage Wall is already dedicated towards arcades. The only way in is to break said wall, and with a stim beacon down, they will be able to do so relatively quickly. Fast lane dedicated, as is high gear. Overdrive already pulling through, and they'll find it as well. Spoof, because of the stun, the lower fire rate will cost him the gunfight. Immediate trades back and forth. One then the other. A double for Gucci on the round, but a double just the same for For Funners as they make it a 3 versus 3. Each chamber has the tour de force out. The B split still into fruition here for AoE, but the sound cue's even more accessible as For Fun seem to gain all the info they need to work off of this push. Yes, the site control is there. Yes, Shakib is down, but why are they backing away? Oh, okay. He's just repositioned.
Had to wait for the rotate from Matt. Working 2 angles, but it's 3 for the side of AoE. Advantage in their favor for sure.
Fraggleton playing an off angle as well. They have to over-aggress just to take out Fraggleton, and to do so, they also have to walk into the line of sight of Rest, who's sitting close range. They will not be able to win that gunfight. The information's there as to stun his position because of it. AoE make it an 8-4 half, winning a third of the rounds here in the first half of play. Their attacking side certainly not the best, but it could have been worse. They turn it back just a little bit towards the back end. 4 straight rounds, twice over. For Funners, though. Pretty good.
Yeah, I can't really blame Matt for waiting so long to rotate because there's a position where AoE, based on the ground they took, and there's trades going on, forcing a 3v3. A lot of times AoE has been willing to disengage and rotate to a different site. And there's no information to go off of to determine if that's what they're going to do again or not. So Matt trying to just anchor solo on A site in case there was a rotation, and there was a rendezvous option to do a lot faster than usual rotation over to B if needed. But unluckily, Shakib did fall pretty quickly, forcing a 2v3, and it was a full setup with not good utility for the side of For Fun. Make that retake happen.
Wait.
Unlucky.
What? Ping diff on LAN? Question mark? That's gotta be.
This isn't 0 latency. They're out of the game. Out of the tournament.
That's true. Yeah, you're playing at about 15 ping, give or take. Brentwood,
it's about 15 latency, give or take.
Well, it is a spike night because of it. For Funners looking good. AoE want to retake, but a pistol round win would be immense for Funners. Matt Z, not in a particularly good position to be a opponent to it. Gucci alongside the Phoenix, blocking up through main. Good swing. He misses every shot, though. Finally, Demon's able to win the gunfight. Is Shakib, however, in this 1v3. The swing around, the right click available. He'll hit the first. Has to win the second, though. Running out of ammo, they are perfectly fine. Time left on the clock because they already got halfway. And with 9 3/4 of a second left, AoE will indeed win.
Nice of Demon to give some warning shots, signaling the flare that this is going to come back coming for AoE. We've seen For Fun earlier today having a lot harder time on offense than on defense, and the same could be said about their opponents at the time. See if that's going to continue to be the case. But they did learn that lesson of not using too much utility on the way in, saving for the post plant, figuring out ways of generating frags on the way in as well when possible. It's the exact same issue that AoE ran into on their offensive side, and For Fun did it better early today, but they didn't do it against AoE.
This round here is a must-win for AoE on the defensive side. You cannot give away your conversion round while already down by 3. Looking to make it 4 is For Funners, but an odd split here for AoE. 3 set up towards A, 1 dish, 1 door, 1 all the way around towards the main 45 angle. However, 2 towards the B side. Tunnels, tower, and this site itself. Tower and the site itself, as you see. tunnels rotating through. It is an initiation, however, and AoE don't want to wait for Funners to push it. They are taking the gunfights in their own right. Fast lane utilized to force Spoof out of position. I don't know if a sound cue is given away when you're stunned out, but it may not have mattered. A spike plant would be pretty good here for the Brimstone. They may be able to give away the sound cue. Low main, however, finding a double, looking for more. No, Demon is decided on. But a spike plant's here, and they have a rotate all the way in through Dish. This is a possibility. Wait
Run back available, but nobody's there to support Demon's peek in, so it's risky to make a play happen with that. It's the first frag. Makes the play before the ally comes back. He gives a resurrection. Unlucky position. It's frenzy though.
It's a crack on the other side. Swing. He's unsuccessful. He misses.
This is what I
Rest misses. He was 4 HP. He could have looked at his general direction. But he whiffed. 4 Funners deny the conversion round. That is such a drastic change in this map's propensity. What is that?
Oof. My jaw dropped.
The first shot was already crazy. With the shotgun? Dang.
He definitely successfully missed. To quote,
did I say that?
Time to light.
Ferme quoting me in our production chat. Thank you, Ferme. Our amazing producer, by the way. One who always goes as an unsung hero.
Yeah.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate
it. Dude. Shucks. Unlucky. That was definitely a moment they needed to win. Not to harp on it long. They still have a run it back for AoE to figure out good opportunities to use it. A lot harder than you think. The Headhunters couldn't quite connect from Fraggleton. Well, they did a couple of times, but not the way that you want. Like, let's go down. AoE though, 5 strong, plenty to work with.
Yeah, and a 5v5 retake. We've seen this many times, not only on Fracture, but through our series. It doesn't matter. A flawless round for 4 Funners, making it from a 5v5 to a 5z0 in about a blink of an eye. You look away and you miss it. 4 Funners make it a 10-5 scoreline, doubling up AoE once more. It's not looking all that good for area of effect. Granted, this is not their map pick, so it's not the worst thing. But still, you gotta win those.
I want to see Demon let the ult fly there. It's a 6 charge ult. It's cheapest in the game.
Launching smoke.
And on an eco round, I think it's fair to make the call happen, but I think when you have a rifle in hand, it's also fair. You also get your full armor back. Oh, the lineup.
Raid. Fraggleton, the double, immediately traded though. 4 Funners, not out of the woods just yet. AoE have made their life difficult. Shakib has the door closed behind them, not particularly giving away the fact they've walked out, but Rest will clear it out. Orbital strikes available as it's thrown directly onto Low Main, who's forced out from the site and forced into the open where they can collapse upon him. For Funners, they're shut down finally by the AoE defense. Good usage of utility, by the way.
Very interesting ultimate usage. Being up 3-1.
That's a good spot.
Incendiary and smoke still available. It just shows the pressure and of how much they want to win each round. But it does also mean they won't have it for the next. We do the buy round. The names up top somehow showing Mizu for fun. That just swapped, right? It was...
It just swapped like 2 seconds ago. Mizu currently beating 4 Fun 10-6. We're just messing with you. It is actually 4 Fun taking
back
on
from the grave.
Oh yeah, they've come back from the semifinals, trying to take out 4 Fun, which has just happened.
They literally kicked off all 5 members of AoE off of their seats at the LAN. So now it's our turn. You guys aren't doing it.
The Rolling Thunder was near perfect, but he was flashed because of the Aftershock fights too! No way! 4 Funners are in an odd position now, post-plant, waiting for this push to come through. The Orbital Strike possibly towards Main to push them away. It's well timed, and the peek off of it as well. Not even needed off the Orbital Strike, just a distraction tool. 4 Funners do win the round. The overlay, for the time being, is incorrect. It is 4 Funners 11, area of effect 6.
Dude, Four Funners are stepping up right now, man. Like,
There
ever
we go.
since
Thank you for me.
ever since Spoof turned it around on Icebox and started playing out of his mind, like Four Funners has been full momentum, and they took it into this series. It seems like. What a great showing.
17
You
and
want to
10 for
play?
Matt
Let's
Z.
play.
17 and 11 for, I believe, the Sage and the Rays in following order. We'll catch that when our scoreboard pops back sometime in the next round. But close range is just Gucci waiting with a shorty in hand. Odd position for him to lock down, but close range, I suppose it could work out. They need to clear this quickly. However, carefully. Close range, there's a peek. Headshot, yes. Kill, no. For Gucci, and the healing orb is available as the Sage is there. Battle Sage, not so much, however, as it's turned immediately back. 2 for 2 trade on the round. Four Funners not out of the woods just yet, as AoE continue to have an area of effect, that being this B side, and unfortunately it's just falling apart for them. Lomain, now a 1v1. But the question is, where is the chamber? They could fake the door opening and push out that way, but Fraggleton has absolutely no idea. The ace site has fallen, as is AoE. 12-6.
Match point.
Live Ultimate's online. We have yet to see a successful run of back usage. This Phoenix pick has not really worked out so far for AoE, to the point where I wonder if Raze would have been better. I understand the logic about how Phoenix could be a better potential pick, especially the flash buff, but
well, I mean, he's got double the kills as Stunna. Oop.
Yeah, but
true. Yeah,
he's beating out Gucci and stuff. I just, you know, he's a great player in general, Demon. I don't know if I've seen Phoenix specifically being the reason why he has so many kills.
True. Rolling Thunder put forward. It will actually push them all out of the way, and an Aftershock to make sure Coach Joe can't overcommit into this. Shakib will be out of that stunned effect by the time the Aftershock should land. It does, and the spray is still there. Matt Z off the flash will die, but now a 2 versus 2. Rest playing inside of the Sky Smoke, put down alone, waiting for the push to come through. Seemingly aware of it is Spoof, faking the reload, switches to the knife back to the Vandal, trying to bait Rest out to max away. Sound cue made. Four Funners at this point should be sprinting towards B, but are not.
Well, completely separated. If this judge is to come up big, that's going to be a planet for Four Funners. Oh, Fraggleton's nowhere nearby. He's so far.
But he's guessed correctly. I think that's the most impactful part. The question remains, does Fraggleton find a kill? If Fraggleton does not, it's a 1 versus 2 with a judge to keep yourself alive in a series, up against a very frag-heavy Brim, and a Breach that's been able to play utility to near perfection and still has a fault line available. Fraggleton, by the way, sitting in tunnels, should die, actually gets out alive, and the bait is
running it.
They're baiting it out. No, they're going back the other way. The Stim Beacon. They're playing a game of Ring Around the Rosie. Rest still thinks it's on the B side, and the A site has fallen because of it. However, Rest possibly coming back in time. It is too late. The plant will go down, successfully so, but Rest has grabbed a Vandal. There's one, a now 1 versus 2 for Lomain with a Vandal in hand, and Rest is hiding behind the Radianite box.
No util.
Waiting for his teammate to come through. No util available at all for Lomain. Rest, however, dies. 1 versus 1. The chamber rotating in through A main, and Lomain has absolutely no idea, but turns around regardless.
Attackers.
He wins it! Four Funners take their own map pick. 13-6 on Fracture. 200 IQ and a little bit of help from, I don't know. No sound cues. He just guessed correctly, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know what it was. Like, Lomain twice did that to Fraggleton. We saw it earlier on defense when Fraggleton was trying to do that insane deep lurk through the defending spawn, and Lomain is like, I'm just going to look at ramp because we haven't seen where this chamber is yet. This timing here. And then that's when Fraggleton comes around and gets the kill, and later on gets that spray transfer for the third kill and makes a big play happen for that round to win it. Right there. It's like, okay, I haven't really seen anything else. Fraggleton might be going for an off angle, like a different approach here. He's done it before, might do it right now, and that Sixth Sense won them the end of that round. Big step up play there. And I was going to talk about how Rest has access to other weaponry on the ground, not just a judge, and that's exactly what he did. He'll get that kill as well onto Spoof, but it's just the clean shot in the head over the box was really good there by Lomain, and then just the Sixth Sense, and then clean shot on top of that. What a fantastic showing by Four Funners, and a team that was narrowly out of it in semifinals before even getting to play. They barely made it on time, swept semifinals, comes into the grand finals, and wins the first map dominantly on the map pick, as you point out in the match, but still very dominant showing by them to start off the series.
It seems like a comfort pick, and if you want to possibly increase your level of comfortability, or if you just want to be able to frag out with temperature control, go check out the LMX competitive advantage you've been waiting for, featuring the cooling, heating, and massaging. The LMX will keep your gaming sessions going even longer, with body temperature regulation and increased focus, as the future of gaming is here. You can shop now at Mavix.com and use code NSG to save $55 on your Mavix gaming chair, with an even extra 50% off LMX itself on your M4, M5, M7, or M9 Mavix gaming chair. But that's it for map 1. The comfort pick goes their way, as 4 funners will indeed take Fracture, Bind, Abound, our 5th of 7 in the map pool, a maximum of 6 if we get to Ascent. But that's not next. Bind is. We'll see you there.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No way he hits that.
Monster sure he used. It's Ares to pick up one.
Oh my God!
What? 3 Ares cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed. The strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez. And he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
2 is Bind, a surprising map pick, but map pick nonetheless, as 4funners take their own on Fracture. I'm Tommy Light, that's Chad Lantis. This is our Brentwood $1,500 Nerd Street Champs LAN, the final LAN before the LAN, and the finals here. Nerd Street Champs. One online event separates us from that, and a grand finals here in Brentwood. Any expectations heading into Bind? Because this is a must-win, to say the very least.
Yeah, it is. This single elimination grand finals right now, best of 3, down 0-1 is area of effect to the dark horse of the tournament, 4funners. It'll be interesting to see. Some people are picking like Neon these days. Fade is also one that's been coming out a lot more as well. Coach Joe already locking that in. It's like Raze,
yeah,
which has been a long-term standing on Bind, it seems to be the go-to. And honestly, I think it's a really good pick.
I think Fade is one that's a staple of Bind nowadays because of how much information you can get off of those haunts. As long as it's well placed and you throw it with enough time to work off of, you're in such a good position to play off. Where there's really no way you can say, hey, I'm going to play Bind and I'm not going to play Fade. Because Fade is, in a lot of these situations, just a better Sova with, I think, a more diverse kit that allows you to work a little bit better around yourself, and especially around your team.
I agree. Speaking of working with the team, Astra. Star options. This map is essentially 4 choke points to fight through, and getting through those choke points is a problematic situation for a lot of teams. One of the many reasons people don't like playing Bind is it's very claustrophobic to get through that like line of scrimmage that you start the round with, essentially. And you have teleporters to help with fast rotations and such, and give you outs if your attempt to get through a choke is bad, especially clearly through A short or B long. But still getting through those are tough, and it's even tougher if you have things like Astra stopping you out, making it insanely difficult. We'll have to see. As AoE made the map pick as a team that has been together for quite a while now. They're full roster, full strong. It was tweeted out just recently, the announcement like video and everything, the hype video for it. And they are the team that came into this event as seasoned, full roster, that kind of stuff, or like stuff like zero latency seasoned. Bran, Org, mostly full roster, 3 of the 5. Some fills there. So AoE should be able to have the solutions. And we'll have to see on their offensive side of things here, as their defense should be very strong. They want to get as many as they can on offense for sure.
That open haunt. Fault line in return, though. The jump forward is unsuccessful. Spoof already with an opener and a flash. It actually doesn't find anything. An immediate return. Player Coach Joe with the re. Already opening up this B side, but are they going to go B? No, they're going to grab it, and they should take the teleporter, go straight onto A. Perfect play by AOE. That's the opener they were looking for. The Prowler will take out Rest and force them back just a little bit, and even further, as a matter of fact. Good concussion, though, should turn things back to the way. Certainly not a position they'd like to be in. Are they going to go? They're going to go B now.
Oh my god. Because they were able to manage to get Joe in their spawn. I don't think 4funners going to be ready for this.
But he gets a dink! Oh no, Stun is still alive. Do you now go back to A, considering the retake is pretty much already here? A well-placed haunt will give away information, but Gucci doesn't care about the lack of info they have to play off of. Jakib now in a 1 versus 3. Turned 1 versus 2. Haunt not available for 30 seconds, and they're suppressed. Not an easy position to come back from. But a classic versus a classic with a decent bit of ammo left over. They caught a timing. Fraggleton has caught a head. AoE tickets.
I think that was a lot more than they needed to do, to be honest.
Yeah.
They were 4v2 on A site, and they got the sun off and angles to work with. I don't think it's necessary, but it's fun to watch, and it still allowed them a round win for sure. And we have a player advantage like that on a map like Bind. You for the most part, have the freedom to do pretty much whatever you want as far as what macro play you want to make, as long as you're working as a team and not being obnoxiously reckless. Yeah, even though Sun probably was not expecting Joe to be there, it still is like you're coming around the corner. Where else are you going to be looking, right? And good reaction by Stunner. You know, Valiant, be ready for anything. Expect the unexpected is like the quote everybody says on Twitter. That's usually for roster changes. Still applicable.
I've seen the ethos funny Twitter thing. Ethos had like a whole intricate set where he had 17 different names and tabs open to different things. Where Steam said TSM Ethos, and then his Twitter said joined 100 Thieves.
When he was announcing Energy, yeah.
It was a really
that was 10 out of 10.
Like the prep you need for that one is so good as well. Like, high five to you. Well done. Oh, good. Anyway, 4Funners looking to win this round, bring things back. The Prowler misses. The jump forward, that does not. Stunner removed early. The Raze trade is already there. Matt Z attempting to deny any jump up and over. There's not even an attempt at it, as this seems to be a relatively clean round here for AoE. Not taking any unnecessary gunfights or gamble pushes. I like the discipline.
Fraggleton watching the flank as well. The trademark was smoked off even, but Fraggleton was there. Just like Chicky was there with a shorty to the face of Coach Joe. I've been noticing a lot of people who play Fade properly are using a lot of Prowlers as far as like aggressive committals to a location and playing off those as if it's like a Trailblazer or Owl Drone, but it's like a more aggressive Owl Drone.
Not only that, but it gives you a combination of information and a straight-up gunfight advantage. The stun is perfect at near sights. It's basically a perfect initiation tool, other than the Trailblazer. I think the best part about the Prowler over the Trailblazer is the fact that the Prowler you can use while moving, while the Trailblazer's like you have to hop into a drone, same as the Owl Drone itself. You can't
100%.
move while utilizing it.
A lot more aggressive, therefore. Yeah. So it's way better on offense. It's like a better Owl Drone and Trailblazer for offense. Well, the problem is like range is not as good, but still.
That combination, the tether and the paint shells. Good night.
Yeah. Dead so.
Nice early opener.
Yeah. That's the initiator too. Or not initiator, the entry terminology.
Low main is somehow still alive, and shouldn't be. Stunna just catches a timing while Gucci can't hit a dang shot, leaving now just Fraggleton 1 versus 4. The spray unsuccessful, trying to trade out weaponry, drops his Spectre, picks up his Spectre, finally picks up the aforementioned Bulldog that he was looking for, and dies. All
That's chaotic.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Unsuccessful bonus round is what it is.
You ever like see somebody start to drop something and they try to catch it, and it's like they almost catch it multiple times, but keeps like fumbling, and just ends up dropping at the very end?
No, I'm usually the person that everybody's watching doing that.
You ever watch yourself do this thing?
Yes, I have the POV. I control he of which you speak.
Yeah, that's what I felt like Fraggleton. I mean, to be fair, that was also the equivalent of like somebody who came and knocked it out of his hands because you're stuck in this like 1vx scenario in a bad spot, tucking showers, but still tried to fumble and grab it, just it fell in the end. Fortunate. Still around lead though. Nightfall is another big deal. A lot of fades took a while to figure out how to properly use Nightfall. A lot of people use it like a Rolling Thunder, but it's not like a Rolling Thunder. You really need to follow up with a proper utility and work the correct angles alongside of it.
It's a null command in
just like this.
Tandem with the Nightfall, and
that's what I'm talking about.
They tried to use it as a Rolling Thunder. They were unsuccessful in doing so.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they'll get the opportunity to stabilize the core. They may catch a timing on it.
Just gonna bait him to die, dude.
Apparently, Fraggleton will be up in How do you let that happen? There's a sound cue on that.
Whoa.
What?
Okay.
Spike down.
I don't think it's going to have all that much of an effect, but it's still an applicable conversation. Perfect TP out, by the way. Fraggleton dropping Spoof after over-aggression will cost him. The resurrection that probably should not have come through, however, they may not be aware of Stunna's positioning. Oh my goodness, he's just going to sit bench and wait for this to come through. The odds he checks this corner are slim to none. Usually it's something you worry about when you're originally initiating into the site. When you've taken this much time, you do not clear it. Stunna misses the first 8 shots, but will inevitably finish off Fraggleton. A now 1 versus 3. Not going to happen. Gucci did find the first 2 after that 2 versus 4.
Yeah.
No chance.
Nightfall, man, you got to get people off the angle. Like, Rolling Thunder, it displaces them. It makes them stunned to where they only shoot like 1 bullet, pace out shots. Can't spam. Nightfall, yeah, you deafen them. You make them get decayed. You give lines to indicate where they're going to be. But if they're already holding this angle, if you run through that angle hold, what's going to stop them from just spraying down? because a lot of people would drop the Nightfall and just run it through as if it's a Rolling Thunder. They did exactly that on the side of AoE. They got sprayed down on the way in because there was no displacement. The spray was good. The angle was already being held. You don't need to hear to do that. The tech pause underway. Honestly, all things considered, knock on wood, this has been a very low tech paused LAN. It's been great. Even if this last series is riddled with tech pauses, it's still like overall in grand scheme of LAN's a good LAN when it comes to tech pause. And yeah, like you said, shouts to admins. Jorge, One Green Tea out there doing work.
Yeah, and the on-site admins themselves in Brentwood itself putting in the said work. This is an odd scenario for really both teams to be in. The comeback we've seen from For Fun has been good, but AoE, I think, have been giving them a lot of engagements they probably shouldn't. This should be a relatively easy round, by the way, for fun, at least on paper, but we've said a few things on paper that have not come true. For instance, AoE dropping a game up against Mizzou, or a series, I suppose, against Mizzou, and then still making it to the grand finals, regardless of the fact they still had to play Zero Tenacity in the semis. Speaking of, on paper, that's turned around immediately. Nightfall used once more, this time a little bit more successfully, but the even trade, as the Rolling Thunder itself is actually utilized, doesn't find all that much.
A little bit of an interesting spot for the last two members of For Funners. Yeah, get rid of Theme here though before they can make the retake happen. Oh, can't even do that. We'll play by Demon.
Get out as well. What?
Wow.
I was talking about things being on paper and not turning around. There's AoE living up to their continued aggression. They walked into that with what? Buckies and pistols across the board, or a Bucky singular and pistols across the board. Demon walked away with it with a 4K, and they had rifles. That's a wild way to turn things around.
Yeah, Demon's great, man. I want to see how things would have been if Demon was on Raze instead of Phoenix for map 1. Because like you said, Demon, like, he popped off like frag-wise. Like, he had the damage numbers, he had the frags. As far as ult usage wasn't amazing, things like that. Other utility, the hot hands and the blades were pretty much used for self-healing for the most part from what I saw. The curveballs, though, were obviously very good. That's a very strong utility right now, and that's pretty much the main reason you grab Phoenix right now, that and run it back. Self-reliance, but
that's one note why he was so successful. Yes, the Raze is good, but it also requires you to play off of your initiators. As a Phoenix, you can complete both tasks as one. You have the duelist ability of flashing yourself in and taking the gunfights yourself. So yeah, sure. I think the Raze probably would have been better for the team play, but for singular performance, I think the Phoenix was a good pick. Unfortunately, I just don't think the team played off of it well enough, and that's the reason it was a 13-6. That and the fact that it was not their map pick. They weren't walking into that expecting to come out with an amazing win, especially considering it's Fracture as your opponent's map pick. Less, it was well played to at least give them a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, the Boombot scouting is so nice, and your ability to just blast pack around for more mobility, combo alongside Neon works really well to just create like a controlled chaos, mobility on the site, things like that. So if you're not grabbing another initiator to support the Neon, then have another high-speed duelist to cause chaos that also can do some of the image foe gathering things. Uncarried miss on the shot there. Field goal though, 3 points.
Splitting the uprights on that one. It is pistols across the board for For Funners. I'm not going to say that they should lose this, because last time I said that about a team mostly ecoing, it was AoE to almost have a flawless round with Bucky and pistols, so I'll hold my tongue on that one. They may have gained a lot of information in towards Hookah, though, and because of that, they should back away. Spoof will die, Gucci finding one, and that should be the trigger towards A. It is indeed already initiating outside of showers, and that's the A site fallen already. The Vents reinitiation should be there, with a Haunt finding a little bit of info. Already shot, though, and already turned back. Shakib, however, alongside Stunna dropping Demon. That's a way back into this with Lomin, one of his own. Coach Joe can't do anything about it. Fraggleton playing around the triple box, but they've dropped everything. It's just down to Fraggleton. 1 versus 3. The Showstoppers popped as well. It misses. Shakib will not. For Funners walk into this round with pistols as well and say anything you can do, we can do as a team.
It's a good thing you didn't say they should lose it.
Yeah, I know, right? So one thing we've differentiated between those two rounds is it is not the caster's curse.
No.
This is just a wild game.
It's just Valorant. A game where you have utility and, you know, Project A, utility supports shooting. Shooting is what matters. Shooting's a lot easier when you have utility properly used, that's for sure. And the swinging by Jakib for U-Haul coverage was insane. Threw himself in there, got a frenzy kill, upgraded weaponry, and just kept blasting out.
Tour de Force pop for fun on the defensive side. That was not only a must-win round, but such a key round to bring back at that time. AoE need to push forward, and the Null Command having that area of effect is so key for this push to come through. Spoof none the wiser to the positioning of not only Demon, but the Showstopper coming straight towards him. A swing back through the way, though. Shakib drops Demon before the Cosmic Divide can be put down. The reinitiation is there. Stunna unaware of the close corner, though. Fraggleton could catch this out. The jump peak is perfect. Unfortunately, Stunna cannot win the second engagement. Immediate trade back the other way, though. Neither team can come out definitively on top of a lot of these engagements. Rest has also been detected in towards the back side. Matt Z dies to a Rest shot even after TPing away. The timing is everything, and AoE find every single engagement in their favor, at least to close it out. They win a round back the other way. Nobody's winning rounds in a row.
Not here. Dude.
That's a good spot.
First, I want to say that Jakib's really good. And I'm going to feel really bad if we've been pronouncing the name incorrectly this whole time. Doing my best. Best guess I got. Also, Rest, like, I could not have been closer to getting that kill on Matt.
All set up.
Meanwhile, Gucci holding down elbow. Allowing Rest getting that kill as well. Allows him to refocus and double up through elbow. Buy up here, though. Keeb is the trade. Even Stevens. Raze is gone.
No entry. It detects low main, who is yet to be cleared out. They're marked, but they have yet to be cleared. Perfect Prowler and Flash combination. The Nightfall as well to deafen Coach Joe as the decay effect sets in. There's no way to win this, but he does anyway. Low main, full HP will come out on top of the engagement, make it a 3v2. AoE with the man disadvantage. They yet to clear Matt though, and Matt just wins it. What is going on in these? Are we? Did we just miss something? Did they switch teams in between the series?
They committed so much to kill Coach Joe, dude.
Oh my
Player
gosh.
Coach Joe. Taking the world thrown at him. Like, you know, in Infinity War when Thanos literally grabs a moon and throws it at somebody? Like, that's basically what 4Funners just did to Coach Joe. He still got a kill out of it. That was nuts.
And I feel like this is going to be the same story as well. You can see 3 players, actually 4, initiating in towards A up against the 3 defensive side. It's a decent position held here, but swing is still there. The Bucky perfectly timed. The second shot misses though. Shakib brings one back the other way. The Shower's initiation and one in towards Lamps. They're completely unaware of that raise, who with a Bucky misses as well. Shakib able to shut down yet another shotgun to swing, finding a third on the round. A 1v1 after everything is said and done. Gucci can't see a dang thing. Is able to reaggress. Low main misses as well. 65 HP. No, it's a 1 versus 2. Matt was apparently hidden on the B side of the map. And now AoE, what do you tell Gucci to do? What does Gucci tell Gucci?
This is winnable. Unlikely, but winnable. Second hand, 47 seconds. Headhunter makes anything feel winnable, honestly. Only 1 bullet in the chamber for that. Doesn't want to grab the orb. Fitting name. Fitting name.
Oh, low main has seen.
Oh, they know.
That should be it. Perfect fault line.
Oh, the miss!
Information.
Okay.
Low main still shuts it down. Unfortunately, the Headhunter shot missed just narrowly at that, but ForFun still come out on top of the round. Another chaotic round of which early engagements go the way of AoE, but ForFun this time around bring it back later on off the back of Shakib, around towards Lamps and U-Haul. It was chaotic once more, as honestly most of this map has been, but still a ForFun win.
Still remains an incredibly close match as we're nearing the end of this half. Orbital Strike is available. Run Only Thunder as well for fun. Well, Matt with Eager. First pick. All day long. Matt's been so good at those.
Another as well.
Yeah.
Alive. Has he? Oh my goodness! The tether to decay, bring it down to 75 HP already, and the paint shells land to perfection. Combinations of utility, a staple of play here for fun. They find 2 opening picks, one off an operator, one off of just information played off the tether and paint shells. Nice.
That's a lot like the old school slow orb with the paint shells.
Yeah, yeah. It was
a good adaptation to realize they can just do the same thing here. Get more info. It's nothing from that. 3v5 right now, man. And the timer's ticking low. Breach isn't here for the plant denial, though, which is important.
Reaper's just here on the site. You take even trades, come out on top of the first one. You turn it into a possible 1 versus 2. Fragment's well placed, forcing Matt Z out of position, but still locking down that Hookah spot, sees him, and shoots him. And the finish is there for stun as well. This is not good for AoE. There's really no way into the site here.
Pain.
I don't usually say save on the attacking side, but I would have if Gucci was still alive. A now 1 versus 5, not going to happen. Matt Z finds a triple. Coach Joe dies through the wall. And for fun, look good doing it.
Rolling Thunder still available. Good looks. Oh, I'm just honestly like AoE. This is a map pick, and we brought up earlier on about how they should have a good understanding of how they can properly play on attack. This is a tough map to do attack on, and compositionally with the Astra and stuff, their defense is going to be really strong with the map, with the compositions. Naturally against a team that is generally a pug team, you gotta see that AoE is going to have a really good time on defense. They've already earned breathing room with 4 round wins. This is already a good half for them, all things considered. But if they can get it tied up, it'd be even better, of course.
Oh, Demon close range finds one. The information's there, and Matt immediately gets the refrag. 1v4 here for rest. Hits 2 of those shots.
No charges.
Both body shots, unfortunately. No headshot found. A 3K.
Last round in the half.
For fun, make it 7. That's at least a half win for the defensive side. This will be the final round and gun round of the half. Honestly, not a must-win for AoE, but if they pick this up, they have a lot of momentum going into the defensive side.
Shaqib with 50 kills, man. Talking about Matt.
You said 50? I thought you said 50.
Oh,
I looked up, and I was like, wait a second.
Whoa.
Oh, did I miss something? No,
Whoa.
okay.
Best of 5, maybe.
Play, let's play.
Matt gets shut down in the entry. Uncharacteristically, Gucci stepped up there. Shaqib stuck alone, being pressured out. Still trying to hold on to this U-All control, but pinched. Eliminated.
Demon.
Lemaine trying to answer
Perfect
back.
play.
Nope. Nothing there.
Oh my. Demon had a perfect play. Uses a satchel to get on top of the boost position and goes back through lamps. That's so textbook AoE. I was talking about not needing a must-win around there, but they won it in style. That's momentum into the second play. Yes, they're 2 rounds down. Yes, it's not a great position for them to be in, but the defensive-sided pistol was not there for fun. They pick it up here, AoE have a way back into this.
Yeah, if I was a fan of either team, I wouldn't be worried either way. For Fun has the round lead going into the next half. That's always a good thing. They also won the first game of the series, so worst case scenario, they lose, let's go to game 3. So I wouldn't be worried at all as a For Fun fan. And they've been performing really well individually, too, across the board. AoE, as a fan, I wouldn't be worried either because of the fact that this is a good map for defense side. The team comp's good for defense. This is their map pick as well. So you have to imagine that you have the ability to make a comeback here and finish strong. 5 rounds, honestly, is pretty good. I was thinking 4 or 5 would be kind of that range of thinking they have a good half.
Donna pushing forward. You can see it's an odd position for AoE to be in. 4 players waiting, 3 players waiting towards A. Let me correct myself really quick as Matt shuts me up. Nice shot, by the way.
Good look.
Things up. And they're going towards B. I say they, as in both teams at this point. Aggression from the chamber towards mid could get caught with the timing. Still inside of the rendezvous, should he decide to back away. Matt Z, possibly not aware of this, he misses! Oh no.
Smoke's down. Stim beacon down.
Great round for fun so far.
But Coach Joe turns it around. Only one though. Back the other way, Demon, Frenzy in hand, and Rest is sitting on the A site as the initiation comes towards the B side. Rest does get one though. Now a 2 versus 3 in a retake. The pistol round, again, impactful. Try and create tempo and measure the tempo of this map. They open up the smoke and close things down on the line of sight. Flash through, though, means Rest can't see a dang thing, and because of it, neither can Demon. For fun, win the pistol and expand their lead once more.
That flash was massive from low main. Playing off of the Nebula being there, and I don't think AoE expected them to still have another flash available. Big deal for fun. Defensive pistol wins coming back in season. We already got past the offensive pistol era. Games. Full circle. 8-5 before fun. Buy up. No force from AoE. They know they have a lot of rounds to work with, and they're going to just deathball through short. That prowler's going to give a lot away.
Ooh, Gucci. Good night, Ebe. That's an opener, but the turn back! The Aftershock utilizing that tether, making sure you can't do a dang thing. I suppose you could say they were seized and couldn't get out of it.
Wow.
For fun. Turn it back. They lose the opening pick, but immediately get a trade. A little bit of martyrdom, utilizing the seize there from their fade. Wild to see.
Paint shells aren't the only ones that can punish people tethered up. Dying Breath get that one off. Worked out for 4 funners. Coach Joe trying to be the sentry for the team. It's cleared.
Oh, when they go towards
Instant
B,
rotate.
I like this call, but they drop the spike. Inside of the
Rest!
teleporter. Close range with the shorty. Hits another shot, but Matt Z, he strafes into Gucci as Gucci takes the teleporter. That could not have been better timed for fun. And worse time for fun.
Yeah.
The duality of man in a single round.
And honestly, a 4v3 situation, when you're down a player and you're eco, you end up costing them 2 more lives and they're unable to get a plant off. So the Kami is not thriving. They're deciding right now, full armors. Do we buy anything else besides full armor? We have a headhunter for Matt. Lomain might just rock it with util. Follow up, pick up a gun off the ground or something.
Sona getting aggressive. Avoids the C's, but not the Prowler. Swing through Joe. A little aggressive there. Paint shells to go back the other way, but Joe with a double from the site itself. It's not looking all that great here as Fun try to initiate onto A. Unsuccessfully so. The spray from Gucci finds the first. The second, not so much. Shakib still an argument into this round, but as the Sky Smoke dissipates, he finds the first. Maybe able to grab the spike and go towards B. A spike plant here would be massive, but instead, possibly faking that he's rotated away and is just going to sit inside of lamps for the time being. 2 players on the other side of it, outside towards the backside and fence, but he's been seen. He has to back away. He has to take that teleporter, just grab a weapon and run, but it's not the easiest thing to do, especially when you're held. Rest finds the timing. AoE denied.
Needed Ren from AoE. Losing their anti-bonus would be devastating, all things considered here. Wasn't the healthiest, but I think we can get at this point. 4 force available for Matt. Always a threat with that in his hands. I'm mostly interested in seeing what For Fun does with their Nightfall when Shakib gets it, because Shakib's been performing super well all day long on numerous different agents, playing numerous different role types as well. Now on a fade, we talked about a lot of players not quite figuring out, a lot of teams not quite figuring out how to use Nightfalls. For Funners being essentially a dark horse pug squad. They know how to coordinate off it well enough. It's a team like AoE.
We're already up a map. I will remind you this is match point for 4Funners, a $500 map for 4Funners, technically a $0 map for AoE just to keep themselves alive. Winner not only gets $800 or 800 points towards the NSG Champs Summer Series, but an extra $500 over top of the prize pool. 0 point lands, but it does not know exactly where these two players are. The anticipation is outside of showers. Matt Z in a good position, though. Pain Shell's prepped from Demon towards the backside. This could be prepped with a Seize as well. Should it be well placed, it could just find a kill, but Matt Z just waiting for this to come through. The Seize is all that Coach Joe has in pocket, so that does seem to be the call, but where does it go? I think we found an answer.
Trying for the wombo combo.
30 seconds
Tagging, but not really. Still healthy. That trademark's still there, though. Your wrench in there, execute.
This fault line could be massive. It may miss, though. Back towards the backside of lamps. It does indeed miss. Nothing found towards the backside, nor in towards vents. However, AoE have to back away. No utility to deny this plant. It will go down unrestricted. However, 3 players from AoE sitting outside of the site. In that same right, 3 players from 4Fun waiting in towards lamps. Demon, an opener, in towards Shakib, a massive pick early, an immediate trade though through the smoke no less, as Rest dies the precise shot of the Tour de Force. Trades are going back and forth though, and it's not favoring AoE. They need to come out on top of these gunfights. Gucci, trying to be the catalyst to it, is successful, at least at face value. Still has to clear out lamps, and there's one inside of lamps to deny him from doing so. Nightfall goes through, it misses Stunna, and because of it, that may just be the round. Fraggleton can't make up his mind, understandably so, and because of it, 4Fun find double digits. AoE, unfortunately, shut down once more.
And yet again, the Nightfall was not coupled with enough utility to properly utilize the advantages that brings you. It still allow those members of 4Funners to shoot right back. They already are laser focused. Their eyes are looking at these angles to be held. And the guns shoot just fine. They don't need the audio cues as much as normally they would. And if they are accurate with the shots, click the head. They're first. Doesn't matter how much they're decayed. Very end there too as a 2v1 swing crossfire setup. Timeout called by Area Effects coach. This is the elimination map for them. If they're out, they're done for the tournament, and it's going to be 4Funners taking home the grand prize. If this map, there's no comeback from the side of Area Effect. This is the Area Effect map pick as well. I think a lot of this comes down to just need to figure out the Nightfall usage a little bit more. That'd be 2 different rounds, completely different if that was the case.
It's a wild situation we see ourselves in at this point. Now, 4Funners, again, on paper, should be winning a lot of these rounds, especially considering not only does Low Main have that Rolling Thunder available, but it's a full buy across the board. On the other side of that, the closest ultimate they have is the Cosmic Divide, of which has been used 1 time thus far this map, and that was to initiate on towards the B side. They will take the Showers teleporter around towards A. That gives away the fact that there is a full rotate. Gucci finds 1, damage onto a second, and is able to back away with their life well and truly intact. A great start to an otherwise disadvantageous round as Gucci finds another, finishing off Shakib, of whom he lowered earlier, but was not able to find anything past that. 4Fun is not a great position, however, still has the ability to put that spike down. There's a flank being established in through hookah with 2 players, now a third rotating in through the defender spawn around the backside of B. Coach Joe is just waiting for the remainder of his squad to prep forward.
4Funners want at least 1 pick before they get the spike plant. They don't want to deal with the post plant where they're low on util, low on HP, down a player. So tough to defend with, especially with agents like Astra can set up stars to punish. Fade and KO can suppress and push through. Raze, you can follow all of that utility up with just throwing themselves on the side with controlled chaos.
Breach possibly faking the B side. Matt does take out Coach Joe. You're talking about that opening pick being required. Rest pushes around, drops the gravity well, but does not find the kill, nor the denial. The spike plenty misses as well. AoE are forced back. A perfectly placed Rolling Thunder off of imperfectly placed shots from the Sheriff. There's the initiation finally from AoE, but it's a little, too late. Blast Pack, I don't know about that call, and unfortunately, 4Fun don't particularly care about it. 4Fun on to 11 AoE, they purchase and lose.
You have to wonder if that was a nail in the coffin, the mental at the very least. AOA catch themselves in a situation where they're falling behind on rounds a lot. Double digits reached by 4Fun, up 1-0 in the series. Call their tag timeout, the one that they have for this entire half. Discuss what they want to do for adaptations. It's the buy-up round for them. They're up in a 4v3 situation post-plant. Well, not even planted it yet. But they don't have B long control, and that's what 4Fun used as their back pocket option. Because that AOE had to respect the possibility of taking a portal. They couldn't fully commit to retaking the site or anything of the sort. And Rolling Thunder is massive. 4Fun, more ults online too to work with.
Face your fear!
Nightfall, Orbital Strike, and Showstopper, the first of the three already utilized, detecting two and forcing them away, deafening as well.
Feeling about Rest.
Not only the lack of sound, Rest is sitting inside of his own smoke. They may be aware of him. There's the rays behind just the same. The Cosmic Divide, as I mentioned prior, is available. There's the swing from Stunna. They miss, but it's an immediate trade back and forth, leaving it a 2 versus 1. Everybody seemingly dying 70% in the span of 4 seconds of the lobby down. Shakib seemingly locking down Gucci, who's walking forward, but the timing. Gucci finds a kill. 1 versus 1. The swing around. Low main finds it though. Match and series point as 4Fun have 6 mulligans to close out Bind.
Wow. Yeah, there's moments I can think of throughout the entire day where I thought, man, they're really good in regards to every single member of 4Fun. Like, they may be a pug team, they may not be a season and working together for as long as teams like AOE, but they individually have stepped up so much with big clutch plays. Low main last game, Matt in Stunna in previous matches, Shakib basically all day, this map especially. Even Spoof on the Icebox match stepped up so big.
Showstopper misses. The Orbital Strike already utilized, but they clear out bench. Oh my goodness, what a collapse onto the A site. 4Fun seemingly missing most of their opportunities early. They turn that right around, and Gucci missed the one opportunity he had onto the retreating breach. The operator inside of heaven, Matt waiting inside of lamps. This is not looking great for AoE. Facing match point once more. They do find one back into this. Coach Joe on full HP as to what they bought forward, but it's only half shields. It won't even matter. A teammate to close it out. Team play was a catalyst to their success. 4Funners will not only play the entire series with it, but close it out in tandem. A team ace. Chad, what a more poetic way to end it.
Yeah, and player coach Joe started stepping up a lot that entire map. Gucci towards the end started stepping up, and it's down to them as the last two, and they're trying to figure out a way of clutching up the round, but it just wasn't enough. There's too many members on the side for 4Funners who all are playing simply too hot today, and the utility was too oppressing as well in the moment. And the figure out the opportunities. I loved seeing how 4Funners would sometimes execute very aggressively on sites, but sometimes also are super happy with running down to the end of the clock and waiting till the final seconds to make the execute happen, get a spike plan just in time, just to be patient and find the perfect opportunities. And they made it look like that was their map pick. It looked like a very dominant series all the way through.
Consistency was key for them, as not only did they keep consistent in terms of scoreline, but their tempo. They were consistent in changing. That's the most notable part about it. Their defensive side was so variable, and it's very difficult to measure a squad such as them. They lost a single round in their attack as they continued to initiate so quickly, yet so soundly and cohesively as a squad. And sometimes, if you are looking for some help, whether it be in your ranked games or through competitive play such as this, to improve not only your game, maybe your mechanical skill or a combination of the two, you can check out Metafy, one of our partners here at Nerd Street. Metafy, with gamers around the world becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. You can get trained by the pro players in the world, and the best of them at that. You can book a live session now if you use promo code STREET20 for 20% off at metafy.gg/nerdstreet. That's the grand finals done, but our broadcast, not so much. An interview on the cards, but a break first off. We'll see you in just a few with that interview when we come back.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up.
No, this guy's hacking.
That's disgusting.
No
I need
way
to take
he
a
hits
shower.
that.
Hunter sure he used. It's Aries to pick up one. Oh my gosh. Two, make it three. Aries cuts them all down with the Hunter's Fury.
Even with the stun landing, dude. A stun doesn't affect the judge, man.
They make a nice little sandwich into the kill feed. Oh, the strength in numbers doesn't matter. It's going to take the ace here from Chavez. And he will get it from last round to this. He doesn't let off the gas.
Warfunners continue their reign of terror and control the tempo of not only their series, but their fate here in Brentwood. 13-6 twice over, as the consistency was key. Fracture and bind. 13-6, 13-6. We have an interview with one of their controllers, as a matter of fact. Spoof is coming through. Spoof, just to make sure, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. So, just to open things up, you had a chaotic group stage, yet you went into the bracket confident. What was that like?
Honestly, when we were against Astra 7, I was really confident. We threw a couple rounds, whatever, like, you know, but we still pulled it out in the end. And then we went against ZL, and that was like, we got stomped, but, you know, we pulled it back, and, you know, took it home, made the playoffs.
Can't win them all. Just like you, I go into semifinals down 0-1 just because of shenanigans happening. But what was the mental like going into that situation where you have to 2-0 them? They only need to win one against you.
Well, honestly, we knew we were better than Mizzou. Like, just simple as that. We just were happy that we didn't get disqualified. As soon as we heard we weren't getting DQ'd, we were just dropping a map. We were just chilling. But at first we were just all screaming at our team, man. I'm not gonna lie. It was like, why you keep into a rank game? Feel me? Like, I don't know. That's all good. He was gonna have a long,
I think an
long ride home.
understandable. Yeah, an understandable mentality going into that one. Into Grand Finals, though, what was the map selection like for you? Did you want to avoid Haven because you played, like you said, poorly against Zero Latency? You got stomped, and you were playing up against a team as AoE that stomped Zero Latency back on that exact same map. I'm surprised you guys didn't ban it. I'm even more surprised they didn't pick it up against you. What were the map vetoes like heading into the Grand Finals?
Honestly, we just vetoed random maps. I was asking our team captain, but he was too busy watching TikToks, so I was just vetoing random maps. I'm not gonna lie, and it ended up working, you know. But one map that we always wanted was Fracture, and we got Fracture. So
y'all look really good on it and confident. And I see that you've played alongside listed on VLR and specs like that, Shiro, but in game was like Shakib.
Yeah.
I don't know which name to go by. Stunna as well. You've played with them in the past, but as far as the overall team, not everybody has played together as a unit very much. Like, what was it like? How much have y'all played together really as a team beforehand? What were things like going into this? Because you all looked pretty coordinated for the most part for the entire series.
The only tournaments that we've played like together were like LANs. Our first LAN was Chicago LAN. We made top 8, and we played with Coach Joe. But this time we played against Coach Joe in finals, and you know. But
is that why y'all dedicate so much utility just to take out Coach Joe? I don't think you're part of that.
Oh yeah, you know, he snaked us, but you know, all cool. It went to the other team just to lose, but I'm not calling anyone out. You know, all fun and games.
For sure.
Well, you've walked away with not only $1,000 but 800 points towards the Nerd Street Summer Champs Finals. Do you plan on either A, going to the finals, should you qualify with your points not only today, but through the rest of our online and LAN events? And B, do you plan on going to the last chance qualifiers if that's not the case?
The LCQ is definitely like, we're definitely looking at it, but as for me, I don't even be playing tournaments like that. Like, I just be playing ranked. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. Like, I'm just a ranked player, running it down type of guy, you know? I only have, like, VLR for, like, LANs, but, you know.
Fair enough.
LANs are fun, for sure.
Yeah,
click a paycheck, hang out with the homies. It's all a good time.
Yeah.
To end out the interview, though, I want to leave the floor to you. Say whatever you want to say, shout-outs, thanks, or whatever's.
I don't really have anything to say. You know, just wanted to win my first LAN. Yeah.
Oh, well done. Thank you so much for joining us. Spoof, congratulations. The dynamic controller controlling the game. Well done, and congrats on the win.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting.
Well, Chad, that unfortunately brings us to the conclusion of our show for the day. I want to not only get your final thoughts in the grand finals, but on the day as a whole, because a one-day tournament seemed like it probably could have filled 3 with the action-packed Valorant we had 4 hours.
Yeah, especially the big plays that came out of Four Funners. I mean, they're a team that came in as a dark horse. They're like, okay, maybe they can come out in groups and see what they can do against teams like Area Effect and Zero Latency, but they actually looked incredibly dominant in both of their series of semifinals and grand finals. A couple of close matches against Mizu, but maybe it was overconfidence or just figuring things out, maybe a map-based thing. But either way, once they got in the groove, they didn't stop, and it definitely is all the props to them. A lot of big plays here and there. Is interesting to see that the teams like Air Effect and Zero Latency weren't able to go as far as we would think they would. Zero Latency didn't quite make it to grand finals because Air Effect had a hard time, and that might have just been because of LAN experience. A lot of times you go to LAN, you oftentimes are a different diet than you usually do because you're eating out more than your usual diet stuff. Your sleep schedule could be off, right? Your hydration might not be the normal. You bring your peripherals, but you're in a different setup, you're in a different environment, you're on LAN, things like that. And maybe that's why we didn't see Area Effect come out as strong as we kind of predicted going into grand finals. Meanwhile, we heard in the interview with Spoofs, who plays a lot of LANs, love doing LANs, and out here vibing, not worry about results much, just wants to have fun and see if they can win. Otherwise, just runs it down in rank, just here for a good time. So that kind of mentality kind of gives them an advantage a lot of times of just We're here to have fun and see what happens, not, oh, we need to make sure we win and feel the nerves hit them.
It removes the nerves, and I believe they've lived up to their name. The For Funners playing not only for fun, but winning, and doing so in a little bit of style. As a final send-off, let's take a brief look at the bracket just to set our final stage. Brentwood was odd, and to say the very least chaotic here in Missouri, but a win nonetheless here for For Funners. Here's your bracket. They take on and take over Area of Effect. It was a valiant effort, as Area of Effect prior dropped 0 latency in a 2-1 fashion. We saw the final map of that series, but it was For Funners. Not only a 2-0 over Area of Effect to take the finals, but a 2-1 over Mizzou, even after disqualification. Mizzou and 0 latency both get 200 Nerd Street Champs points, while Area of Effect get 400. For Funners get 800 and $1,000 off the back of it. Area of Effect as a consolation prize get a nice $500 in their back pockets. But it's a win for For Funners, and that's it here in Brentwood. Thank you all ever so much for joining us, but that's all we have for you. A massive shout out to our production team, Ferme running prod. We have Shelton, as you saw in a little bit of an Easter egg, as the keybinds down below, running observation. One green tea online for our admin team, and our on-site tech crew running everything from the local host inside of Brentwood, Metafy, and Mavix Gaming Chairs supporting us and allowing us to bring you these events that we love to do so much. That's all. We have one online event remaining between us and the Last Chance qualifiers in Philadelphia at the Block. That's Tuesday, 5 p.m. Eastern is the start. We'll see you then.